551 chapters out of Defeat More. Nanjing, Xuanwu Street. The joy of Lu Dashing's housewarming. He moved the family to prosperity as China Basaltic Street, a house yard. He invented the bicycle with Didangdeng, and he obtained a part of the patent right, of course. This part of the patent rights alone allowed him to obtain a patent fee of 13,000 yuan this year. This is 13,000 yuan, 13,000 yuan, 13,000 yuan. For an ordinary worker, this is simply an astronomical figure, a figure that no one else can earn in a few lifetimes. Lu Dashing couldn't think of it. It was so dreamy that he would become rich one day. If it were not because of that there is the court of patent law, his life will never be no chance to stand up. Now, he can live a prosperous life. Congratulations Master Lu, Master Hixilu. Those who came to the banquet said congratulations. Not only is Lu Dashing rich, but his social status has also been greatly improved. There are many people who admire him. After all, the vital bicycle was invented, which is really remarkable. Lao Lu became Master Lu smoothly. In the inner courtyard, Lu Dashing's wife was chatting with other women. Oh, rough human life is good, so talented husband. After all, not just sit at home doing nothing will be able to money. A woman praised. Hey, when he fiddled with this stuff, I tried my best to support him so that he can do research with confidence. Fortunately, he succeeded. And it is not in vain that I supported him in place. Mrs. Lu smiled on her face, but secretly rejoiced in her heart. Fortunately, my husband did not listen to him at the beginning, otherwise there would be such a drastic change in life. When Lu Dashing didn't go to work and make bicycles at home, she scolded Lu Dashing half to death. Fortunately, Lu Dashing did not give up because of her opposition. It's no wonder that Master Lu was able to succeed. It turned out that it was all dependent on Mrs. Lu's good internal help. Another shot rough people very comfortable. And present the court okay, for to do in order to Ming dynasty before, we opportunity to have ordinary people can there be such a turnaround. A woman said with emotion. Ming, do NT mention that garbage court? In the Ming dynasty, the old lady never had a full meal and didn't wear a good dress. Fortunately, the emperor's family died, otherwise we can't be as good as we are nowadays. Mrs. Lu was angry when she talked about Ming. If the world were to be ruled by Dao earlier, she would not have had so many hard times before, and her former children would not have to starve to death. Everyone has said that there is laughing, celebrating the housewarming Lu home. On Jia Road in the northwest corner of Nanjing, a family was arguing. I tell you not to toss about this. Don't toss about this, you won't listen. Now all the money is spent, and the good home is gone. How can I live the future? A woman's complaint was accompanied by some weeping. Women's opinion, long hair and short knowledge. When I find suitable photosensitive materials and invent this kind of printing technology, I will be able to make a fortune. Then, you will have whatever you want. Mi Hong, who has learned small hole imaging and some optical principles, has a bold idea in his mind. As long as the destination on the screen marked by the black box to collect convex backsheet, and then the reaction of light with different species of different, will be able to spot apparent aggregation, the target image is formed. In this way, after all the painting division can be creating in effect, because the artist painted the picture. There is no way to get through this image accurate. Now, Mi Hong has solved all other problems and only needs to find a photosensitive material to restore the captured images. Mi Hong explained this idea to his wife 10 times, but his wife was still confused and couldn't understand it at all. Not to mention his wife, even some scholars who are very knowledgeable and have learned new styles of knowledge, can't understand what he is talking about. On the one hand, Mi Hong's thoughts are too unreasonable and elegant. On the other hand, Mi Hong's expressive ability is limited, unable to express his thoughts clearly and accurately in words. Therefore, when he sought funding from wealthy businessmen, he repeatedly hit a wall. In desperation, he gritted his teeth and stomped his feet and sold the house on Xuanwu Street, took his wife and children to live at the foot of this cheap city, and moved into a small house. All the money sold was used by him to conduct scientific experiments. However, The sad drama is, until the money ran out, he has not yet succeeded. His wife naturally wanted to commit suicide in anger. Their family, while not particularly wealthy, but whatever the outcome can be considered rich, insufficient than the top, more than the bottom. And now, their family has fallen into disrepair until tomorrow. I just have long hair and short knowledge. I didn't think about what to get rich. The original days are going well. But now, what will I eat tomorrow? I will go to my elder brother to borrow a little money to tide over the difficulties. Mi Hong said. You to dream. I've been to my eldest brother and sister-in-law a long time ago, and they all said that you have been wicked, lost your mind, and refused to borrow a penny. I don't care about you. I want to take the child back to my natal family. Starve to death. Mi Furin aside spoke. He packed his things. Dare you? Are you trying to embarrass me? Mi Hong said angrily. If the old father-in-law knew that he couldn't even support his wife and children, where would he put his face? If you don't want to be embarrassed, go get some money. The rice jars at home are empty. Do you want to starve our mothers to death? Mrs. Mi cursed. Mi Hong's lips moved, but he didn't know what to say. He would not good long intercourse. No friends. The only thing that can be counted on is a big brother. If the eldest brother doesn't help him, he really won't have any means. He was so obsessed with invention dreams that he didn't even notice the interruption of food. This time, the huge challenge is in front of him, so that he almost collapsed. Watching his wife leave with the crying son, Mi Hong was angry and helpless. He knew that the best choice for his wife and children to return to his natal home was to have food at least. However, he resented his wife's ruthlessness and abandoning himself when he was most desperate. You go, you roll not to come back. When I inventors have succeeded, I married 10 concubines line mad at you. Mi Hong roared. Crazy, crazy, you are crazy, go to die. Mi Furin aside swore, cried while dragging and screaming son to leave. There are not many extreme examples like Mi Hong, but there are many similar examples. Some people succeeded and became rich overnight. More people lose is lost, the loss of time and money. Mi Hong was the worst, and even lost his wife and children. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 552 Chapter Tong have to read a newspaper. On December 29, Tong's house. Tong have to look at the last published Our Daily Yongxing 2 years. Front page headlines. Yongxing summary of the results of 2 years. Yongxing 2 years. Under the leadership of the Emperor of the Holy Brilliant, I looked achieve enormous changes. Among them, the output of steel reached 50,000 tons, a 5-fold increase over last year and a 50-fold increase over the Ming dynasty. Grain production reached 16 million tons, an increase of 30% over last year, and a triple increase over the Ming dynasty. The problem of food and clothing throughout the country has basically been solved, and the number of new births has increased by about 30%. Tax revenue reached 130 million yuan, an increase of 60% over last year, and an increase of 10 times over the Ming dynasty. These data are actually not very accurate. With current statistical capabilities, accurate statistics require a lot of time, money and manpower. Therefore, Dower did not make accurate statistics, and many values are based on theoretical calculations. It is not a big problem if it is quoted directly in the newspaper. Anyway, how can ordinary people know the data that even the court can't know accurately? Naturally, they have no confidence in questioning. Moreover, the focus of this report is not to let ordinary people know the specific value, as long as it conveys a message to the people that Dower is getting better and better. Even the comparison with the Ming dynasty is the core content of this report. Pass through the Ming and do comparison. Other people can clearly feel Yuob good. Tong have to look at this article nodded. Yuob situation, the better for their family. After all, he is the depth of attachment Wu Chenking exist. The second article. Yongxing when 2 years in August, brilliant Holy Emperor made important instructions, pointing the prevention of hospital. So the hospital days spent law vaccinia is, after 4 months of research and experiments conducted by the envoy of Lu Yuan, it has been proved that the law of the Son of Heaven is effective. The mortality rate of vaccinia patients is 0, and the success rate of gaining immunity is as high as 98%. Holy Emperor instructed that in the beginning of the spring of next year, all the hardest hit areas across the country should be vaccinated as a priority, and other areas will be vaccinated gradually, striving to eliminate smallpox in 3 years. From time to time, the people no longer need to be tortured by smallpox. Such work performance. There really is person to vancomycin, save the Queen, long live, long live, long live. Sigh. Such a big event was completed quietly. Eliminating smallpox is as good as Shennon's taste of herbs. Tong has said is not help. It's amazing. The smallpox that everyone hears is about to be wiped out. It's incredible. Daddy, what's the matter? Tong Xiang asked. Your Majesty has discovered a way to prevent and treat smallpox. In the future, the people of the Li people can get a life back. You no longer have to worry about getting smallpox and leaving pockmarks on your face. Tong there is said, Daddy, who said the 8, I would not stay pocket. Tong Xiang said, this is not necessarily. You see, your uncle is a child-stained ceiling. His face was so much pockmarks. Fortunately, he escaped through unharmed. Survived. More is not boil over, they are dead. You haven't died smallpox before, and you might be able to do it in the future. Therefore, after the vaccination starts next year, you should also vaccinate to prevent accidents. Tong has to say. Vaccination. What is vaccination? Tong, etc. have to explain a bit after vaccination. She was more effused, saying that would not promise. Listening to nausea. Tong has to do not care. Continue to read newspapers. After all, girls don't go out often, and the chance of getting sick is very low. The third article. Yesterday, Sheng Danzi made important instructions. The Son of Heaven talked about the dangers of women's feet binding, and ordered that all officials' female relatives are not allowed to bind their feet. Violators are suspended and fined for reflection. In addition, the Holy Son asked the whole country to ban small feet from next year, and offenders would be fined 100 yuan. The Dower Daily has published many articles that are harmful to people. However, it is often just the initiative do not bind their feet, and not mandatory ban. Some people believe that kind of article, but many people don't. And believers, for many reasons, will not give up on their feet. Just like some people know that plastic surgery is bad for their health, but some people spend a lot of money to suffer. The current number of women, in order to cater to some right and powerful men's preferences, but also had to bind their feet. So, the official initiatives proposed, play the effect is not large. This time, Wu Chengqing made up his mind to ban binding feet. Of course, his ban it's real very gentle, not beat him to death. It is stipulated in the ban that if officials violated, they will only be suspended for introspection and will not be completely lost. Ordinary people only need to fine 100 yuan if they violate it. For some persistent wealthy people, this is a conflict mitigation zone. He can spend some money to continue to maintain their faith habit. If there is no such regulation, everyone must be forced to release their little feet. I am afraid it will cause a strong backlash. Such concepts and customs accumulated over the years are not so easy to change. Especially not that some rich people have this habit. When there is demand, there will be buying and selling, and it is impossible to completely prohibit it. Now it is stipulated that fines should be imposed, which shows the determination of the imperial court to let go. It also adds another reason for fines, and it can also increase income, which will serve multiple purposes. Father, I also want to let go. Tong Xiang said. She also didn't know whether it was better to wrap your feet or put your feet down, but the Holy Heaven said that it's better to put your feet down, so she naturally chose to believe it. Fang Jiu Fang, His Majesty's words are not always wrong. Not over, this way, that you suffer a child to eat, that would be quite unlikely. Tong had to chuckle, as he was a strong supporter of Wu Chengqing, Wu Chengqing what policy he is unconditional support. Father, aren't you very appreciated by your majesty? Or find an opportunity and dedicate me to your majesty. Tong Xiang said this, then one, Tong suddenly promising black with a face. Can your girl be more dignified and reserved? Just like you are crazy, you have to send your corpse back to the palace the next day you are sent to the palace. Tong there is very tired heart. He felt his daughter was spoiled. That's not what I learned modesty. You answer should take me to the palace. Tong Xiang asked. Life in the palace is not as good as you think. Tong had to remind earnestness. I don't care. I just want to enter the palace. Tong Xiang said. And so on chance. Imperial palace, not what you want to be able to enter into there. Tong there is actually no objection to her daughter to wait on the emperor, but does not support. After all, there are so many emperor's women, and being an emperor's woman is by no means such a happy thing. His family was neither lack of money, not eager for power, so I did not need. However, Tong Xiang worshipped the emperor too much and wanted to serve the emperor. This Tong had no choice but to open one eye and close one eye and treat him like a Buddha. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 553 chapters around the New Year. December 30th, New Year's Eve. As one of the most solemn festival China, no matter what, it is difficult to stop the Chinese people for the New Year. Have been accustomed Manchu Spring Festival? The custom of this nature is brought back to the customs. Not before, they may not be better than this year's festival. A few days ago, several assassins tried to assassinate Organ. Then, the King government field were also experienced some turbulence. A large number of official staff and the generals are clean. Some of the people who participated in the rebellion were beheaded. For a time, blood flowed in Shenjing, and the smell of blood could not dissipate in the windless weather, adding a horrible atmosphere to the city. Relying on Pole for the tougher measures, Dole quell this wave of rebellion. To regain control of the power, the king firmly rests in the hands. However, his control depends on bloody suppression. The people below are unacceptable, and there are still risks. Not before, Dole and go on. During the new year, he is also ready to enjoy it. After all, he doesn't know if he can have this kind of enjoyment next year. Good wine, good meat, good girl, troop, Dorgan would also enjoy it. And with this same time, Mukden ordinary people, are tangled in, or not. To take advantage of the holiday season, cook a little rice flat when not many people are willing to eat, because food cannot afford to eat too little too expensive. Basically eat a 5-point full, and then slowly boil the rest of the time. But now, it's hard to celebrate the spring festival, it's already very miserable without meat. You should always have a full meal. Some people cook more food cruelly, while others continue to be hungry. No way, the king court exploited too much, and took away almost everything that could be taken away, leaving them with a minimum of survival supplies. Therefore, even if it is the spring festival, they can only spend it spiritually, and materially, it is almost the same as usual. Some ordinary people who could not bear such a life took advantage of the new year, and the king army slackened their defenses, and then quietly fled south to Dowa. He had reluctantly to accept Yuob rule. I do not want Dole and then follow with its own family of there. How the same family when you cannot eat. Although they belong to the same race, they are more exploited than those of other races. Don't worry about this same race. Some people cannot live, taking advantage of the night, taking advantage of the snowy night, taking advantage of the winter to escape southwest channeling. You can reach Fleddower only a few. Most of the people either starved to death on the road, or froze to death on the road, or were found and killed by the king army on the road. Then, it became a subject for later literati creation. Compared with the northeast, the people of Kunming are slightly better. Kunming official members are exploiting the people, but they are not so ruthless exploitation. Due to Dole also to develop weapons, trying to continue and Yuob confrontation. The Kunming Zuyulang and other official members have never thought to counterattack the south. He who is now live each day, muddle along. If you don't go crazy to expand your armaments, naturally you don't need to be so cruel. Although ordinary people still have a hard time, they don't need to flee in the snowy night like the people in the northeast. In the restaurant, several court officials gathered to drink, eat meat, and play with women for them. The next step is to wait for Dower to come over, then surrender to Dower and continue living like this. Taking advantage of the incompetence of Emperor Yonglai, he tried his best to capture some of the wealth of the people and fill his own pockets. He had the case of food on the table is quite a luxury, in addition to an unusual variety of meat, seafood as well as Nanjing, pepper, parsley, monosodium glutamate and other spices. Nanjing Sheriff Elegant can enjoy life. They can enjoy too. As long as he had money, some traders are willing to south over the mountains of goodies to sell this Kunming. The price of money, well, nature is very exaggerated. The price of a pack of message in Kunming is 50 times that of Nanjing. After several hours of singing and dancing, everyone dispersed. Those leftover delicacies are abandoned at will. Zudor wine and meat smell, the road with frozen. In the homes of ordinary people, there was no oily smell, and they barely ate a full meal. What spring alliance, firecrackers, new clothes are not wanted, and in the case have enough to eat. How to toss the mood. One more pair of Spring Festival couplets will make you hungry more, and pasting of Spring Festival couplets will not satisfy your hunger. Ordinary people are still very realistic. A comparison between the two can only abandon the tradition temporarily, and then pick up the tradition when the conditions are available. No spring alliance, firecrackers or something like that. This annual off naturally is not a festive little. This time, they also want to be able to use army to fight over a little earlier, and end this reign of Ming dynasty. It says Yuob taxes on people is very low. Just think about it, are the envy of the Arab Israeli, compared with the people of Kunming. The people of Jinan are slightly better. The turmoil here has been for several years, and it has been devastated by various forces, and coupled with various natural disasters, it was once close to collapse. Fortunately, off-key moment, Yuob calls came. Then, Dower's food was shipped over for disaster relief. GT. This is the most decent relief that the people of Jinan have ever seen. In previous reliefs, most of the deliveries were rice bran, but for Dower's disaster relief, white rice turned out to be transported. Isn't this the exclusive staple food of the noble master? When are the victims eligible to eat? Some victims of the disaster received the grain and were reluctant to eat it. They chose to exchange coarse noodles and millet with the landlord's house. I have life. Cheap people cannot eat such good food. Easy to diarrhea. I don't know which of the people with the big brains imagined such a theory out of thin air, and then it got the approval of many victims. A time and replace it with coarse grains of relief food. People are also more up. Of course, this is not a loss for the victims. After all, 1 stone of rice can be returned for 2 stones of millet, which can be enough for them to eat longer. Indeed, he had also sold a little bit of rice, and then use this money to invite scholars to write on pieces of festive couplets. God bless the day in order next year will be more better. You can also buy a few tools of meat, or a few eggs, for a sacrifice. Life needs a sense of ritual, and only in this way can they feel that they are truly alive. It's easy to despair if you live a hard life over and over again every day. So, even if rationally tell they should not be so extravagant, keep meat money to buy food to eat longer, but there are still many people I chose to have a good year. Of course, he had the time to eat meat, naturally, will not forget. These are all later relief. It's better for Dower. I have only been a Dower citizen for a few months, and I have distributed so much relief food. I have paid Ming taxes for more than 20 years. But I haven't eaten Da Ming's relief food. An old farmer said tearfully. This contrast is too obvious. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 554 Chapter Development Difference. Looking at the people on this land of China, the current theme is still bitter. Really been through a happy life of the people. I am afraid it was only in rural areas around Nanjing, Shanghai and the surrounding countryside. The people in these two places have been affected by the economic radiation of the big cities and are to enjoy the benefits of the times. The most typical is Xikan Kiner, who where he had because from Nanjing nearly so well informed, to seize the many opportunities. Moreover, what is good policy, but also is first to the benefit of them here. No theory is lead-free tools, or is irrigation, land reclamation. They are at an advantage here. No way, at the feet of the emperor, it is natural to do things more beautifully. Otherwise, Wu Qingqing saw that none of Jiangning's officials had a good end. More importantly, because the distance near Nanjing, opportunities surrounding people will make money in more. Like Ken Lin, he has made a fortune just by growing special exotic vegetables. And compared before, his income from the code tenfold, like a fool's paradise, like unreal. Yes, not isolated cases, Zhang Arian because the city of Nanjing to provide year-round game. Incomes are 3 to 4 times more than usual. Some game products could not be sold at a price before, but now they are very scarce in Nanjing. The main city of Nanjing have money to more people. The demand for natural game is greatly increased. As demand increases and output remains unchanged, prices will naturally rise. Not only game, but Nanjing's demand for all other meats has increased. The old man Zhang, who was farming in the village, gave up farming and switched to professional duck farming. He raised 2,000 ducks in one go, and then a big boss in Nanjing came to buy them. This year's old man Zhang also had a bumper harvest. These are still a minority of people who got rich in the village. The most common ones are those families who make money by going to Nanjing to work. Although working in a factory cannot make a fortune, his income is 2 or 3 times the previous amount. This extra money can already greatly improve their lives. Therefore, except for a small number of self-proclaimed families in Hexi village, most families are beaming. Today's Hexi village has been a big change. Although Ergazi was beaten when he returned home, he was beaten at home, and outsiders didn't know. In front of outsiders, he rode his bicycle around. It was as beautiful as it was. He rode in front, followed by a group of children chasing after him. Some little girls were very curious when they saw it, and Ergazi was also very pleasing to the eye. Tugazi was Joseph has been in the village for several days, until one day after the car off the chain, click, bang, Tugazi old father has been beating. It becomes honest. Especially do not look at it to save money to marry a wife. He seems to have realized that the car are clouds, sister is the key. This big night, cannot hold with their own car to sleep. Fortunately another year in the coming year. Tugazi you did not make too boring, anyway, as long as there is work to do factory, to worry about not making money. Fortunately, another bitter year. Daughter-in-law women will be able to be able to see hope at all times. This is the happiest place for people in Hexi village. Vain man not only is the second Ghazi, but some people in different forms. A guy wore a suit similar to a tunic in the new year. Due to good materials, coupled with new styles, the whole person to wear, it is really the spirit of how to be more spiritual. Some little girl, a few when seen such a spiritual guy. Suddenly the chunks signed Anyan. If this wasn't for the atmosphere to be open enough, they would have leaned over to ask this and that. Not to they do not have to worry too much. The villagers saw this look like Canon Kin Cannon to infer that made money. Home with her daughter, almost on the main fixed point to talk about their brother Canon. What kind of clothes are you? So weird. There are children chasing after watching and asking. Don't touch it, don't touch it. This is a suit, specially worn by the big boss in the city. Also, I will not be allowed to call me a Canon in the future. My manager gave me a nice name, Kinjin. I will call me in the future. Brother dedicated. Kinjing Industry. Proudly, to the city walked through a being, he again faced when the village bumpkin, and my heart would have a sense of superiority, disdain and become the company of people in the village, and city people want to be able to mark. Of course, he can only benchmark against second-rate figures in the city. Only those senior managers at the managerial level will wear this suit, and the real local tyrants are still popular in Hanfu. Qin Jinai naturally didn't understand this. In his eyes, his manager was already a master. Some people in the village can't understand Qin Jinai's posture, and they will scold him from time to time. However, some people do not worship and to respect Qin industry as the goal. It is also prepared to go to the city battles. Although some people in the village were injured because of working in the factory, this thing really didn't scare the others. During this period, it is quite normal for people to die in the village, as long as enough to live a better life. And this point has nothing to fear dangerous, so dangerous before the army there are people rushing to go. Compared Hexi village. The people of the city of Nanjing, the more good day before. People in Nanjing city, as long as they are willing to work, they don't have to worry about not finding anything to do. Moreover, there is a lot of living income, which is quite expensive, such as intermediary. Some wealthy businessmen who came to Nanjing wanted to buy houses and land to set up factories. They needed some Nanjing passers to help. These intermediaries, relying on their familiarity with Nanjing city, carry out various matchmaking businesses. This kind of work is easy and profitable. If you are a little bit darker, you can also use various routines to deceive outsiders, and then make a lot of money. Another example is a beverage shop. With a house in a prosperous part of the city and a beverage shop, the daily income is quite expensive. The locals have advantages in all aspects, and those who have made good use of these advantages have turned over. Not many people get rich overnight, but many people have achieved a well-off life and entered the home of the small rich. These people are Dao's middle class. The city of Nanjing was full of laughter, singing and dancing. The city of Kunming was lifeless and lifeless. The city of Shengjing is sad and desolate, with rare human traces, just like a dead city. Different places have great differences in development. The level of development of Nanjing has almost reached the level of 1800 in the original time and space, and Kunming is still stuck in the 1600-year shaped state. Mukden is a straight line backwards. Remove the army, people's livelihood, they are probably not as good as 1500 years of the Ming dynasty. The gap of 200 to 300 years is not so big. It can be said that, compared to the people in Shengjing, Nanjing is a paradise on earth. For the people of Western Europe, Nanjing is their ideal paradise. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 555 chapters have changed. Nanjing, Hongwu Road, this area is mostly the residence of officials. Golden House. Man Dahai's house. Now he has also changed his name and surname to Jinhai. After taking refuge in Dao, he re-established his roots in Nanjing and married a Kiran woman. He wanted to marry a Han Chinese woman to prove his determination to be completely Chinese. However, he looks down on those who are too bad, and those who are better have concerns and are unwilling to marry him. Although he now has money and power, his identity always seems to be a time bomb. In the beginning, not to mention marrying a wife, or hiring a servant, the Han people were not very happy to do things for him. Not only before, the price he gives 2 or 3 times higher than other dignitaries. Moreover, with the passage of time, the hatred of some people weakened, and only then did Han people gradually come to serve as servants. However, the most people in his mansion are the Manchus who had not had time to escape before and were captured. These people were all forced to change their names by Man Dahai, and they were required to speak Chinese at home. Body for the special status Dropjin. His work is cautious, do not aim at success, but they try to. Under this kind of philosophy, his past 2 years has been calm and peaceful. No one targeted him, and no one flattered him. He seemed to have no sense of existence in Dao's officialdom after all. But in fact, he holds a heavy army in his hand, controls a cavalry unit of more than 10,000 men, and also serves as the deputy commander of the cavalry. A person like him who is so powerful and has no sense of existence is also unique. In Jinfu today, people who wear Hanfu, speak Chinese, and don't understand it at all, don't know that there are a large number of people in it who are actually Manchus, lying 2 division chair, listening to the maid reading novels, full day tatsumi quite pleasant. Those with the Manchu tatsumi full surrender together, their our lot has been based in the military, was accepted Huajun. These people have lived fairly well so far, and they have been more thoroughly integrated. From time to time, Manchu soldiers and Han nationality soldiers could hang over their shoulders and drink together. The integration in the army is much faster than that of the civilians. After all, everyone has to fight side by side and trust each other. And after a few battles, everyone recognized each other. At the same coal mining at the time, an official Huainan coal mine, more than 3,000 men under supervision of the Manchu custody. He had come. A total of more than 4,000 people. These were all people who refused to surrender at the beginning, and were then assigned to work as coolies in the mine. Now he had wanted to resubmission, but unfortunately Yuob has not given them a chance. How can they be allowed to submit to such a good free labor? After being surrendered, they are Dao's people. They must be treated fairly and they must be paid. This kind of thing, the mines department in charge of this coal mine will never agree to it. This is an important source of income for the Department of Mineral Resources, and it is their campaigner's pocketbook. A choice with the difference in one thought has resulted in a completely different life. And he had the allegiance of the Qing dynasty. This time at least, nearly half of the people obeyed, into the Dao. These things. They also heard some rumors. The anger in my heart can be imagined. Every now and then, someone commits suicide in the mine. After all, their previous persistence and belief have been proved to be a joke by reality. Nanjing, G's mansion, G's expensive Jinshen also drop, but now not many people will remember this, and we only know that he was the commander of the Fourth Army, the powerful body. Moreover, the future development potential is immeasurable with the relationship between the wise concubines. His life is much better than that of Mandahai. He doesn't have so many worries. He can enjoy himself in a high-profile manner. Among the surrenders, the timing of the surrender is very important. Like the early surrender of the people, this time some of them have as a commander. The person who is a little slower is the teacher. Then after a number of people, the official lower post. He had the power and ability are not proportional, but has a great time and surrender relationship. Like Kong Yaod, his ability is certainly better than some people from Wild Roads. Xgairan was still 1,000 households when he was the king of Diakinius surname. And now, Xgairan is the commander of the army, and Kong Yaod is just a staff member of the regiment. Not only are they low-ranking, they still don't have any real powers in the staff, and the status of the two is vastly different. Of course, for those who have died in battle, he belongs to the luckier. One of the three kings, Shang Kexi, would rather die than have to follow the duo gun speculation, later to be his son directly overhead tied to the Huajun. Now his son Shang Zixin has become a battalion commander in the Great China Army, while Shang Kexi has become a prisoner. Among civil servants, there is a similar pattern. Basically, the earlier the surrender, the greater the official position. The earlier you join, the greater the official position. Like Qian Taoli, he used to be just a governor, but because he followed Wu Chengqingzhao, he was directly involved in the household department Shangxiu as a veteran. To say that ability, some stronger than him. Qian Xiul, Xungrulin, who has been a bookmaker, which one is inferior to Qian Tao? Surrender the night, get a good, the less place. For example, there are a lot of talents in the Zhejiang party, but now the right to speak in the DPRK is very low. Who made them loyal to King Lu and King Fu to fight against Dao before, and they can continue to eat a bowl of rice in the officialdom, even if it is Wu Chengqing's generous. As for the propaganda party, Qi party and other northern officials, no one can get to high positions. Who will let them surrender later? He had officials want to restore these places once scenery, can only rely on Rising Star, a few extra characters like in the Imperial Champion. The only hope, of course, a small number of people with outstanding abilities have also been exceptionally hired, such as Hong Chengqiu, Ma Shiying, Liu Dao and so on. However, this is only a minority after all. Due to a riot, the world has changed. People have changed. Has been illustrious, cattle fork moment, now may become largely obscurity. And had been unknown, now may illustrious in largely. Some celebrities have been dead, like Bologna, Tudor, Ecliptic Week, Yang Ming. While there are also celebrities who are lingering, like Dorgan, Zhang Xian's Hong, and Zhu Yulang. Some people have already concealed their names, lived in the mountains, and bid farewell to secular disputes. Take Wu Sangai, for example. After he rescued Chen Yuanyuan from Beijing, he lived in seclusion with a few henchmen in an abandoned mountain village and began a career in farming. He knew that he had committed serious sins in the past, and Dao's officialdom could hardly tolerate him, so he simply changed his life. Although sometimes I will not be willing to use my skills as a farm, but there is so much helplessness in life. In just a few years, the world has been vicissitudes of life, and things are different. On the stage, after you sing, we will appear on the stage. Everyone has their own new destiny. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 556 Chapter S First Science and Technology blog will be tabled. Yongxing 3 years. Vientiane update, a new atmosphere. Beginning of the third. Wu Qingqing on the next year's first track decree. Nanjing will hold its first Science and Technology Expo on February 1st. The technology blog will be laid. Wu Qingqing will personally attend to personally review all major inventions, major research discoveries, or theoretical ideas can participate and be displayed in front of the emperor. Most eventually, the emperor will be based on the value of its results, carried out awards. Winners can receive government bonuses, certificates of honor, and follow-up research and development funds. The last one is off-key. This R&D funding, prone to 10,000 yuan started, no ceiling. If anyone has the idea and clue to study the internal combustion engine now, Wu Qingqing will drop it no matter how much the other party wants. Money can be earned again, but technology points and resource points are spent but they are gone. Wu Qingqing reason come up with such trade fairs, mainly want to tap the talents of civil, scientific and technological point of saving, while releasing its own signal importance of science and technology. Although the number of science and technology points is not limited, the population can be increased if the population continues to be born. There is also a rough upper limit. It is impossible for him to force people all over the world to give birth to babies in order to obtain more science and technology points. That is unrealistic. With limited technological points, it is impossible to light up all technologies. Therefore, if we want to develop the world to the level of the 21st century in our lifetime, we must rely on the wisdom and concerted efforts of all people in the world. This expo will allow Wu Qingqing to discover talents and save technological points. Some inventors are very clever, but they tend to get stuck at a certain point and get stuck in a bottleneck. At this time, Wu Qingqing could rely on the insights of later generations to give pointers. To give the simplest example, if someone wants to invent an electric light now, all the problems are solved, but they cannot find a suitable material to make the filament. Then Wu Qingqing can tell him, with a tungsten filament, a simple sentence can make the other party break through the bottleneck and achieve success. No Wu Qingqing's instructions, the other party may have to go through them 3,000 failures, spend a lot of money and effort. For another example, he now wants to light up the radio technology, at least 2 million technology points. However, as long as he tell someone talented in terms of electricity, radio works, then with each other's talent, you might be able to come up to the radio. In this way, it is equivalent to saving millions of technological points by relying on his lips. The body is through who use their experience is not the greatest degree, that's just a waste. Moreover, by pointing others, he can also appear to be knowledgeable. Although, as an emperor, he doesn't need this kind of vanity, but a little more is not bad. Can reach a group of talented worship looking up. That feeling is very good. In addition to organizing the Science and Technology Expo, Wu Qingqing also established a new Science and Technology Department, which is not affiliated with a certain department. The Department of Science and Technology will be upgraded to the Ministry of Science and Technology sooner or later. Only temporary importance is not enough to make it separate into a division, and not affiliated to the department. It was originally supposed to be hung in the ritual department, but now the ritual department manages a lot of things. Simply, Wu-chinking it will set up a division into a separate, not attached to any department. This is not a big problem either. The Department of General Affairs and the Department of Shipping are not affiliated with the 6th department. Anyway, none of these departments are core power institutions. They tend to focus on technical matters. They are not administrative departments, and they are almost the same whether they are subordinated or not. After decree was issued, the second came soon. Illegal currency circulation is prohibited. The government decree stipulates that all silver bullions and old-style copper coins are illegal currencies, which are not approved by the government and are prohibited from circulation. All silver bullions and copper coins must be handed over to the Royal Bank to exchange for standard currency. Where illegal currency transactions are used, their transaction behavior is not guaranteed, meaning that the standard currency trading, the official will be cheated justice, and the use of illegal currency transactions is deceived, that is deserved. The government does not care. Although the use of standard currencies has been promoted in the past, other currencies are also allowed to circulate, and there is no compulsory requirement that people must exchange into standard currencies. But now, the court is a bit harsher again. Non-standard currency can continue to be buried in the cellar. Do not break the law. Take it with you, too. But I want to get on the market to buy things. I'm sorry. This is illegal. If you don't want to violate the law, first take the money to the Royal Bank and exchange it into standard currency. In this way, it is tantamount to defining the silver bullion recognized by the court and the copper coins of the previous dynasty as illegal currency, although, to be defined after they have become illegal currency hedging properties. But there is no flow through the price of the property value. For collection, there is no problem. But when used, they have no value. This trick is still quite truthless, which is tantamount to completely negating other illegal currencies and forcing everyone to exchange for standard currencies. The new currency decree has little effect on ordinary people. Anyway, he had the beast. How to make money collection. Money is used to circulate. You will have to use the standard currency, then use standard money chant. No difference. However, for some big landlords who have saved countless silver, this trick is quite deadly. In the past, although the money at home could not be used to pay taxes, at least it could still be circulated and traded in the private sector, and the impact was not particularly large. But now that the new currency decree is promulgated, it will be difficult for them to buy things with silver bullion in the future. Others, with a high probability, will refuse to accept the silver block, and insist on standard currency. If you don't do this, and there is a dispute in the transaction, then you still don't play the bullshit. After most people begin to reject illegal currency, the silver in their hands has no circulation value, and is no longer a currency, but a precious metal, a commodity. Like a bolt of cloth, there is still value of the goods, but did not flow value. A cloth can sell 1 yuan money, but want to use a cloth by price value of 1 yuan pounds of pork. Zhang Butcher certainly will not agree. Even if this piece of cloth is indeed worth 1 yuan, but Zhang Tufu can't take this piece of cloth to buy things. Even if it is not respectable, it is not recognized by other people. It can be said that after this trick is released, those who are still hiding money will have to hurry to exchange standard currency. After all, the price of a commodity fluctuates, and it may depreciate in the future. Moreover, God knows if the imperial court will issue another decree to reduce the exchange rate between silver bullion and standard currency. That would be too fatal. Silver loses its circulation value, and it can't be eaten if it is stored. The more it is stored, the more it suffers. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 557 chapters. Decree impact. 2 Decree came first in the new year. People who are engaged in scientific research, invention and creation naturally shout long live. First technology bow will be laid too important for them, not only can show the rich who can get the emperor's comment, this is simply going to take off the rhythm of it. Of course, the premise is that there are good projects. All of a sudden, everyone engaged in scientific research began to work overtime, striving to make a blockbuster in February. Some people among inventors are ready to try to stand up on this opportunity. Regal people naturally welcome this technology expo with both hands. This saves them from looking for projects one by one, and can go to the expo to choose at will. Of course, it is also possible to encounter competition from other wealthy individuals. Overall, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. Compared to the second track decree, science and technology bow shock will be laid due to some small. As soon as the prohibition of illegal currency circulation was promulgated, some big landlords and businessmen became angry. This is simply stealing money in a naked way, without disguising it. If the Royal Bank does not charge fire expenses, then the exchange will also be exchanged. However, the Royal Bank has to collect fire and consumption, and the silver content of a dollar coin in the new currency is far less than 1 or 2. This is tantamount to send money to the Royal Silver Lines make a profit. People do not care about this little bit, but they businessmen care about it. I won't change it, I don't believe it anymore. If the court says it's not allowed to circulate, the money won't be used. Xuanqing, an old landlord, Liu Yi angrily, also hidden in his cellar 202,000 of silver. If all were exchanged, at least 5,000 duels would be lost. Moreover, it will give Royal Bank contribution 25,000 yuan of profits. He couldn't swallow this breath. Ping see, when other people make a dollar he jealous to death to live, and now want him to contribute to the Royal Bank of 20,000 profits, which cannot tolerate Azerbaijan. Old God, let's change it. If nobody wanted this money later, how to do? Mrs. Liu persuaded. Shut up. From a woman's point of view, as long as this silver is made of silver, it is impossible for no one to claim it. It really doesn't work. I myself cast this silver into new coins, and I will never let the Royal Bank make this money. Mr. Liu Yi angrily, he now is to see who are unhappy, telling anyone to scold. It is illegal to mint coins privately. Snap. There is a sound. Madame Liu was slapped before she finished speaking. I don't know what you understand yet. Go back to the back room. Mr. Liu Yi continued to vent anger. He also said that he must have this ability to mint coins privately. The manufacturing technology of standard currency is still very cutting-edge technology at present, and where is it that the private sector has imitated it? Mr. Liu Yi cannot be reconciled. So natural. Just arranged a maid to go to daily currency exchange point of the standard. The rest, continue to save. The same time, he also went to ask to see the county master, and the magistrate to exchange their ideas, express their aspirations. If he was the only one doing this, the effect would certainly not be very good. However, when several landlords gathered at the county office to exchange this decree with the county magistrate could not ignore their demands. This county magistrate is also a member of the Donglin party, and then he wrote everyone's demands and ideas into secret letters and passed them to his teacher and his old after division, and brings together the views of more demands, but also reflected in the hands of the Donglin party officials at the central office. Face the interests behind the demands of interest groups towards the Donglin is very helpless. How long has the previous cleansing storm passed, and they have some lingering fears. If you jump out to oppose this decree at this time, I am afraid it will not end well. Of course, it's not okay to say nothing. If you were not audible behind the interests of the class, they will certainly be disappointed later. Also want to subsidize money terms. It may not count. Moreover, there are some officials who belong to this class themselves and have countless silver in their families. In addition to the reasons of money and class, there are also many factors such as human relations accidents, which force them to express their positions. An officer chose to play and persuade, saying that the Royal Bank should not compete with the people for profit, and that it should not charge the fire expense when exchanging the new currency. The words in the memorial are much more gentle than the last time, and they use persuasion rather than criticism. Moreover, it did not say that this decree should be abolished, but that the decree should not be used to forcibly earn people's money. This memorial, expressing the attitude that he had done his best to the interest groups behind him, without irritating Wu Chengqing, was a helpless act in a special period. This memorial, Wu Chengqing stayed in the middle school and did not publish it, and ignored it. The meaning of the memorial needs to be understood by the person who wrote the memorial. Is the emperor angry, or does it matter? Don't guess the emperor's mind, guess it for nothing. In a secret house, Qian and several Donglan party members got together to discuss countermeasures. It can't go on like this, otherwise the gold masters behind will be dissatisfied. Moreover, he who themselves are set that part of the group, Wu Chengqing of this decree, also hurting their interests. Master Qian, we can't go on like this. If we continue to compromise, our right to speak will become weaker and weaker in the future. Or, do we emphasize the necessary etiquette rules? Someone mentioned that proposed road system about imperial power. Always rely on the Ministry of Rights, their maximum effect. The Ministry of Etiquette can stipulate a series of etiquettes for the emperor to observe, such as greeting the Empress Dowager every day, when it is necessary to worship the ancestor, and what needs to be paid attention to in normal times. Through these assorted things to consume energy emperor, the emperor of freedom constraint. If you really listen to the words of the Ministry of Rights, then the emperor would behave like a prisoner. No, your majesty hates these etiquette rules the most. If we dare to ask for it, he might withdraw the Ministry of Etiquette. Qian quickly denied, this is simply playing with fire. Wu Chengqing, he had seen the most annoying ritual bondage of people, even the enthronement kind of important things, can casually go through the process. How could this kind of person expect him to follow etiquette? How can a man who started his career by leading the army expect him to observe etiquette? Then what to do? The others asked that they didn't have many means to restrict imperial power, and etiquette was the most important item. Take your time, I will promote some innocent people to come up. In the future, there will be something that can make these people who have no stains on their bodies charge forward. As long as there is no handle, your majesty will have a lot of worries when dealing with them, and those people will be safer. Qian still wanted to procrastinate until he retired. He didn't want the conflict with the emperor to intensify before he retired, so he wouldn't be able to end well. Qian discovered that Wu Chengqing still followed some principles in his work, and would not mess around like a tyrant. Before the matter, Wu Chengqing went on the handling of the election and others with an excuse to check corruption. Although everyone knows that the root cause is not corruption, it is precisely because of corruption that Wu Chengqing's treatment is legally tenable. Dealing with corrupt officials is reasonable, and those officials who were completely untainted were not punished because of Wu Chengqing's image. In that case, you can take advantage of this. Cultivate a few untainted hands to fight Wu Chengqing, so that you won't lose so quickly. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 558 chapters. Land reform. The terrible things of the big landlord are just beginning. Wu Chengqing allow them to lead a good day for 2 years. It is considered a very tolerant. You must know that one of the biggest reasons for the chaos in the world is land annexation. Of those big landlords, 9 out of 10 are bad guys. Of course, there are many bad guys among the people, but the people have low energy and bad people can't affect the foundation of the country. But the energy of these big landlords is great. They are bad guys, so the country is in trouble. This year, Wu Chengqing ready for land reform, wipe out large landowners this class, and this is likely the impact and unrest. Wu Chengqing cannot predict accurately. However, this is something that must be done. No, start a new round of land annexation in the future, and there will be many people living high, then repeat past mistakes. This kind of impact is so serious that it will hurt the fundamentals of the big landlord class. Wu Chengqing cannot just follow the standard currency law. It must be treated with caution. No, then, was the revolt. would be incalculable. First of all, he needs the support of ministers, at least the support of most ministers. If the ministers all oppose collectively, he can send the army to the countryside and let the army complete the land reform. Then it will be really messy. Land reform. Before the end, courtiers are still required to perform specific Wu Chengqing. He could not personally go hands down to the countryside. He will need the support of ministers. It cannot be forced to order and I force the minister to enforce. In that case, the cooperative relationship between them would break instantly. Next, it must be the chaos of the world. Those official members and local landlords, maybe it will pull out of the individual which Galilee said he is a descendant of the emperor, and then marked with anti-China slogans fuming. Or, Zhu Yulang, who declared his allegiance to Kunming directly, welcomes the Wangshi to the south of the Yangtze River. If this happened, Zhu Yulang of Nanming and Dorgan of Guanwai would be able to wake up from their dreams. The support of ministers is the prerequisite for this reform. On January 16, shortly after the Lantern Festival, Wu Chengqing announced that he would go to the DPRK the next day to hold discussions on major issues of the country. Daehua North Korea proposed to hold a small, once North Korea proposed needs, everyone will know, certainly there are important things to happen. Almost every official member are wondering and speculation in the end because of what happened. If you can reach guests to prepare in advance, moving in the classroom make a good showing. It may be more practical things more important than dry. The emperor has everything to do, and no matter how many practical things the people below do, it is difficult for the emperor to notice. But if there is a dazzling performance in the court meeting, it will directly impress the emperor, and it will be easy to get promoted in the future. But what is your majesty discussing? Many people catch the ear-scratching cheek into a headache. Some people don't need to have such a headache, because they got Wu Chengqing's instruction in advance to ask them to say something tomorrow. Wu Chengqing to conduct land reform, of course, not for himself, shouted, "I see you. These are the big landlords, very unhappy son of a bitch. I want to confiscate your wealth redistribution. I really want to say that the following will either rebel directly, or will hate Wu Chengqing from now on." Relative to a little better way is to make their henchmen to put the question, and then the heated debate by the proponents and opponents. Wu Chengqing want to express support. Proponents argue have had to win. If he were not to win the debate, the land reform, the plan probably will have to be postponed. In short, Wu Chengqing cannot show too obvious partiality. He needs to be a fair referee, not suitable for going off the court in person as a player. As long as they don't end up personally, when reforms are carried out in the future, those big landlords who will hate first will also be the guy or a certain group who first proposed land reform. Of course, wise people may be able to understand that this is the emperor's trick. But as long as it is not exposed, there is a buffer zone for contradictions. Even rebel, he can also play a slogan clean side of the monarch. The emperor is not complete and decorum. In the future, the emperor can kill those reformers to quell the incident, leaving room for relaxation on both sides. If you tear your face completely, it will be a life and death state, which is too risky. Whether Wu Chengqing, or the landlord class, do not want to one time was referred to this point. Wu Chengqing control of the army, has absolute force, but at the time the ruling, not quick to use force. Excessive use of force has caused the army to become too powerful and not good. Civil service can rot. Defeat, the generals no exception, are the meat-do people, who did not point at emotions. Therefore, it is still necessary to use some political skills. On the 17th, early, a large number of official staff early on got up and eat over rice, came Gongmenki in wait. Although everyone now has a watch, they can know the precise time at any time and will not be late. However, there is no need to stay at home for card time. In case the current official point of accidentally lost late, I am afraid people will become the laughingstock of the world. Don't cherish the hard work of 10 years. So, all the official members are early, which would not be reluctant to sleep a little longer. When waiting in front of the palace gate, everyone also communicated with each other, guessing about what will be discussed later. Master Gu, have you received any comments? Do you know what you want to discuss? Liu Shijin asked. Where do I know? If you want to know, I'm afraid you have to ask Master Y. Yan Wu said. Wang Hong. Liu Shijin knew that although Wai Ziwen had a low official position, he belonged to the imperial party and had a good personal relationship with the emperor. Sometimes the news was better. Yeah, Yan Wu said. In the end, Liu Shijin didn't have the past. There was no need for this. Some people actually went to inquire about the Wei Ziwen. Wai Ziwen pretend to know nothing but what a kind did not disclose the slightest. As the time came to 7 o'clock, the palace gate opened on time. My sirs, first roast the fire and drink some body-warming soup. There are various flavors of spicy, sour and sweet. Feng Debao said. In the material quality enjoyment, Wu Chengqing cannot have been too hard on these people. The weather in January was still very cold, and Wu Chengqing specially ordered the respect room to prepare some benefits. Your Majesty is still sympathetic to us. Liu Shijin roasted his hands and took another sip of warm wine. Other official members naturally flattered enjoy this regard. They'd be able to clearly feel that much better than the Ming dynasty. Even the frequency of kneeling is much less. If Wu Chengqing was willing to delegate more power, then everything would be perfect. Simply warming their hands, everyone entered the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. I'm the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 559 chapters. Official field cannot be too direct. Save the Queen 1 year old. Long live, long live. A simple ceremony was given first, and then more than 100 ministers were divided into several columns. These positions also have some rules. Those with high status naturally stand in the front. As for those 7 items, official rearmost position, which is real, is to attend. The accumulation of experience, they are unlikely to speak, does not qualify. Unless the people above are unwilling to speak, they will have the opportunity to say a few words. Let you all get up early in the morning. It's a pain. However, at the beginning of the new year, Vientiane is renewed. If we want to make this year's progress even further, we need to plan and lay a solid foundation at the beginning of the new year. Therefore, the main purpose of this meeting is to allow everyone to speak freely and talk about their views and opinions on the current major issues of the court, society, economy and so on. This, then one, everyone hastened to say hard. The same time, my heart began to wander, then say something. Wu Chengqing words highlighted a big problem. So to speak, it is necessary to talk about a big problem. Trivial things to come, the emperor will inevitably provoke uncomfortable. And the big question, how can it be so easy to talk about, can reach easily resolved? Do not call it a big problem. There is no sufficient enough capacity, but also say what view incites. Therefore, everyone is hesitating for the time being. Chen Qi played. Speak. Then, a member of the household from the 5th grade, Wei Lang said. People with food for the day, no matter how important the industry, are based on the people of the world to eat. The food problem, since ancient times, is the most important issue. While the current eye towards God and rely on His Majesty gave rise to make great food increase production. However, the people also increased their fertility. After stable world population will inevitably violent rise, food is still a big problem. In order to solve the food problem, the minister believed that water conservancy should be overhauled to prevent natural disasters. If there is no natural disaster, everything is under control. Once you encounter a natural disaster, you will inevitably panic. Tan Saijin, he is also an imperial party. However, he was not an opening on the said land reform, because that would be too obvious. Official court, no matter what, will pay attention to a subtle obscure. In many cases, the words are half-talked, leaving no handles. People who don't have a bit of IQ can't understand the subtext of the other party, and they really can't get mixed up with officialdom. Wu Chengqing to land reform cannot be directly manifested in a hurry. So, He let Division Danjin talk about water conservation issues. The issue of water conservancy is basically a question that runs through the history of the dynasty, and it can be raised at any time. More importantly, this problem is not easy to solve. Therefore, there is a high probability of saying half, and then shelving it for the time being. At that time, other people can follow the food issue and raise the land issue, which is very logical, without the slightest sense of abruptness. If the water conservancy problem cannot be solved, then come to solve the land problem that can be solved. Of course, this method is to deceive ordinary officials, and the real human spirit can definitely be seen at a glance. Some government members do not know Tanjin Division Dili Party, to see him take the lead speaker, and said that the problem is indeed a problem. Suddenly some refused to accept that the secretary Danjin took clever. Not over, not satisfied, there is no way, things have happened. And some old seeking deep calculation, the eyes and ears of many Division Tanjin know the identity of the people. It is the intention to start thinking about the emperor. Big conducted Jiang Qi drum towards meeting is to discuss control flooding. This is probably impossible and unreasonable. These deep-minded people are still thinking about it, so naturally they didn't express their opinions. After Dan Sijin raised the question, some ministers were already expressing their opinions. Even Wu Chengqing has no intention to solve the flood, but he patiently listened. Those who do big things still have this patience. With steel and cement, dam construction will be much easier. People fight on for half an hour, finally leaving the debate to a core issue. It is a priority to the development of industrial or give priority to the development of agriculture. After all, control flooding, irrigation mainly for money. As long as there are financial allocations to build water conservancy projects, all previous dynasties and generations have done it. Everyone has experience. It is not a difficult task. What's more, now that there are two major weapons of steel and cement, the construction of flood control dams is much easier than before. Off-key is money, money. At this point, some discerning people had given up arguing. In the past, the conclusion was reached at the end of last year. In the 3 years of Yongxing, we still need to focus on comprehensively promoting industrialization. So, want to grab the silver industry development. The doors are not. The foreplay is over, and the next is the main show. Li Yao, the head of the Department of Household Department of the 6th grade, stood up and said, "Chen Yi, to start construction of large hydroelectric dam costly, time being I do not meet North Korea's development plan and solve the food problem. Do not necessarily have to irrigation, can also be solved from the land aspects." Chen walked in Zhejiang during his visit to survey, found that the same level of an acre of fertile paddy fields, farmers and food production, and to generally higher than the yield of the big landlord's estate. After in-depth investigation, the minister found that the original farmer was very careful when operating the rice fields. The long-term workers of the big landlords, because the level of grain output has nothing to do with their income, so they tend to be perfunctory. So Chen imagine, if the landlord of the field with the other points of the landless people, you can greatly mobilize the people-born productivity initiative. Accumulated throughout the country, grain output can increase by at least 10%. 1% increase in production is already quite substantial. Hearing this prediction, many people took a breath. However, that he had even more shocking, but it is still Li Yao recommendations. What a joke about dividing the landlord's land. We are Orthodox Central Court, is not the kind of traitors Li Ziqing, and how can the landlord as land grabbing direct it? Since ancient times, only the anti-thief when rebel shouted slogans will divide the land. Orthodox court cannot say such things. Moreover, even those anti-thief really successful, complete regime change, will immediately forget the previous slogan. The reason is also very simple. A rebellion without the support of the big landlord class has never succeeded. No theory is to win the court, or if the rebels win, in fact supporters behind them are wealthy class. Without the property support of the wealthy class, no power can succeed. After all, even if the people who are coerced are willing to die, you have to feed them. And this requires money, the money in the hands of the rich, or promised, directly grab. However, grabbing money can only be one time and cannot be sustained. A force has completely offended this class of landlords, gentry, and powerful, and they can't even find talents to govern the place, because most of these literati and scholars come from this class. With one word to sum up, it is that the dynasty's regime, in fact, rely on the big landlords and despotic gentry of this class to the upper support. Then, the dynasty came to exploit the people and safeguard the interests of the rich class. This has been the case since ancient times, and now Li Yao proposed to divide the landlord's land, which is tantamount to persuading Wu Qingqing to create his own opposition. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 560 chapters stimulated debate. Shortage absurd. Is simply absurd. Li adults, why not his own salary and give your subordinates, so they work? Enthusiasm can improve a lot. Industry Assistant Minister Dai Plow to stand up and ridicule satirical rebuttal. What a joke. His father still has more than 3,000 acres of land in Huzhou. This is so much that Li Yao gave him a word. He didn't directly use it, but he still looked at Wu Qingqing's face. If I was someone else, I was reprimanded by an official who was 6 or 7 levels higher than myself. I'm afraid I had already started to panic. But who is Li Yao, who can spray all 6 books on exams? How can he be afraid of a Dai Li? Li Yao said, Loss you or industry assistant minister, do not you see land to poor peasants, increase their enthusiasm for production is to enhance the total social wealth and my salary given to men, it is a fortune. The total amount of transfers between people has not increased. If I give my salary to my subordinates, the society will be able to create an extra wealth out of thin air, and I would be happy to do so. Standing and talking doesn't hurt. Li Yao dares to say anything. Anyway, it's impossible for everyone to really ask him to distribute his salary to others. When Dai Li heard the words, he was suddenly depressed. He was too excited just now, so he didn't think about the problem too carefully, and made a slightly inappropriate analogy, and he was immediately used by Li Yao. Master Li, you can't say that. It's not a robbery to separate people's private property for no reason. This is definitely not possible. No one wants to be deprived of their wealth. Another official members stand out, from a practical point of view, to veto the proposal of Li Yao. Private capacity, world could Wang soil, the rate of soil C, Wang Chen. All are His Majesty's subjects. Children, old son of wealthy father to take things a little relief, and a poor son has a problem. What's more, those large landowners of the land is that he had a ho-ho dig out of it. They are all land mergers carried out by various despicable means. Li Yao's firepower is full, and the other opponents who sprayed just wanted to vomit blood. Could it be Wangtus words in the whole world? Just talk about it. Even the emperor himself would not take it seriously. But this Li Yao just pretended not to understand like a second stupid son, and insisted on telling the story. But why? Other official members is not a good rebuttal. Although the emperor would not think that the world's private property was his own, his officials couldn't say that either. If anyone dares to say bluntly that there are things in the world that belong to private individuals, and the emperor has no right to deprive them, then he will be charged with disrespect. In short, Li Yao took a clever, arguing station is similar to a moral vertices position. That is, you who knew my words belong to quibble, but you cannot refute. Refuted is immoral, is despised king. How much people hate moral hypocrites. How much opposition ministers hate Li Yao at this time. This is not a rational discussion and argument, but a show of shamelessness. Qian Qianyi, Guyanwu, Ruan Daking and others have never spoken. Until now, he came to understand, the original Wu Qingqing engage in land reform, to divide the land of the landlords. Among the trio, Ruan Dacheng actually not particularly surprising, because he was a better understanding of Wu Qingqing. No Wu Qingqing unhappy to see the landlord class, and audacious, dare to defy world opinion and others do not dare to do. The emperor forcibly divided the landlord's land to the common people, which really felt like creating his own antipathy. If Wu Chengqing dared to do so, for other people to do, Ruanda Cheng could not believe such a thing. Guyan Wu and Qian Qiani didn't understand Wu Chengqing's thoughts at this moment. They couldn't figure out why Wu Chengqing did this. If Wu Chengqing wanted to grab those lands into his own hands and turn them into imperial estates, everyone could also understand that the emperor was greedy for money. However, now Wu Chengqing wants to distribute the land to civilians. He had really wanted to remind Wu Chengqing your big landlords and gentry despotic rule is based on it, not ordinary people. People Mencius said hearts of the people who in the world, which is that the people refers to persons literate landlord gentry class, not referring to those Dalits do not understand anything. In the past, the emperor and the big landlord class exploited the people together, but now Wu Chengqing wants to abandon the big landlord class and cooperate with the exploited, which is incredible. Those are some of the exploited. No culture, people do not know how to govern the country, and his cooperation is not to their country ruin thing. In short, Wu Chengqing's operation is very mysterious. Hong Chengqi closed his eyes, as if nothing was of concern to him. This matter, he can leave it alone. After all, because he first surrendered to Manchu and later to Dowa, his family loyal to Ming had not forgiven him, and there was no interest class behind him. He is now the lone minister of the surrender faction, and he only needs to take care of his little interests. Although there is no need to mix it up, he was shocked and admired by Wu Chengqing's plan. There has never been an emperor who wants to overthrow the ruling class and create his own rebellion. Wu Chengqing is one. Awesome. If Wu Chengqing insist on such reforms, leading to the overthrow of the landlord class joint, this history go down in history. Actually a perfect example. It can make later emperors and princes smile when they study boring history books. Fight on continues. This can't work. People are selfish. These lands have become their property. If they rush to grab it, it will inevitably lead to chaos in the world, and the gains outweigh the losses. Liu Taihua could not help but say something. His family, there are many fields, it was his family who accumulated 4 or 5 generations. We cannot separate the go. Although it is important to raise the enthusiasm of the people, it is not advisable to seize it. Wu Chengqing spoken, ostensibly to support Liu Dao. However, smart people will not ignore half of Wu Chengqing. It is very important to raise the enthusiasm of the people. Isn't this a representative? The emperor was very tempted by this proposal of dividing the land. Read the emperor thought, they will not damage the interests of people and land reform. Then we can play. Like the Shang Yuan's Zhu assistant minister, he established direct field support Yoshap. Anyway, his home has been completely switch business. The family did not have a subfield. Anxious points out that land of large landowners, weakening the strength of those large landowners. After all, many of those big landlords are part-time businessmen and are competitors of the Yuan family. Direct the court swept seize the wealth of those competitors. It is really a loved thing. The ass decides the head. Most of the disputes in this world are not about right or wrong, but about interests. What is in your own interest is right, otherwise it is wrong. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. Chapter 561, The Main Battlefield. Without your majesty's wise and magical leadership, those big landlords have long been reduced to the slaves of Manchu Tatar. I rescued them. And now how can they be taken by force if they want a bit of land? At best, it is their late Thanksgiving. Li Yao continued to fully fire. Master Li can't say that. It is naturally contributor to drive away His Majesty Man King. But in this process, there are also many landlords who donate money and food. You can't ignore their contributions. See Wu after Chengqing attitude, some officials have been worried and kept the defense. He looked them in and Yao excuse, in fact, their words are said to listen to Wu Chengqing. Well, Mrs. Liu, please give some examples. Did they exert a lot of effort? Did the soldiers give too much? Credit should be measured by how much they gave. Soldiers from countless civilians should be allocated to the land. Li Yao continued to fret. Whether the land should be divided is not a question of how many 1 + 1 equals. There is no standard answer to this kind of thing. There is no standard answer. There is competition. At this time, the competition is talent and voice. In short, the court meeting on day did not produce a result. It is impossible for this kind of thing to have results in a day. People Wan Li Tai the prince should not change this one thing. The ministers will fight for 14 years. War on Chodo theory. In fact, the game is not the main battlefield. Outside the court is where the two sides compete. Reformists began to promote reform concepts in newspapers, expounding the benefits of reforms, in order to seek the advantage of public opinion and the recognition of some important figures. He certainly do not say so. We have to divide the land of large landowners. Officials cannot do such a silly 3 days. The reformists say that the thieves are nice. The reform is for the good of the big landlords. Let them throw away the burden of land and invest money in industry and commerce to make greater profits, and distribute the land to the people, improve production efficiency, and enhance the overall wealth of society. To make the people wealthy and have consumption power is equivalent to expanding the consumer market. To join the industrial and commercial sector landlords, but also to make it back from the people, and to be more cost-effective than farming. Of course, let him say the hype. The big landlords who are the birds are not birds. Look, the landlord of the land division free fees to those for Nitu is a good landlord. The shameless words of Nima can be said, and it is also the best sing for those who have never come before. Even if the reformists' words make sense, those who want to be divided into property cannot agree to it. The articles written by the reformists are not for the big landlords, or in other words, not for the pure big landlords. He had to fight, in fact, the merchant class, the big landlord class, and engaged in the support of business. Expanding consumer market, the businessmen Hai Huan are too fond of. There are currently some products that have fallen into a situation of overcapacity. For example, glass mirrors are not easy to break. The number of people who can afford them is limited, and they are easily broken by bumps when encountering overseas. This is the current dilemma of the glass mirror industry, and to solve similar dilemmas is to rely on expanding the consumer market. If ordinary people can afford glass mirrors, good guys, the consumer market will increase by at least 30 times. So, businessmen are very welcomed. Reward reformist this view. At present, the Chinese merchant class is also an important force, and being able to win their support is also very useful. Of course, these views of the reformists are actually fighting for the neutral officials, such as Cheng Chu, Rwanda Cheng. This. If all the cabinet ministers in the court were persuaded to unanimously support Wu Chengqing's reforms, then everything would be easy. With the support of major ministers, armed forces as a guarantee, and reformists charging into battle, this reform can begin. The reformists are fighting for these neutral officials, and the opposition parties are more active in running around and contacting them. After all, if the reformers fail, they will simply give up reforms without any loss. But if the opposition fails, it may be that the direct loss of wealth of the country. The opposing factions get angry at the thought of giving their fields to others. There is still heaven in this particular, and is there still a king's law? Master Hong, you can't be silent at this time. You are the cabinet minister on duty, and your words are full of weight. For the prosperity of the empire, you can't let those reformist villains blind the sense and let them mess up and corrupt. I'm the foundation of my big talk. Dai Li persuaded. Cheng Chu listening to a front silent. If it is to listen to those people in street blinded, it is very easy to handle. Turnkey is now His Majesty really wanted to reform it, is opposed to work against the emperor. The risk is too great and the benefit is too small. Master Dai has worried a lot. After the reform, the empire may not be prosperous. Hong Chengchu said. It will definitely have an impact. If the landlord class is forced to rebel in a hurry, the world will be in chaos again. Dai Li said. Master Dai is worried about it and wants to rebel even with the power in the hands of those landlords. This is undoubtedly a foolish dream. As long as they dare to rebel, the more miserable they will die. Hong Chengqiu coldly hummed. These words are actually warning Dai Li not to move any crooked thoughts. Behind wearing plough is set landlord group is well aware of this. Chengqiu Dai Li's attitude is also equivalent to those people's attitude. If Dai Li wanted to rebel, then there would be nothing to say to when he Chengqiu certainly not hesitate to stand on this side of his majesty. After all, let those landlords go to fight Wu Chengqing, who is holding a large army. Chengqiu want to wear a plough can be enough to come to see the reality. Hey, I mean just in case there is such a possibility. As ministers, we naturally have to find a way to avoid this possibility from happening. Also, loud people, your home is also a fertile land, thousands of acres of it. Your Majesty really wants to approve this reform plan, and your family will have to live a hard life in the future. Dai Li continued to persuade. He also did his homework when he came from the past. This is an excellent time for you to repair your relationship with your family. As long as you stand up for the benefit of your family, they will definitely understand your previous difficulties. Since then, the recognition of mother and son is so touching. Rongis hometown, what a beautiful scenery. This is a pain point for Hong Chengqiu. He is already in a high position, but he can't return to his hometown, just like a night walk in Jiani. Well, Il Cao consider it, where adults go back. Mr. Hong temporarily can give you only one, you can fight. You must take reasonable means, if anything crooked mind dared to touch. Mr. Hong first objection. When Hong Chengqiu saw off the guests, he warned again. Although the landlord's rebellion will certainly fail, the resulting turmoil will also affect business activities. Hong Chengqiu still hopes that the world can remain peaceful. The lower officials will follow the teachings. Dai Li left. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. Chapter 562. This is the real plan. Royal Palace, Wu Chengqing basking in the sun, eating seeds. Shu Fai not good, really comfortable. Since he has decided to start reforms, he naturally anticipated the current situation. Anti-ministers should be, than he expected the better. Except for Qian Qiani and Liu Shaijin, who expressed the need to be cautious about reforms, several other Shangxiu did not make a clear statement. This at least shows that the opposition is not very fierce. If all is still, the book stood out against that. Wu Chengqing also very troublesome. And now, he can indeed continue. Proposed scheme, causing dispute. Meeting Wu Chengqing just step in plans. The next step is to let the reformists come up with new solutions. Yes, Wu Chengqing, from the beginning there is no thought of land free of charge to the landlord, as too difficult. The positive that takes away people's money is like killing their parents. Such a thing would not tolerate individuals. Regardless of what the reformists say, if they want to rob others' property directly, they have to see blood and rely on force. Emperor bully negative single, 10, 100 landlord may have no problem, but we want the same bully the world when tens of thousands of landowners, the problem may become significant. If those who can really enough to do together, then, enough for him to drink a pot, shake the foundation of the empire. So, Wu Chengqing fact. The beginning is no free distribution of land to prepare landlords. He first throws out a plan that is completely unacceptable to the landlords, and then pretends to make a concession, offering a plan that is not so outrageous, and then the landlords will more easily accept it. This is a very simple application of human psychology. From business negotiations to selling clothes on the street, there are people everywhere using this technique. First open an overweight that the other party can't accept, and then make a concession, telling your true price, so that the other party has a feeling of taking advantage. Wu Chengqing real plan is to force landowners to sell their own land. The specific rules are that the agricultural tax will be paid according to the land area in the future. For the part under 50 mu, 10 taxes 1, that is, 10% of the harvest will be paid. 50 to 100 acres, tenths tax 2. 100 to 200 acres, tenths tax by 30. 200 to 500 acres, tenths tax 4. 5,001,000 acres, tenths tax v. 1,000 or more acres, tenths tax is 8. At that time, Wu Qingqing can say that I haven't grabbed your land. I'm just raising taxes. The increase in taxes has been done by every emperor in all dynasties. From a legal point of view, it completely works. Not only before Wu Qingqing weigh this tax increase, enough to make the big landlords and vomiting 3 liters. Other tax increases were added to Wu Qingqing's desperate body, and it would be better to add them directly to the head of the big landlord. A current takers of input and output ratio is about 1 to 2. In other words, to hit 100 catties of grain will cost about 50 catties. This input-output ratio is actually quite good. The previous input-output ratio may even be only 8 to 10. The output ratio of 1 to 2 means that if you want to not lose money, the tax must be less than 10 tax 5. In the test into account other factors, you should practice the following 4 to 10 tax have earned. This means that those who have more than 200 mu of land will not earn much, which is equivalent to doing free work for the government. While the ultra after over 5 acres, it is more interesting, more than a dozen White House, the official grain or subsidizing the money to pay taxes. The big landlords, the family did a 500 acres of people are embarrassed to call themselves big landowners. This also means that if those big landlords do not sell their land, they will be paying back money to the government to produce food every year. Wu Qingqing in this way, forcing landowners to sell earth ground. Then, more interesting things came. All landlords concentrated on selling their land during this period. Is the land still valuable? Things are rare and expensive, and concentrated selling will inevitably lead to the price of land has plummeted. At that time, the big landlords might have to vomit blood again. Moreover, Wu Qingqing also do not have to worry about someone because of low prices while buying up to become the new landlords. After all, under this new tax policy, only those who have gotten into the water will buy a lot of land. The land bought is not wealth, but a heavy tax burden. Even better, this does not affect the purchase of landless people. After all, people without land don't have much money in their hands, and it's impossible to buy too much. And as long as the land does not exceed the go 100 acres, in fact, taxes are still pretty good. Even Wu Qingqing also prepared a way of escape. One day I has no money to buy 50 acres of land, so what should I do? Don't panic. The imperial court provides land purchase loans for the general public, which are interest-free. As long as you buy less than 50 acres, interest-free. 50 acres to 100 acres, low interest rate. More than 100 acres, do not lend, because they are worried that they can't afford it. In this tax policy also buy more than 100 acres of land of people, most brain problems. The court may not dare loans to such people, in all likelihood not being paid. In case of large landowners were willing to pay land taxes, and then after the land abandoned to avenge the center. Wu Qingqing also set up regulations, not the kind of land immediately confiscated. This is Wu Qingqing's big move to solve the land problem. In the conception, there is no problem with this plan, as long as it is implemented smoothly. The landlord can cash in a large amount of money and invest in industry and commerce, both industrial and commercial prosperity of the industry, letting wealth flow up, and people can get enough to feed their families and have a rich land, increase their wealth, enhance spending power. For the prosperity of society as a whole, there are also huge benefits. The system is good. But what will happen in actual operation? This is hard to say. Everything can happen, and Wu Qingqing is not sure. After any perfect system is executed by imperfect people, it can no longer be perfect. Not over, no matter how many problems encountered in the implementation process. Wu Qingqing will not give up this policy. He had been ready enough time and energy to follow up this reform. When you encounter a problem, find a way to solve it, and never back down and compromise. If anyone dares to prevent him from carrying out this reform, he must make him look good. Reform well, certainly not yiff and wind along. The process inevitably accompanied by bloody events. This, Wu Chengqing has already prepared. For thousands of years, other emperors could not solve the problem of land annexation. Wu Chengqing also wanted to solve it by himself. And this feat is enough to be recorded in the annals of history. This kind of feat is Wu Chengqing's pursuit. Now he was in the enjoyment of the substance, has reached the extreme, can only enjoy the pursuit of some of the spiritual aspects. And the eternal emperor Ming, the eternal emperor, is his direction. If you want to achieve these achievements, you naturally have to do something unique that no other emperor dared to do. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 563 chapters have to stand in line. On the 20th, the second DPRK meeting. Dispute proposed issue is still the land reform. Compared with the last time, more officials expressed their opinions this time. Some resolutely oppose it, some express the need for long-term deliberations, and some choose to support it. Relative terms, against the people to be more. After all, most officials belong to this class. This is a matter of their vital interests, no matter how dangerous they are. They have to fight. Face of this situation, Wei Ziwen spoke up. He proposed only insights that Wu Chengqing's solutions, various levels of proficiency tax bill. When this plan came out, both the opposition and the neutrals were slightly surprised. Due to this program sounds very sophisticated, how it does not look like a temporary thought out, a bit like what has now prepared a plan for a long time. Many aspects of test considered in great detail. The opposition faces short-lived fad, or even cannot find the problem of the program. After contacting Wei Ziwen's identity, many things are ready to come out. This is not his Wei Ziwen's suggestion. It is obviously Wu Chengqing's compromise plan. To send people have to spit blood, and this is to bully people. Emperor, that edge is carefully planned, then a ring, adequate preparation. And he had the opposition. But it is always hasty response. If they are prepared to deal with it on the spot, they will naturally suffer a big loss. Between when he had not even think of a good excuse to refute. Face on this program, naturally the opposition is still not satisfied. So the tax system, free distribution of land and forced compared also strong where to go. Although the forms are different, the end result is that the land in the hands of the big landlords will be transferred to the hands of the poor. The methods seem to be much milder, but it doesn't make sense. Yes, the core demands is that the hands of large landowners to keep land. If the land is gone, you will lose. However, although they were dissatisfied, their opposition was not as fierce as before. On the one hand, the word is poor, and on the other hand, it lacks firm confidence. No matter how say, the emperor had a concession. If you want to negotiate a result, you must make some concessions. Just like bargaining in the vegetable market, you can only proceed with each other's concessions, and finally reach a compromise and complete the transaction. If his attitude before they also continue to adhere to, I am afraid that the emperor would lift the table, and that is not good for both sides. If you want to counteroffer, you can't just repay it casually. There is much more. And there is no way to continue the discussion. If there is less, it is easy to suffer. This kind of research should have taken time. But now it is in debate, and there is no time for the opposition to study it. At this time, the officials' abilities are tested. In order to ensure the landlord's private property rights and at the same time to increase the enthusiasm for production, the minister believes that the landlord's ownership of the land can be maintained. However, through over-decree, the landlord will let their land contracted to other people rented. The people pay a fixed rent, and all the food produced is owned by the people. In this way, in order to increase income, the people will cultivate more carefully. Landlords are also more receptive to this plan, and there will be no big rebounds and turbulence. Qianqiani personally went off the court and proposed his compromise plan. In this plan, the landlord class will suffer a little loss, and there is no way to exploit the people unlimitedly. However, compared to the land being divided, this result has been many times better. If there could be enough to secure conditions for their opposition to it, they are counted on a victory. Moreover, when the policy is concretely implemented, The landlord can also use its own capital's superior position to continue to protect its rights and interests. For example, 2 acres of paddy fields specified high rents, at the same time regardless of drought, have such a high rent. In counter-harvest, the people or many points can taste the sweetness. However, once a disaster year is encountered, the output may not be enough for rent to time, but to the people owe a debt as landlords. More landlords dared not resist exploitation and enslavement. As long as there is sufficient enough time, the landlord can become another way to put ye who gradually topple the people, then the annexation of their land, and then annexation of its population. Turn these people into a population without household registration and hide them to avoid taxation. Wu Chengqing display system has its own rule under 8,300 or so million people. But the current population of the household has less than 7,000 million, plus no statistical baby, wilderness and wild people. I am afraid there is 7,800 million for looks. That is to say, the current large landowners who estate, hiding at least 500 million people. This is not a small number. Counting these 5 million people can provide an additional objective tax. Master Qian is afraid that this law is wrong. The land is not in the hands of the people, and they will never have the right to have equal dialogue with the landlords. The landlords can raise rents wantonly, or decide whether to continue renting it next year, in order to threaten the people. In short, if the land is not in the hands of the people, the landlord has a way to continue to exploit the people and cause a new round of land annexation. I don't think I need to talk about the dangers of land annexation. Why they win anti-split road? The two sides continued to debate, in order to win the support of those neutrals. From him who argue, some officials have been decided upon. Chen Yi, for various levels of proficiency rate feasible. Landlord gave power to choose, but also solve the problem of the production enthusiasm of the people, but also conducive to the development of industry and commerce. Hong Chengchu spoke, and he chose to support it. As soon as this decree is issued, many landlords will inevitably sell their land. The only way out for the money sold is to invest in industry and commerce. This is a good thing for the Ministry of Commerce. Li heard Chengchu feel distinctive support the reforms that the opposition, and my heart suddenly burst depressed. Immediately afterwards, Ruan Daking, who was heavier, also chose to support reform. The reason he chose to reform is also very simple. Because this is what the emperor wants to do. As a lone minister, it is natural to support the emperor's policies without hesitation. 8 of them have been the 2 chose to support the reform, 2 against. As the fight continues theory, Ma Shiying, General Tso also support the reforms. In this way, the supporters of the reformists accounted for half. In the end, Zhao Mingchong of the Ministry of Criminal Affairs and Zheng Yi of the Ministry of Public Security have not yet expressed their views. He had too of attitude is critical. As long as there is in support of the reform, it accounted for with the reformist majority. Wu Chengqing have reason to agree to reforms, allowing the opposition have nothing to say. Zhao Mingchong and Zheng Yi are actually officials representing the interests of the landlord class. However, the moment he had heart very hesitant. He had seen Wu Chengqing's determination to reform. If they chose to oppose, and reformist tied, then it probably would never hear the end. This is not a good thing for the court. For a variety of test into account, Zhao Mingchong final statement also expressed support for the reform, but want to develop specific programs, the means to be more moderate. After all, not all landlords' wealth is obtained illegally. There are some landlords who depend on their ancestors to accumulate for generations. There are also some people that pass through the business to make money, then come legally purchased. These people need to be treated slightly differently. Otherwise, it is inevitable to accidentally hurt some innocents. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. Chapter 564, Temporary Compromise. Zhao Mingchong's request is easy to talk about in the eyes of the reformers and can be discussed. As long as he supports reform in the general direction, the reformists will regard him as their own. Yet official support as book class accounted for the majority. For a time, reformist high-spirited complacency. The anti to school, it is against Zhao Mingchong. I left 2 cases of glare. Because for the 2 of them attitude completely contrary to the expectations of the opposition. There he had these big brother to take the lead. Here also has a large number of officials to follow suit surface position. The servants, Lang and others, choose to stand in line according to their faction and other reasons. Since most people support the reform, I can't go against the will of the people. A temporary and dedicated land reform committee will be set up on a date, with officials from various departments appointed concurrently to form a team to study, refine, and implement the reform plan. The same time, still have next to the country, presided over the reform. The reform committee has 1 imperial minister, 10 reform committee members, and 50 reform commissioners. With the support of most people, Wu Qingqing also a showdown, not installed. Directly to what you want something to say will fall out, and then let Bygwen to do it. Anti to send this can only hate teeth, but do nothing. When the 100 officials ceased to unite and split into 2 groups, some of them could not compete with the emperor. Even if he were collectively dismissed from office, as long as the other half, the official could barely functioning, then the selection of new officers, the dust settled, and the opposition side. By now, unless he chose to rebel, otherwise it cannot hinder reform. Rebellion, they didn't think about it. In desperation, he can only continue to campaign. Officialdom cannot stop the reform, since the code to do can affect the reform of supervision. Therefore, the Reform Commission Imperial Envoy position, committee members will reform these positions. They all compete for the goal. No matter what the system is, it must be implemented by people. As long as this reform committee is filled with people, there will be room for operation at that time. Some amendments to the rules can completely savior the landlord. Not before. They think beautiful, the reality is not so easy. Lord Jiang reform, and now finally won this reform program, then naturally it is the struggle to consolidate the results. Commission Minister Imperial members will this position, no matter what to say. It is impossible to give the reformist opposition people to share the glory it. Not to mention the ministers of imperial envoys, even the reform committees, cannot be allowed to give to those opposition parties, lest those guys come in to make trouble and affect the reform process. Of course, reformers want to completely must join the opposition. That is impossible. The opposition will never agree. Official struggle in the field, ultimately often require compromise on both sides. Therefore, after a few days of arguing about turning Kaotang, Liubu and other places into a vegetable market, the 2 sides finally reached some compromises. The imperial minister is in charge of Hongchengqiu. The reformists originally helped that Ruan Daking could serve concurrently, but the opposition did not agree. Compared to Ruanda Chengqiu some more moderate, in the reform, and will not spend too violent means. The Ruanda Cheng department because more things, but also not too keen on this position, not to fight for the reformers. Hongchengqiu is also acceptable, at least not from the opposition. 10 and Reform Commission members among reformists accounted for 8, only for the opposition to the 2 positions. Moreover, there is a high probability that these 2 people will be squeezed out. Anti to send these 2 people is stacked with the commission. The main purpose is play a supervisory role in preventing reformists too messy to develop too drastic measures. If reformers want to force the large-scale use of force to force landlords to give in, they certainly would not agree, but added Wu Qingqing but also referred to the front. In short, even if the reform has been set down, but later cannot Yifan wind along. In the process, there will definitely be a lot of troubles. Not to Wu Qingqing this eliminates the need to worry. He only needs to grasp the general direction. As for the minor troubles in the process, there will be reformists to actively deal with them, so he doesn't need to worry about them. 50 mission members, a reformist who accounted for a third of the centrist majority, the opposition of a small number of people. Not a reformist willing to put right, just because they send this number should not have much understaffed. And this time, Li Yao, who first proposed reforms, also got a quota of reform committee members. Although the official position is still the 6th grade, the things that are responsible are very important, which is the so-called low-ranking power. Relying on this charge, Li Yao was a blockbuster. From a nameless kid to a thorn in the eye and a thorn in the flesh of the opposition. In the future, Li Yao would have to take 2 more guards with him. There were definitely a lot of people who wanted to assassinate him. Reform Commission members will be set up to establish personnel. The next step is to discuss the various rules. This will also be a long process, and it will probably take 2 to 3 years for the entire reform to be completed. At this time, the benefits of having someone in the DPRK became apparent. Dai Plau, Liu Taihuetal, have sent a trusted messenger to go home and let their families rushed to sell the land. Taking advantage of the fact that the current reforms have not completely leaked out, the current land sale can still be sold at a good price. If programs such determined and announced that land prices will certainly prompt room fell more than half, or even higher. By that time, some landlords were crying. Land reform, the impact of Deep Far, is a major event in Yuob. However, in Dawa, there are still many major events. The end of February, the Tao in command to the east, led the 3rd Army, 4th Army, a total of 4 division of separate brigades, 2 independent groups, a total of 6 million people against River On, ready to attack Hubei, Hunan and other places. Li Xiaobin, Wang Daong, Ambrose 33 veterans. Well, it is left in the Nanjing military training. The emperor called the emperor compassionate, so that they should not be overworked. In fact, I don't want them to do too much credit, otherwise it would be hard to give them any rewards. On the other hand, it is also necessary to tap the talents of the army and cultivate fresh blood. No theory is still the army officialdom. Unchanging situation is not good. Officials need to be able to slow, orderly on. If the official post-curing, the following people do not rise channel, probably will not be willing, when the time is still somewhat bad influence. In addition to Taodong Road to the Army Corps in southern Guangzhou, also led the division of Lu Guangzhou, plus a small amount affiliated forces, a total of 20,000 people marched in Guangxi. In the Northern Army, the Northern Army also plans to wait for the weather to get warmer before marching outside the pass. High Army, it has already developed a plan settled Fuso. Yongxing no more than 3 years of large-scale battle last year, but sporadic fighting, but it is a lot, in all directions there. Zaihuan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 565. Chapter Majesty want to see the spring zodiac. Tao Tungxing Da Army left. Opening of the Nanjing Science and Technology Fair. The venue was held in the Imperial Palace. Wu Chengqing would personally attend. Some officials who did not have emergency jobs could also visit. At the same time, rich and wealthy businessmen were also invited. In addition, there are selected contestants. Wang went to the palace to show themselves. This opportunity, who do not want to. Some thick-skinned people threatened to invent a single Zolgier flying machine with a big kite on their backs, and they must go to the palace to perform. Such people must be eliminated first. Know it. Do not know a fair open to what month, how many astounding things to occur. The people in charge of screening are all scholars from the research institute. After all, it is difficult for ordinary people to distinguish whether some inventions are neurotic inventions or super-genius inventions. Before the hydrogen balloon goes to the sky, anyone who runs to them and says that he has the tools to go to the sky will probably be considered neurotic. In this screening process, it is possible to eliminate some genuine genius ideas. Outside Muggy, at the expo office, a burst of harassment attracted everyone's attention. Why not let me in? I am also an inventor. Mi Hong said. The need to register in advance, and then reviewed by the Science and Technology Division of the people, by the order to go in. That was the palace, you the former not to sign up, suddenly clamoring to go in. We do not have time to investigate you, who know that you are not an assassin. The clerk vomited. Although it is important to tap talents, no matter how important it is, it cannot be more important than the safety of the emperor. Each reference person race are to undergo a rigorous investigation. There is no problem by cultivating. After all, the current technology is so advanced that many dangerous goods are hard to guard against. If someone invented a new type of explosive and detonated it while the emperor commented on it, that would be a big joke. My lord, I beg you, I'm really not an assassin, and I am completely loyal to your majesty. I was obsessed with research and invention a few days ago, and I didn't notice this news. I beg you to be accommodating. If I don't take this opportunity to showcase my invention and obtain investment, I will be unable to support my research. Mi Hong pleaded. So they gave the opportunity. He did not get the message in time. This is really a terrible thing. Although he said sincerely, he failed to convince the clerks in the end. Moreover, other weak surround people who understand and support clerks are. After all, this is about the safety of the emperor, because how can compassion and relax go back and wait for the next time? At this time next year, there will be a second one. The clerk said, originally, this is not a big deal at all. If you are someone else, wait a year longer. However, Mi Wang is due to economic reasons. He was not allowed to lead to miss this opportunity. When it is desired break time off, he immediately changed some of the emotions out of control. You want to row office. As a result, he was directly taken away by the Aoki guards. Others come to participate. People race to see this scene is repeatedly shook his head. People indulged in invention and mad. This is not, nor the last. There are also people, before they succeed, no one can tell whether they are crazy or genius. For example, the preceding time someone let the kite in the rain, I have to say the sky to catch lightning down. So capable of misleading people. God was sick a kind of behavior, and ultimately who was invited to the Institute of Science and Technology Division. Listen to say, seems to be caught. Ongoing study of lightning. This world has become more and more difficult to understand. Even L's idea is dared to fight, and they don't know when it will be the Jade Emperor's turn to suffer. Mi Hong was taken away, but the Aoki guard did not embarrass him and did not arrest him and go to jail. After all, Mi Hong's madness and temperament fits well with other scientists. To say that he is an assassin is simply an insult to the profession. The rest of the people in accordance with the order of the court, between each other, but also to take this opportunity to get to know fellow human, exchange ideas with each other, trying to crash out of the spark of inspiration. Taihua Science and Technology has just started to enter this field who are still relatively pure, no mind and bad thoughts. For people in the same class, it is mostly for appreciation, not jealousy. At noon, Wu Qingqing arrival. Subsequently, the Senate race based on those numbers, take turns to stand in front of many wealthy and Wu Qingqing, show, explain their work. Parameter race who called Junfei, out of work called fantasy films, in fact, a slide projector. The formation he had made was very big. First, people set up a pure black tent, and then explained it to everyone. This was the name of fantasy films. Using a pinhole imaging principle, the backsheet may be a picture, projected on a large screen, enlarged several times, even 10 times. Jun first explained his invention, and demonstrates the operating and action. To see a black cloth, now a pair of picture, the wealthy were amazed though, but no heart. The reason is simple. Everyone doesn't know what the actual value of this thing is and how to make money and realize it. Although it is very novel, it does not seem to be fun, and it is troublesome to use, and it must be in a small dark room. Many wealthy businessmen thought about it and found that this thing seemed to be useful only when looking at the erotic pictures with the 2 concubines. The market seems small. Junfei, many wealthy, slightly shook his head, not interested in the way, and very anxious. Very wrong of invention. Just when he was about to despair, Wu Qingqing spoke. Suddenly, Junfei was about to cry with excitement. To him, Wu Qingqing's voice is like the sound of heaven, and it is so beautiful. Many wealthy hear Wu Qingqing, good thing, mind flavors Chen, they dare not despise the emperor's point of view, but cannot imagine this thing can do. Do the authors, The emperor and many want a concubine from him reward erotic figure. After all, the erotica picture becomes huge after being projected, and it is suitable for many people to watch. If the emperor has this hobby, this invention is worth the investment. Ordinary people cannot eliminate fees from indifferent to the emperor. To please the emperor's favor is enough. Have you ever noticed that people's eyes actually have a temporary effect when they see things? Simply put, it is a picture that often stays in the eyes for a very short time, about an 1/10 of a second. And during this time of stay, if you enter a similar picture in your eyes, then a coherent effect will be produced. Come, take this book too. Wu Chengqing worry about these people's IQ, also cannot understand their own words. So, he simply demonstrated. The demonstration is also extremely simple. Draw a stickman in a corner of the book, and each page spent a stickman with similar but slightly different actions. After a quick turn and then move the book, a cartoon appeared. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 566 chapters him in playing the emperor's you. See after this magical effect, Jianfei quick photo directly under the thigh. Comb and understand, if very much like painting portraits of the film, in some way so quickly through the movement before the mirror, then the portrait projected on the big screen will move, forming a continuous animation. The wisdom of your majesty is far better than the grassroots billions of times. Junf served. He actually fiddled with this stuff, do not know what effect. If he knew it, he would have used it to find a wealthy businessman to invest. It is due to not know. Only reluctantly came to the Science and Technology Fair. He never expected that he had been thinking hard for months without a clue, but His Majesty found the direction of follow-up research after taking a look. If you use the visual pause effect to make a cartoon, it will be much more interesting than a boring painting. Such a fun thing has some value in use. The portrait can move continuously. Quite a few people thought about it, and suddenly found this thing as embarrassing. They have seen all the illustrations in the books. If these pictures are connected to form a dynamic picture and projected on the screen, wouldn't they be alive? This thing, wonderful, absolutely good thing. The 8-gin Huaiyan looks like painted portraits, made cartoons to enjoy at home, not me as Wu Chengqing did not expect, but has now come up with some people on the slide. The difficulty of this stuff had, indeed, is not high, off-key that few people will be busy stomach to think about this talent. Even the thought of people, also due to no value and give up to continue to study. Therefore, this thing appeared relatively late. But now, Jianfei was fortunate enough to meet him, and he could keep this thing from being buried. In addition to Wu Chengqing, and now I'm afraid that no one knows the usefulness of this stuff. This is the basis of cartoons and movies. If you continue to study and experiment in this direction, one day you will be able to produce movies. The film, one of the most important of several entertainment, nature is also essential. This thing is good. Just call it a slideshow. Continue to study according to the ideas I provided. First study the animation, and then report to me. I will provide follow-up ideas. Wu Chengqing said. These words made Jianfei overjoyed, which means that this invention has entered the emperor's eyes, and there is no need to worry about investment in the future. Emperor all that good stuff, but also afraid no investment. Other parameters tournament sees play of the invention let alone Yang Wu Chengqing, it is suddenly very excited. Even Jianfei's things that seem to be useless for birds can enter the emperor's eyes, and his own is definitely not bad. Moreover, if it can be enough to get the guidance of His Majesty in person, will benefit enormously. Jianfei after the retreat. The second inventor Zhang Han playing with great interest. He took out a wagon model vehicles made of wood, like some weird, and then also took out 2 magnets. Then he said, Komin discovered that there will be a very strong repulsive force between the 2 magnets. Just like this, Zhang Han demonstrated a magnet's since straightforward because of the repulsion movement is pushed in a short distance. Everyone looked nothing and he should. After all, the opposite sex repulsion magnets such a thing, It has long been found. Then, Zhang Han said, as long as the discharge of a sufficiently strong magnetic magnet carriage forward, then put a sufficiently strong magnetic magnet behind the carriage, then the back of the magnet by repulsive force can push the front of the magnetic iron precedes the front of the magnetic iron horse again, and they tied together, so we can drive the carriage forward. In this way, a lot of horses and coal can be saved for the court. At the moment, I only have one problem, and that is the need for magnets with strong enough magnetism. As long as your Majesty allocates some funds to me to find such magnets in the world, I can create a perpetual motion machine. Zhang Han said. Wu Chengqing was mine too. Rigio outside tender, do not know what to say. He recalled Zixing Kai's film Forbidden City Cop, which at the time of Stephen Chow to show the Emperor invention, eunuchs next to the Emperor to say the Emperor. He was playing it. You, Wu Chengqing, are hard to tell, in front of this guy's brain problems, or deliberately ill Zuon. After Zhang Han finished speaking, he looked at everyone triumphantly, waiting for the Emperor's praise. Wu Chengqing no speaker, other wealthy did not dare to express their views. Before the change, if these wealthy businessmen encountered such an insulting IQ salesman, they would not hesitate to take off their 42-size cloth shoes and fight in the past. But now, Dawa has more and more weird things, and more incredible things. It's okay to even go to heaven. Even Gong has been caught. Wing motivation, it seems not too far off the mark. Because of the rapid development of science and technology, these wealthy businessmen have begun to doubt their IQ and become less confident. Obviously, from the spectrum of things, they are worried about is her own intelligence cannot understand. So, one by one, just to see the Emperor new clothes of a man like, to maintain a very appreciative look, or thoughtfully looks like. In short, no one expresses the thoughts they want to question. After all, it would be too embarrassing if the Emperor questioned it himself and then praised it again. I will have to pretend they know the way, so as not to lose face. The wealthy businessman showed a look of appreciation, and Zhang Hanxi suddenly smiled. Wu Chengqing have to worry about a fool, relying on 300 or 400 more experience. He knew what was invented and what Fadian, he asked, since it is a permanent motivation. Then it is how to stop it. This, a simple question, made Zhang Han somewhat unable to answer. If can be enough to stop, it is not called a perpetual motion machine. If it is really a perpetual motion machine, there is no way to stop it. This invention does not work. Another party to, or more, read books. Wu Chengqing do not want to discourage others, can only hope that this kid after some pragmatic, not imagined. Your Majesty, this invention is definitely feasible, as long as there is a magnet. Being denied by the Emperor, Zhang Han was suddenly excited. He would not understand their own ideas. Obviously the Cloud Fly Grand more, why not taken seriously? This, but the supreme artifact that can eliminate coal. Presumptuous. If your Majesty says no, then it will definitely not work. Do you dare to question your Majesty? Feng Debao said angrily. These people are too ignorant of etiquette. Wu Chengqing too lazy to go, and he explained, waved, people go out with this guy. Other parameters come human race are also not help. Shaking his head, feeling really big woods, what birds are. Fortunately, your Majesty today is magnanimous. If you are a tyrant, if you are played in this way, you still cannot be punished for the crime of deceiving you. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. I'm the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 567. Chapter Good things continue. Zhang Han like a dead dog sample was taken off, then the next play inventor. The new Jianping is not an invention, but an idea. He improved the way of delivering letters and proposed the concept of envelopes. For current correspondence, only celebrities are suitable to use in, because celebrities, the recipients with identities are easy to find. Nameless generation, or people of no fixed residence. The postman want a timely and accurate delivery letter, in fact, very difficult. These unknown people often need to rely on acquaintances to help deliver letters. No acquaintance is out far from the door. it would find no way out. Xi Jinping's current idea is to deliver a unified letter, allowing ordinary people to use the post. The sender is required to indicate the name of the recipient on the envelope, as well as various detailed introductions, interpersonal relationships, detailed residential or work locations, and recipients. In this way, it is convenient for the postman to find a stranger from multiple dimensions, which can increase the success rate and reduce the time to find someone. Even for some specific places, mailboxes for collective use can be set up. For example, in famous places like Nanjing's Yuanwu Street and Qinhuai Street, mailboxes can be set up. When others send letters to people living on Xuanwu Street, they only need to indicate the address on Xuanwu Street. The postman will deliver the letter to Xuanwu Street, and the local person in charge will deliver the letter to the next level. The locals are naturally more familiar with the residents on the street. There are many similar manner. The total sum is, as far as possible, to enhance the convenience of letter delivery. The same time, in order to maintain the operation, but also sent letters to the charges. In this way, you can get rid of the dependence on acquaintances in sending letters in the past, and make communication between two ordinary people possible. This idea is not a whimsical idea, and it doesn't give people an amazing feeling. However, in actual use, there is still a certain positive significance. The complete disappearance of correspondence requires at least to wait until there is a mobile phone text message. After no theory is wired or wireless telegraphy telegraph, that are used to convey important information, the average person cannot order a letter home telegraphed, not so extravagant. Before that, ordinary people would have a long-term demand for letters. Wu Qingqing in Liaoixing endorsed the idea of his. After the event, officials from the Ministry of Households can be arranged to provide some cooperation, and then this new method of sending letters can be implemented throughout the country to increase the exchange of information between people. Nor can we underestimate the value generated by this kind of information exchange. In many cases, more exchanges can produce unexpected benefits. A simple idea, but also approved by the emperor, made many people a little disdainful. It also made some people more confident and felt that their own things were more capable of making the emperor's eyes brighter. Next, an inventor named Chu Xuan commanded several people and carried a huge cylindrical shelf. Others may be very unfamiliar with this thing, but Wu Qingqing can tell at a glance that this should be a primitive astronomical telescope. Wang astronomical telescope and Earth observation seen ordinary telescopes are very different. It is the use of the reflective structure. The image light is collected first, and then reflected on a flat mirror, and then reflected into the eyepiece by the flat mirror. An extra reflection process will lose some light, and the instrument will be more delicate, heavy and expensive. In short, there are many disadvantages. However, these shortcomings cannot conceal its great advantages. That is, it can be made large enough, and it has a large focal ratio, which is conducive to imaging and observing images from far away. With this reflective astronomical telescope, the difficulty of studying the starry sky is tens of times easier at once. In the past, relying solely on visual observations was a huge torture to people. For astronomy, the invention of this astronomical telescope has extremely important significance, and it can even be said to be a milestone event. However, businessmen are not very interested in this thing, because this thing is purely used for research and does not have much commercial value. Investing in this kind of thing does not make money. Moreover, the wealthy businessmen do not know the significance of studying the starry sky. Things on the ground haven't been fully understood yet. What is the use of studying the starry sky? Is it possible to fly to the starry sky in the future? I am not wrong, this stuff is very good. Something that was very tasteless in the eyes of the wealthy businessman, but once again was praised by the emperor, which embarrassed the wealthy businessman who came to watch it. He had never thought that he was so stupid. Always not see the value of a thing. This is really a bad discovery. Astronomy-looking telescope. Later, finally came the invention of interest of a business people. Kerosene lamp. US appearance concept. Ultra-high brightness, advanced fuels, suddenly attracted the attention of business people. The market for this thing is too big. Lighting is necessary for the inner courtyard of the imperial palace and the homes of the people of Liming, and the standard to measure the core of lighting tools is brightness. This kerosene lamp can hang candles, and the previous oil lamps. Former oil lamp, too shabby, but not twinned, not safe. The use of more convenient. The kerosene lamp invented by Zhu Ying solved almost all the problems of the old oil lamp. Beautifully made of glass outside view, giving a high-end atmosphere. Ultra-high brightness is the best choice for lighting tools. The glass cover protects against wind and improves safety, prevents the lamp oil from being spilled, and is convenient to move. The wooden houses of this period are quite fire-faring. Imperial palace is especially true in case of fire appeared. A burn is a large, not taken into account the public, just for security needs palace, which kerosene is a very good invention. The examination into account the use of the private sector, it is even more rare a kerosene lamp. Very wrong. This is a Huimin invention. Invention, not necessarily the tall, how deep it may not require some simple principles, coupled with novel ideas. Life tools Limin invention, is a good invention. Wu Chengqing gives high praise. It appears kerosene lamp can greatly enhance yob on oil use, can be accumulated understanding on oil, promote into the use of oil, and promote the process of the invention of the internal combustion engine. First of all, a deep understanding of petroleum and a high level of refining are the foundation of the internal combustion engine. This is still a long-term benefit, and leaving it aside, the benefit of the people alone is also of great significance. The original time and space, even if it is to China 20 world record 80 years, rural areas are still have a lot of kerosene lamps. The popularization of electricity is much more difficult than the discovery of electricity. Even if generators were used in the future, only a few large cities were benefited from the beginning. If you want to spread to the countryside, God knows how long it will take. And this kerosene lamp is an important substitute before the popularization of electricity. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 568 Chapter Voltaic Stack. Bo view the meeting. Wu Chengqing found a lot of good things. This also strengthened his determination to inspire the wisdom of the people and rely on private talents to promote the development of science and technology. Strength in numbers. He was a man even if there is system integration, nor one more than the power of the mob. With the popularity of education continues, people between certainly emerge more talent. And he only needs to act as a leader. Mr. Key's responsibility, for example, provide assistance in some major scientific and technological fields. Finally, the field is the inventor Wu Chengqing student Fees Yufeng, a not inferior Feng Xianzong genius. A long time ago, Wu Chengqing on a Fi Yufeng pointing to the electrical aspects of the study, and directed some of its basic theories, and various research directions. It was almost impossible to exchange a generator directly for him. However, even with so much help, the process of starting from scratch is still extremely difficult, and it is not possible to explain the various difficulties in one or two sentences. After more than a year of research, today's Fufeng is finally a little bit successful, and Wu Chengqing was called to the expo to show it. Fufeng brought up some weird things that merchants couldn't understand. Then explained said, nature, there is a special kind of energy. The qualitative and, like lightning, but lightning power far so great. Your Majesty named this energy electricity, which is actually everywhere. The sweater can absorb some scraps after rubbing, which is a kind of static electricity. If two different metals are close together, there will be a potential difference between them, which will generate electric current. These words are for those wealthy businessmen, but they are not. After all, these words are heavenly books to those wealthy businessmen, and they are completely confused. Those words of Fufeng are more difficult to understand than those of Jiang Han, who invented the perpetual motion machine. Fufeng said the thief for a long time could get no points power to everyone to see, just a vague concept. Tu Fi brain up. He had thought, Wu Qingqing will soon let the Fu Fing away. However, he had once again miscalculated. Wu Qingqing, very patiently listening to other wealthy Wu Qingqing, saw this look like, is quickly followed by serious sound. Even if it did not understand, but since the code looks to do it, know it, I would not tell people do not understand myself, to tell others that he is a fool. After Fu Fing gave some explanations, the demonstration officially started. The thing he made was a voltaic stack. If some paper soaked in salt water is mixed between different metals, there will be a potential difference between the two metals. Then after stacking multiple such things together, the electric potential can be superimposed to a considerable degree. This is the so-called stack, which is also the most primitive battery. Pass through the voltaic pile, to obtain a more stable charge using weak current. The maximum current through the resistor tungsten filament gave a thin red. At this point, complete presentation complete. Business people look ignorant force. On this, that's it. Having said so many mysterious things, did he finally get a weak reaction like this? He had wanted to take off their 42 shoes code, referring to the Fu Fing. Ask, what is this thing with? It was just such a faint red light, which was 1,000 miles away from the kerosene lamp. The kerosene lamp is so simple and beautiful. The Fu Fing's voltaic pile looks ugly and bulky. No theory from which one angle, this stuff cannot compare in kerosene lamps. In addition to lighting, wealthy businessmen can think of any other effects this thing can do. After all, Fu Fing only changed a small piece of metal after talking about the book for a long time. This is far less reliable than the person who invented the perpetual motion machine. Jianghan people, from the code outlines the prospects are great, to completely replace coal and horses. It sounds untall. This kind of reaction of the wealthy businessman fell into Wu Qingqing's eyes. But he didn't have many surprises. If ye scientific research the average person can easily understand, so this kind of thing would have been discovered and used. The invention. It is due to this electrical stuff too vague, invisible, tangible. It is difficult for ordinary people to understand, so development is so slow. Volta stack in 1800 years to get out, but the next Ferrari using magnetic field effect induced currents come up, a process that took almost 51 years. Another example is Henry once discovered the principle of radio experiment, but he was a research scientist. Electricity, meaning they did not know how important to this technology. Now these merchants only saw the most primitive batteries, and it was normal to disagree. Fortunately, Wu Qingqing knows the importance of electricity. Therefore, he will start to encourage more people to study this electricity from now on. The process of discovering electricity, and then using electricity, is a long process and requires constant vigorous promotion and continued support in the days when there are no results. Only in this way can we strengthen the confidence and enthusiasm of those who study electric power and accelerate the development of electric power. If the foot has more than enough support, playing electric volts from the stack to electromagnetic induction, nor took 51 years. The emperor's support is the most reassuring. So, Wu Qingqing spoke, this is my date, the most important discoveries ever seen, far-reaching and significant. His first sentence, then let wealthy businessmen and other officials were shocked. This evaluation is too high. So high that everyone would doubt whether Wu Qingqing was partial to Fu Fing. After all, even if this thing is useful, it can be a steam engine. The current consensus of Dower is that the steam engine is the most powerful and the most important. What kind of stack is in front of you? Can pull the train? What a joke. Not over, since the emperor said significant, it would be of great significance, and no one knows better than to not go to the emperor and debate a few words. Anyway, as long as he do not have money, nothing to say. And what kind of electricity research wants them to pay? That is, it is absolutely impossible to agree. And Wu Qingqing, just under-express their attitude. Let everyone know that you attach great importance to this research. He would personally pay for the funds needed for research on electricity, and he did not expect other businessmen with limited vision, and for his privately funded things, part of the future income will also go into his pockets. It is precisely with these benefits that his private money has always been abundant. Private money is also very important, the money to do the job. For example, if you think of holding a science and technology expo, do it right away, and you don't need to go to the cabinet to discuss it, because he pays his own pocket and is his private business. It will cost Wu Chengqing a lot of money to run this Science and Technology Expo, because the next step is to give scores to these inventions, and award prizes and bonuses to outstanding inventions. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed 569 chapters in security was awarded to a Fear Viewing electric power research. The prize money 1 million. The project was awarded royal funded 31 yuan funds, subsequent annual increase, and first and foremost researchers staff costs. Yufeng was awarded the Viscount. This result was beyond everyone's expectations, and many people were dissatisfied. There is no way to disagree. This is an exposition organized by Wu Chengqing from his own pocket. Those who are dissatisfied can organize one by themselves, be the referee, and give first to whoever wants to be. Of course, some people are envious. That's the Viscount. It's equivalent to completing the transition from commoner to noble. You don't need to kneel when you see first-grade officials, and you still have a stool to sit on when you commit a case and go on trial. No theory is a bonus, funding, or the title. Extent and generous Wu Chengqing have exceeded everyone's imagination. The second place continues to be unexpected, and the award is Chu Xuan's reflective astronomical telescope. Bonus $5,000. The project was awarded royal funded 10 yuan funds. Follow up every year. Not to Chu Spins no longer get a knighthood. Yuob's title, quite rare, is not so easy to get. But Chu Xuan didn't care. A research fund of 100,000 yuan was enough to make him snicker. Can be enough to get the second place. It has been beyond his imagination. This is also normal, and now no one except Wu Chengqing can realize the importance of this stuff. The third is that kerosene lamp. Bonus $3,000. The project was awarded first royal funding 5 million. Zuyuan can also choose to give up and accept quotations from other merchants instead. Basically, Zuyuan's acceptance of the merchant's offer is a foregone conclusion. After all, the commercial value of this invention is so big that even electricity research can get 300,000 yuan. His theory of commercial value, in the eyes of people at the moment, must be a slander on electricity research. For the following inventions, you can choose to accept the merchant's quotation, and for some that are not funded by the royal funds, they must rely on the support of ordinary merchants. After continued Wu Chengqing no longer involved in the matter, step to leave. The businessman and the inventors started to negotiate and compete. Mr. Ch, I treasured boss carriage trip. I am very interested in you. This slide projector could take a step to talk. You talk about this project. Tong, there is no site more profitable to kerosene lamps, but chose to slide. This is because the Tong family is no longer short of money. Bao carriage, rickshaw, cement, these three businesses let their home to make the flow of oil. Especially not. The whole country is now engaged in building infrastructure in the road. His family would never cement stocks. All of them have not been built yet. They have been booked out. Tong Yui has no shortage of money, only a sense of security. Wu Chengqing to reform the currency. Point of view, the emperor is not a person completely for the sake of the businessman, sometimes forced to plunder the wealth relied on power. The strength of the monetary reform this time is relatively light, but no one knows how heavy the next one will be. So, businessmen who was actually are insecure. Some people want to unite and confront Wu Chengqing, but some people choose to tie up with Wu Chengqing in a different way. Tong just have to. Since Wu Chengqing into Nanjing, Wu Chengqing he is the most loyal supporters. In the beginning, he went bankrupt and took out the money to support Wu Chengqing's development. Until now, his cement has been adhering to the principle of small profits but quick turnover, and the price of his cement has been increased without relying on its monopoly position. Relying on this absolute support, The relationship between his family and the royal family is very close, not inferior to the Chen family. Therefore, when choosing investment fields now, Tong Yui also chooses those fields that can add points to his relationship with the royal family. Since Wu Chengqing these cartoons are interested in, then invest in this chant as soon as possible to get out of the cartoons. The emperor was pleased enough. As for whether he can make money, Tong Yui really doesn't care. As long as Wu Chengqing not his monopoly of cement to deprive others discuss everything. They have Tong is the idea man, but more than him. Boss Tong, boring, right? Your Majesty said that we will bid freely and fairly. Why do you want to take someone else to talk? Said a businessman. That is, Tong boss, you have been BMW cars and the cement industry, and please give the rest of us stay way out of it. Pang Yuanming vomited. There was a bit of jealousy in the words. The reason is also very simple. Tong Yui has not been deprived of his monopoly on cement. However, his monopoly on the salt farm was deprived of it in August last year. Court examination into account the salt industry at stake, coupled with the need to meet the needs of more places, chose to open several official salt works. Although the official commitment is fulfilled, no salt put this technology to its his businessman, but that she did it. Face of this situation, Pang Yuanming Han did not dare to ask, what is not to say, only silently make a little money. After all, in the short term, the salt farms of the government have not been able to significantly affect his profits. However, after all, this is a loss of monopoly power. After seeing the harmonious relationship between the Tong family and the government, Pang Yuanming also wanted to take this road and hug Wu Chengqing's big thick legs. And now there is an opportunity to please Wu Chengqing. He naturally doesn't want to miss it. Although he doesn't know how much money it will cost to invest in an animation project, in his opinion, less than 1 million is not a problem. Pang Yuanming's words aroused the resonance and response of several other businessmen, and there was more than one who was jealous of Tong Yui. I thought everyone couldn't look down on this gadget. Since everyone likes it, let's make a fair bid together. Tong had to smile, revealing look like a nice guy. It sounds nice and fair bidding, but compared to financial resources, how can other people compare to him? This so-called fairness is not fair at all. Everyone is helpless about this. They can't unite and ask Tong Yui to withdraw from the competition. They don't have this kind of ability. Afterwards, several people who were interested in cartoons sat aside with Jianfei to discuss investment matters. Jianfei not familiar with these businessmen. You can only choose the high bid. A high bid means that the opponent is strong. It is better to work with strong people than weak ones. The more money he invests, he can also hire more painters and workers to speed up the progress of the research. After some fierce competition, it was not Tong Yui who won, but Pang Yuanming. Pang Yuanming promised an investment quota of 500,000 yuan, and will add as appropriate in the future. Tong, there is not no money, just pay attention and gas wealth. And Pang Yuanming did not want to fight to the bitter end, to offend people. Anyway, this animation is just a bonus for him, dispensable. But for Pang Yuanming, it was inevitable, and the determination of both sides was no longer at the same level. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 570 Chapter Fierce Fight wins. The competition for cartoons is not so fierce, to say the most intense competition or cooperation. Kerosene lamps. City kerosene lamp field is too broad prospects, and big profits unimaginable. As long as the patent rights are obtained and a monopoly business is established, the next Chen family or Tong family will become the top existence in the business circle. Mr. Zhu, and I have Ichiojia cooperation. We Focus family has 10 large coal mines. Mining for minerals has a very enriching experience. Kerosene lamp. The key point is the acquisition of kerosene. In this regard, our Zhao family has an advantage. Zhao Zi from Huainan said that coal mining has made his family rich, but no one is too much money. With a good business, he still wants to blend in. Another reason is that these coal bosses are somewhat despised in Nanjing. In the eyes of other bosses, They rely on wisdom to make money. These coal bosses don't have the brains to do business, just rely on the existence of coal mines and mining without brains. All walks of industry have contempt chain, businessman circle as well. Therefore, some coal bosses with ideas also tried to transform and squeeze into Nanjing's top business district. Some visionary businessman will think about a problem, how to do after finished digging coal. Transformation is inevitable. Coincidentally, my Zong family also has rich mining experience. Moreover, Zong Xueyin is generous, and I can't go wrong with my cooperation. Another coal boss leaned in. Boss Zong, what do you mean? I am not as generous as you. Zhao Zhu was upset. Zong Xueyin boasted. He had no objection. However, it is a bit too much to belittle others when boasting. Ha ha ha, if you think so, then I will admit it. Zong Xueyin doesn't care about the sleek principles of life. He believes in using money to speak. Mr. Zhu, sales channels are the key to your business. And my grandson family has strong sales channels, backed by the government, and strong. Cooperating with me can save a lot of trouble. No one in the entire Nanjing city dares to trouble me. Although Zong Xueyin's words were unpleasant, they were still acceptable. And Sun Doming's words made many businessmen unhappy. This is already a bit of a threat, which is illegal competition. Isn't it because there is a niece in the palace, or a concubine who is not to be favored? Boss Jin's daughter is still a queen, and she has never been so crazy like him. In the distance, two friendly businessmen whispered to each other. This is not time that Sun Doming is overbearing. Many people dare not speak up. His mother, when Lao Tzu's daughter grows up and is sent to the palace, Lao Tzu will be madder than him. Another businessman cursed that he has a very delicate and beautiful daughter who has been a beauty since he was a child. Unfortunately, he is still too young. Only 13 years old. Not over, nothing to worry about. After all, the current emperor is not big, and there will be more drafts in the future. Well, old song, we have set Wikin said, like, how do you think that's palace to send it? Old is not high hing. Boss Fang, you can't blame me for this, but if your son is like something, I won't regret it. But if you look at your son now, he doesn't work in the army. He doesn't work in research, he doesn't want to be an official, and he doesn't know how to do business. All day long with a group of dudes to the brothel, casino and arena. You are ashamed to let him harm my girl. Boss Song complained. These words almost angered the boss of Fang, and planned to go back and beat up his son first. To say Song boss wants her daughter to marry someone else, but also to a downtown party boss. But the owner said the song to send to the emperor, that he really means. Otherwise, those who intend to harm him at that time can give him a crime of robbing women from the emperor. I can't bear this charge, but I really can't bear it. Kerosene lamp business, most eventually Zong Xueyin to win. Although Sun Doming was very arrogant, he did not intimidate Zhu Yuan. More importantly, the conditions given by Zong Xueyin were much better than those of others, which proved his heroic declaration. The best condition given by others is to invest 1 million in initial research and development expenses, and then ask for 70% of the profit of this business. However, Zong Xueyin is willing to invest 2 million yuan directly, which will be increased as appropriate in the future, and, to as long as 5% profit margins. This kind of condition is almost as if he is working as an employee, and then working for Zhu Yuan. Other bosses cannot accept this kind of condition. And he had also extreme contempt. Stir feces stick this behavior Zong Xueyin. In the eyes of most businessmen, Zong Xueyin did not have any business acumen. He is now rich purely because there are a few mountains in his ancestors, and Dower now needs coal. And now Zong Xueyin's behavior of concession has also confirmed everyone's views. To not say another 5%, tantamount to each other to work. The risk of investing just 2 million yuan alone outweighs the benefits. Although the prospect of kerosene lamps is very good, how long will it take to spread across the country, and how low the price will be so that everyone can use it? Will the government limit the price of this kind of daily necessities that concern people's livelihood? Kerosene mention refining, cannot go further low cost. This series of problems are all unknown risks. If you invest a huge amount of money rashly, you may be left alone in the future. No one reminded Zhong Zuiyin of this kind of thing. Everyone was thinking about letting Zhong Zuiyin toss and wait for Zhong Zuiyin to toss out the finished product and spend all the money. He means they reuse the broken capital chain Zhong Zuiyin. The Zhong Zuiyin got bankrupt. Then you can come out the beaches. People with this kind of thinking are no longer a minority. In addition to kerosene lamps, various other practical small inventions, which were praised by Wu Chengqing, were all sought after by businessmen. Investment capital amount of follow-up research and development, at least 100,000 are started. Many like kerosene lamps have received 2 million, and few have hundreds of thousands. In short, a large number of inventors have found their favorite partners, and there is no shortage of funds ever since. Of course, there are also a few inventions that no one cares about. This kind of invention was basically ignored by Wu Chengqing. Businessmen themselves cannot see how some of the prospects of the invention, simply lazy to think about resolution, choose to believe Wu Chengqing get away. Anyway, Wu Chengqing until now may have no errors occurred. Wu Chengqing presided over the project. Wu Chengqing, optimistic about things, eventually proved to be a good thing. Therefore, we believe that Wu Chengqing is. Had it not been for Wu Chengqing's private funding of research on electric power, I am afraid that research on electric power would also be sought after. Nowadays, Dao's businessmen are not short of money, but good projects. Especially not after the money of those sellers were dug up. The addition of a lot of money on the market. A large amount of money was added, but there was no corresponding goods. This will lead to emergence of a number of hot money. Neither place the money available. This money will only continue to depreciate if you stay in your hands, and it must be spent to be worthwhile. The best investment is owned business. Look for business opportunities. Money begets money. The front of the best business industry project is the scientific and technological inventions. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 571. Chapter Business Sector Devil. A lot of hot money poured into the market, looking for projects. However, there are also some other geniuses who are aiming at these hot money. Like everyone Chung dig up gold when the mine, there is always one or two intelligent people have chosen to sell Ho Xifu, a hapless rich 3 generations. My grandfather and father have been famous for generations, but during the war, the family property was looted by the insurgents. In his generation, although the usual expenses are not lacking at all, they have lived better than most people. However, he fell out of the circle of top businessmen and became an ordinary person. Naturally, Xifu is not reconciled in this situation. He wants to make a comeback and restore the glory of his ancestors, but unfortunately he has no capital. If you are an ordinary person, you will probably start a small business steadily, start all over again, and accumulate capital. But Xifu had no such plan. He knew that it was too difficult to make big money by relying on a small business. 100 yuan business, even if Li Yun is 100%. And only then earn 100 yuan. 1 million business, even if Li Yun only 10%, but also earn thousands. The difference between the two is one in the sky and the other underground. Therefore, Xifu's goal for himself is to be big. It doesn't matter whether he can make money or not, but the scale must be set up first. This is not how the money out of it, then it can only be deceived. After carefully observing the business market in Nanjing, Xifu discovered that there are many big landlords from the countryside who have money, but because of their insights and poor information, they don't know where to invest their money. This made Xifu aware of an opportunity. For example, let's science and technology both view lie at a project, then put this project below sky, so that those who did not experience the old rich man to believe that this stuff can make big money. Then he sold the shareholding system and sold shares in this project. Pass-through fraud. This shareholding create a kind of illusion is no market price, Do not worry about those old rich man not bite. Fortunately losses Wu Chengqing not recognize this talent to play stocks would otherwise have exceptional promotion for the Department of Business Financial Secretary. Yeah. In the absence of stocks and stock exchanges, this fellow has already taken step and learned how to use concept stocks to cheat money to cut leaks. He is an individual talent. This kind of talent is either reused or killed. Anyway, you can't stay uncontrolled in society and endanger the world. Xifu found an invention that was relatively less competitive. It didn't work if it was too popular. There were too many people competing, and his identity as a poor ghost was easy to expose. Originally, he wanted to find the guy who invented the perpetual motion machine to cooperate. After all, the idea of perpetual motion machine is very attractive, and it can paint a very magnificent future for investors. But what thought? That fellow in bow view. The meeting is now being thrown out. Big guards, fear is already a name. The project is likely to start being broken. Therefore, he chose a slightly more secure project. Steam carriage. The steam carriage sounds very tall. Use steam engines to provide power, replace horses, and achieve full mechanization. At first glance, this project is very promising, because the current steam engines can even push such heavy ships and trains. Move a little carriage, more should be no problem. However, to make a businessman who conceived the invention drooling, but was denied Wu Chengqing, was approved unrealistic. Body after the world, Wu Chengqing. No, some people engage in original historical steam car, but failed. Due to reduced work volume of the steam engine, the difficulty is very large. With the steam engine and other body may be time to reduce the volume technology with practical value, the engine will appear. Compared with the internal combustion engine, the steam engine is a younger brother. Then, the steam car is, granted, stillborn. In history, only one steam car has appeared, and there are many shortcomings: low efficiency, small power, large volume, troublesome use and so on. Therefore, this is an invention that is doomed to fail. Wu Chengqing do not want other detours. After all, be able to come up with this invention, direction, also a talent. Not only over this world, not the talented will be able to succeed. Every successful person needs some opportunities and luck. Wu Chengqing personally made it clear that the problem cannot be solved several steam car, and then let the other side the direction of research on other aspects of the need to provide power. Wu Chengqing valuable advice. Personally speaker, let other businessmen interested in this project immediately drop. And this gave Xifu a chance. Although Wu Chengqing personally said that this thing was a bit unrealistic, he didn't say no at all. He didn't ask the Aoki guard to throw the opponent out like the man who invented the perpetual motion machine. This shows that this thing is actually still controversial. As long as you have a good eloquence, you can justify yourself, and can fool investors. Because as Wu Chengqing did not let the big guards to throw each other out, so people do not come to the Science and Technology Expo want to know about it. A little big difficulty. Fudge, those messages are not enough people well informed enough. In the corner of the exhibition, Wai Hong is having a headache as to which research direction he should change next. Steam car was denied Wu Chengqing. He is also quite depressing. If others deny his research, he might laugh and laugh short-sightedly. Steam engine can push moving ship, push train. Why not push the smaller carriage? However, he denied that Wu Chengqing, God Emperor, monarch, the world's most intelligent people. He doesn't dare to question the smartest person. But, such a perfect idea, broken after it is not willing to destroy Afghanistan. At this moment, Xifu approached him. Dr. Y, your project is a pity. Xifu was quite polite. Oh, I'm too naive, and I haven't considered it thoroughly. Wai Hong smiled bitterly. No, I think Dr. Y's project is still going on. Xifu said. How is it possible? Your Majesty, have to say the steam engine cylinders and other parts of narrowing very difficult, so what do first? As long as Dr. Y believes in the next, I can get your investment in this invention and continue to research. As for whether it can be made, it depends on God's will. Maybe you are lucky. God's blessing, and the inspiration comes, thinking of reducing it. The way is, by that time, This was a world-famous invention. Nowadays, a BMW car can make countless money. Just imagine, if this steam car is made, then you still cannot become the richest man in the country. Xifu painted a picture for Wai Hong, which made Wai Hong quite excited. As complex as Xu said, if lucky, blessed it, unless Wu Chinking that day, otherwise he could not have 100% right. Although some questioned the idea of Wu Chinking outrageous, but Wang Wai's control is not to live their own to think about. After all, this is his painstaking effort. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. I'm the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed. 572 chapters into Huguang. First technology Bo will be tabled perfect ending. Dower Daily, China Daily, and large are the focus of its coverage. Fufing's research on electric power is confusing, but everyone is also very used to it. Science. It should be esoteric. It's best if it's so difficult that you can't understand it at all, so it's like science. If you can understand something at a glance, it's called literature, and it's still popular literature. For those incomprehensible words and special symbols like ghost paintings, ordinary people just found it awesome. The Fufing won first place and received a knighthood viscount. It is the envy of all people. This is a research fund of hundreds of thousands of yuan, and there is also a title that cannot be found. It is simply a winner in life. Father, I will also be a scientist in the future. A teenager saw Fufing's deeds, and then he worshipped, and a desire to become a scientist was born. I want to be scientists. Can there be so easy? Since code academic performance in class to be discharged every day, you have to want to be a scientist, later will study hard. When parents see their children have these kinds of lofty aspirations, it is naturally very pleased, took the opportunity of education in earnest again. There are also some who do not have such ambitions, just because some parents recognize the scientists. They also start to make arrangements for their children. In the future, you must study hard and become a scientist in the future. Some people due to get the title for a Fufing and design to be scientists. Some people see a kerosene lamp made huge profits generated by this idea. The kerosene lamp has received an investment of 2 million yuan, which is really jaw-dropping and unbelievable. Many people don't understand how the world suddenly has so much money. In the past, the Ming court often made a joke of 2 million tals of military expenditure that could not be paid out, and the army went halfway and returned the same way. Isn't it a shameful incident that can only be temporarily resolved by increasing taxes? Why is it only a few years? The world seems to be inexhaustible. It is not even an ordinary kerosene lamp's invention, of access to 2 million yuan of investment. After paying attention to these awesome things, everyone also paid attention to the interesting anecdotes at the next fair. A man who claimed to have invented the perpetual motion machine wanted to deceive the emperor and was dragged away by the Aoki guard. This is very possible. Calm, bitter, boring life. We need to laugh at the funny under other force, in order to be happy. Yidong Restaurant. A few old rich men drinking the good longjing, while also looking at the newspaper and chat. TSK Tusk, 2 million yuan, can this thing make so much back? The rich man Wang vomited. In his opinion, it is too difficult to make 2 million. His family has accumulated wealth for several generations, only a few 100,000. Breath investment capital 2 million, for to do his will routine sleep. At all times, you have to look at the project, and you must ensure that you can see it when you open your eyes, so that you can rest assured. Wang Yi, do not overlook this monopoly business. Yeah, you look at Chen, Tong Home, Pang Property, Sun Hung Family, which is not a year or 2 years to increase the number of millions or even tens of millions, said another landlord. The world has changed, but unfortunately we have been a step slower, and these good things have gone to others. Rich Lord Wang sighed with emotion at the speed of change in the world. Can we just watch others get rich? Several people sighed. Hey, you have to see this ad. Just as he was when they sigh, the rich man is King saw Xifu advertising. The biggest opportunity in the Steam Age, steam locomotives. He had eyes suddenly lit up. This steam locomotive sounds good, Landlord Liu said. But, obviously very wrong item, why not fancy it is His Majesty? It was suggested that the suspect asked. Isn't that said above, because the concept is too advanced and the capital required to invest is huge? The court deliberately postponed the plan for the steam locomotive. To put it bluntly, the court has no money, Wang Chenfu said, but this is quite unconvincing. So if there is sufficient enough value, the difference between this court also hundreds of millions of dollars. If under normal circumstances, he had control may also be able to live their own maintain your sanity. However, now they are eager to find investment projects. So, he had the time to think. They abandoned the skepticism, but more of a chance. Liu Landlord said, no matter how, we should go and try to better understand what, maybe really is an opportunity steam locomotive. It seems really value in making those. The construction of the railway is too difficult to benefit all places. The carriage of carriages is always irreplaceable. The carriage has obviously fallen behind this era and cannot remain unchanged. From now on, turning into a steam locomotive is the only direction. This steam locomotive is bound to be developed. The more he says, the more excited she spoke. Actually put his own to convince, but also a talent. Of course, he is not to blame for being stupid. Following his thoughts, this speculation is indeed not at all faulty, and everything is reasonable. No way. This is the limitation of the vision of historical figures. He has nothing to do they are smart or stupid. Not experienced beatings internal combustion engine, they never think why the line steam locomotive. The reason is unreasonable. Not to mention them, even some people who have participated in the Science and Technology Expo, after seeing the house advertisement, are confused and can't tell right from wrong. Has this steam locomotive ever made a head start? They have reservations about this. Even they can't be sure whether this project is reliable, those who haven't participated in it, let alone talk about it. The next few days, related to the steam engine car articles, advertising increased significantly. These articles are all advocating the inevitability of the steam locomotive and the prospect of the steam locomotive. The ad is also in the manufacture of steam car project very sought after artifacts. The development of Nanjing is in full swing, and it is flourishing. Everyone cares about how to make a fortune and pay attention to investment. For a time, not many people were concerned about the war. Some people don't even know that the Imperial Army has already set off and is about to start a war with the enemy. There too is formed in sharp contrast to the cases Yuan San's, and that is Yukeng, Hankou and Hanyang. This is where He Tengjiao's base camp is located, the most elite core area in the entire central region. Tao in the moment of departure of the east into the army, had been spies lurking on the Nanjing military rapid. Please report to Yukeng. The speed of a single person is much faster than that of the Huajun. He Tengjiao received the news when the main force of the Chinese army had just arrived in Zhujiang. Suddenly, there was a riot in Yukeng. After hearing the news that the Chinese army was coming, some people began to pack up and prepare to seek refuge in the countryside. Some are packing up their things and preparing to flee to Kunming, or flee to Zhujiang. In short, it doesn't matter which side you flee to, you just can't stay in the war zone. Whether the guns without eye, that if the army shells accidental injury, and may have no place to argue. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 573 chapters to determine the main battle. Yukeng, where Tengjiao men convened to discuss countermeasures. The Chinese army is oppressing the territory. Everyone is talking about what to do. He Tengjiao spoke, his voice all with a point. Depressed. Originally, he wanted to belong to Dao. However, what he asked for was the kind of conditional attachment, that is, Wu Chengqing must give him the position of governor of Huguang and allow him to station troops in Hubei, Hunan. This condition was rejected by the staff of the Daoli ministry, even without reporting it to Wu Chengqing. Due to the rights of people are aware, Wu Chengqing cannot agree. Officers cannot own private soldiers, recruit, train, and issue military pay. In Dao's military system, the main combatant officers have no right to intervene. In short, Wu Qingping will not allow any officer to own a private army. Almost all troops belonged to Wu Qingping, and other officers acted as a temporary commander. Even the 3 veterans who followed Wu Qingping did not have a private army, and they were mobilized as soon as their positions were mobilized. He Tengjiao, a person wants to join themselves, but also want to keep their own private army. Not to mention the retention of the army, there is only one governor of Guangdong and Guangxi, and no one on Dao will agree. Tai also a price not directly refuse to act. Let Tengjiao not used to. He thinks, even if Dao thinks he is too greedy, at least he will offer a psychological price to discuss. To say nothing, to refuse directly, is too despised. He Tengjiao, also holding hundreds of thousands of troops' dignity in the party, is also a temper. Ever since, when he was angry, he chose to be loyal to Zhu Yulang in the southwest, and moved Zhu Yulang's nose and ears to tears, shouting that we can see the truth in adversity, and the country is hard to know, the words of Zongliang. Then, direct closure of what a king of Jing's Tengjiao throne. From the official to the governor of Huguang, he is in charge of all military and political powers in the Hubei and Hunan provinces. Wu had with the same mains Qingqing South Zili. Zhu Yulang nor do not want to learn to teach training to prevent Tengjiao bigger. He really is not any room for choice. Can be enough to win a title to Tengjiao. Let him in the front line against the top Yob. It is already accounted for a large cheap. The treatment Zhu Yulang gave was almost the highest standard treatment that a courtier could enjoy. Therefore, what Tengjiao, a bite of a stomping? The selected answer. It is better to be a chicken head than an oxtail. This is what he Tengjiao said. In fact, the main reason is that I feel resentment for being despised by Dao. Now that Dao's army came over, he regretted it. This chicken head is not good at all. Although he has 150,000 troops under his command, Dao only has 60,000 troops and 5,000 navy troops. But he Tengjiao has no confidence at all. Zhu Yujin relied on a westerner, and only then made a batch of flintlock guns. The Qing dynasty relied on stealing secrets and gathering forces from the entire north to create a batch of flintlock guns. And what he Tengjiao it, knows Zhu Qi that location, nor the kind of Qing strength. Although he was also stealing the secrets of flintlocks and studying the secrets of flintlocks, the progress was much slower than King. So far, his army, a total also was equipped with only 10,000 flintlock. The other 140,000 troops are all cold weapons, seriously lagging behind the development of the times. These people really just frightened ordinary people, and then guarded the city. Other than that, it has no effect. And Dao's 60,000 army, not only fully equipped with flintlock rifles, 20,000 of them have been equipped with Yongxing rifles. Although he Tengjiao didn't know how powerful this new rifle was, since it was newly developed, it must be more advanced than the flintlock rifle. He Tengjiao didn't have a clue as to how to fight this battle because he was completely behind in terms of weapons. Otherwise, I have surrendered it, Wanda Peng said cautiously. Anyway, he didn't want to fight with the Chinese army. Even Darking was not Dao's opponent, and was driven outside the barrier. How could he be able to fight on his own side? Not hit too, do not get down that thing. And Big Huahan Chinese regime is, drop it down, do not worry about the back bear any infamy. This is why he dared to speak directly to persuade him to surrender. Anyway, in this room, there are many people who want to surrender, not just him. Surrender. After you have landed, do you go to Dao to farm and pay taxes on time? Or, what official position has Dao promised you? He Tengjiao Lenging channel. Do not fall down, not off key. The question is, what kind of treatment will you enjoy after you drop? If, after the surrender soldier from the start, what he Tengjiao, would rather die on the battlefield, I do not agree. I am a small person, and Dao will not take care of him if he takes the initiative to join him, and he can still think about what official position he is promised. Wanda Peng joked. Therefore, everyone does not need to mention the surrender. After all, the other party cannot give us any benefit. Even They are unlikely to allow us to surrender. We surrender, and their lord will come here willingly. There are good things to kill, and the risk of killing a prisoner is even lower. At that time, they would kill the soldiers and take them back to claim credit, which is uncertain. He Tengjiao set the tone. Let us resolve to firmly resist. If you don't resist, you have to hand over everything in your hands. And this, most of the officers cannot accept. Fight. He had to 60,000 people. I do not believe we have 1,000,000 people doing but, said Liu Tairan, the former Titan Li Ziking's subordinate. He has never fought with Dao's army, so he has always doubted Dao's strength. It happened that when he followed Li Ziking, he relied on crowded tactics and elite court troops to fight. He had very experience in defeating the strong with the weak, so he was confident. As long as there are more troops than the opponent, there are more tactics that can be used. Liu the military said was, we have no choice but rely on strength to prove himself. Let us know you are not mess, which can force them to sit down and talk. He Tengjiao once again exposed his ideas, or want to talk about. It was somewhat similar to the original Zheng Zilong. After all, it was because Dao's strength was too strong, which led to their lack of confidence and Dao smashed to the end. Therefore, even if it is determined to fight Dao, what he will do is to make Dao recognize his abilities, make Dao cast a mouse, and force Dao to sit down and talk. Even the main general did not have the will to fight to the death, let alone the people below. Although now at the meeting, everyone is screaming to make Dao look good and fighting to the end. However, I am afraid that at that moment, they will not hesitate to surrender in order to save their lives. Life is gone. What's the use of clinging to power? Determine the main battle tone. Then they began to study how to fight this battle, and Yuob, Zaihuan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. Chapter 574, Tactical Game. Test into account the quality of the soldiers, and the reasons for weapons. Tengjiao they finally decided, or defensive. Avoiding battlefield. My family understands their own affairs, and these people are put in the field to fight against the Chinese army, fearing that they will get separated if they encounter a point of failure. Staying in the city and having no way to retreat will greatly increase the soldier's ability to withstand casualties. He had to be the main defense. Naturally it is the Wuhan cities, namely Yukeng, Hankou and Hanyang. These three places are actually very close, and they will simply form a city in later generations. But now, it is divided into 3 cities, with walls in all 3 places, which are quite luxurious. Wu 3 towns Han, also contested. If you master this, you can basically radiate the entire Hanjian plain, as well as Hunan and other places. The 3 cities are separated by the Yangtze River and Han River. Among them, Yukeng is south of the Yangtze River, while Hankou is north of the Yangtze River and east of Hanzhui. Hanyang is north of the Yangtze River and west of Hanzhui. 3 cities, interoperable for the horns. 1 city is in trouble, and the other 2 can be supported very quickly. The premise is that the Yangtze River must be in your hands. If the navy is gone and control of the Yangtze River is lost, then mutual support will not be established. For He Tengjia and the others, how to deal with Dao's navy is a big problem. If there are sufficient number of enough guns, that is quite simple arrangement of direct shelling on the shore can be. The problem is that they don't have so many cannons, only 200. On this, or after they almost put pants when out, scrape out an artillery unit. It is still very important to maintain the connection between the 3 towns, so I suggest that these cannons should be concentrated, not to defend the city, but to block the river. Arrange it in Danxingzi to block the river surface and prevent the Chinese army's fleet from moving forward, thus ensuring a smooth flow on the river surface. Wang Jingkai suggested, no, it's too dangerous. It's tantamount to putting the artillery with the weakest self-protection ability to the forefront, and it's easy to be eaten by the enemy. I built proposed ante to the Han River estuary here, deep in our hinterland. This will not only ensure communication between our 3 towns, but also prevent the enemy from storming our artillery. Jiang Qiang raised an objection and placed the artillery out of the forces of the three towns. He didn't know what Wang Jin thought. The time to send a force as long as Huajun rushed Tanxingzhou, then this is the artillery meet on the chopping block enemy. The enemy just how cut. Jiang Qiang's suggestion was approved by others, and they were all reluctant to lose this baby artillery unit easily. In addition to planning to ensure the connection between the three towns, everyone also studied how to specifically defend the city's plan, and the discussions were quite different. And this time the Huajun, Jiangnan no. Main ship, Huajun senior officers were also studying how to play in Wuhan. He had Teng Jiao than others much more relaxed, because they have the strength to occupy an absolute advantage. He had these people can go sideways in the wild, do not have to worry about being out military attack. As long as the Ming army dared to leave the city, they would be able to give a warm welcome with firepower. This means that it would be difficult for them to encounter war in the wild. So what is left is only siege warfare. As for siege warfare, this Chinese army is very familiar with it, and it can be done step by step. I have still to be considered under the support between the three towns. After all, few of us. When the general offensive somewhere, you need to carefully guard against two other towns surrounded after a round attack. Sun Rule inexperienced and prudent, test taking into account the more comprehensive. Is it really necessary? If the enemy is supported by cold weapon units, one brigade of our army can block tens of thousands of troops. No matter how fierce the overall offensive is, there is always no problem in separating two brigades to intercept them. Moreover, I seriously doubt that the city we are attacking, can they last until the support arrives? After all, if they suddenly collapsed, it would take a few hours to siege the city. The 32nd Division Li Lianfan complained that he felt that Sun Rulin was too cautious, and his combat thinking was seriously out of date. Did wrong before the war. Atabu surrounded by military strategists, surrounded on all sides, need to meet the enemy army. The military chaos is easy, and the situation is understaffed, is also prone to rush. However, will the current Chinese army worry about facing the enemy on all sides, and the army will be upset? Obviously this is impossible. Any tactics need to be formulated according to the actual situation. Since the package is not afraid surrounded, why should they support each other's pains to prevent it? Wouldn't it be better to fight for aid? Li Lianfan thought that Shi Shuai would go with him, so he suggested that when attacking Yukeng, don't use too much force. Yukeng Shujun barely defensible own illusion. Then they attracted reinforcements from the other two towns to annihilate them in one fell swoop, saving the effort of siege. Although they are actually not afraid of siege, but to fight in the wild, it is best to fight in the wild. Didn't your Majesty say that our army needs to be thrifty and to overcome the problem of insufficient military expenditure? At least a large number of artillery shells will be consumed to siege the city, and the casualties will be slightly greater than that of the field. In short, it is definitely more cost-effective to attract the enemy to the field for a decisive battle than to siege a city. Save a lot of military expenses, and when the time comes, Your Majesty will be impressed. Stone Keep, the industry said, can defeat the enemy. Sway too many, leading to their officers are to develop operational plans from the economic point of view. If this is known by He Teng Jiao and others, I am afraid that he will throw something out of anger again. It may be too bad, too defiant. If you can save us some of military expenses, it's worth a try. The army's life is not easy now, and it will be sad in the future. Those civilian officials are always staring at us. Main Handsome Tao Dongqing has spoken. His test will be more into account. The current strength of the enemy Dower rolling, it is unable to show his tactical level. Changing the command of the regiment commander is unlikely to lose the battle. Therefore, if only to win this battle, it would not have much effect on Tao Dongqing's personal record. However, if enough win is very beautiful, Wu Chenqing presumably should be able to get the praise. And this is what he is after. These civil servants are the least things. and one by one will only play tricks. Really tie them to the battlefield and let them feel the cruelty of the battlefield. Everyone began to criticize the topic of civil servants. This topic, they can talk about tomorrow. Finally, Tao Dongqing interrupted the topic. Meng Shuai had said this, other people naturally will not start to study together, exactly how to seduce the enemy. This is not an easy task, they are now well known, and most people really dare not have any active offensive ideas against them. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed 575. Jiang Ming army excited. Most eventually, after some heated discussion, they decided to attack Huajun Wuhan cities in Hankou. First strike hit Hankou, easy to manufacture opportunities. Ming army surrounded. If you fight Yukeng first, it will be more difficult for the Ming army to be tempted. Due to Hankou, Hanyang defenders to come to support all from one direction, namely the north. As long as the Chinese army finds out in time, they can retreat to the south and are not easy to be surrounded. Unable to pack around Huajun, naturally difficult to play the advantages of troops. Unable to make psychological pressure on Huajun. When the income is too low, the Ming army may not be willing to take the chance to take this opportunity. The enemy is too weak and too insulting, and the Huajun is helpless, and has to take pains to think about the other side. The attack hit Hankou, the enemy can be tempted. At that time, the defenders of Hanyang can cross the Han River and go around to the northwest of the Chinese army, and keep in Yukeng army with the good. You can go around Huajun from the Yangtze River to the east, so that we can completely surround it on all sides Huajun, because for the west and south of the Yangtze River and the Han River, which means the terrain, the Huajun besieged on all sides to live. It is easy to retreat on land, but if you want to retreat from land to a boat on the river surface, the difficulty is not ordinary. Maybe all the luggage will be abandoned, maybe it will cause panic and chaos in the Chinese army. True, if this happens, they can step-by-step approach. Too late to put people on board, pushed to the water and drowned. If this happens, then the Ming army will be about to make history, leaving behind a classic battle comparable to the Battle of Chibi. Defeating an army equipped with modern equipment with primitive cold weapons cannot be overstated. To put it bluntly, if the Huajun wants to get the other side bait, he needs to put himself in danger first. Let the Ming army see enough gains to make the Ming army tempted. According to this line of thinking, in fact, you should go deep into the hinterland and attack Hanyang first, which is more dangerous. But that doing so, the intention would be too obvious. Under normal circumstances, it cannot strike hit the rear of Hanyang. If something goes wrong, there must be a demon. If the Chinese army does this, it will inevitably arouse the vigilance of the Ming army. Therefore, under comprehensive consideration, the Chinese army chose to attack Hankou first. Moreover, in order to give the Ming army further confidence, they had to act in a play first. Pretend while several troop transports out of the current problems, remain in Tanxingzhou area, pretending to run aground. How much cannot put 60,000 troops shipped to Hankou full-time year, because they are not short Hengjiao guts. It will be 60,000 troops did not dare to scare out of the city. In order to be foolproof and to give help to the Ming army, they prepared to send 45,000 people over, and then the remaining people pretended to be stranded and stayed in the Tanxingzhou area. In this way, it is really hard for Ming Jun not to think about it. If the surface of the 40,000 troops into the tiger's mouth does not eat, then this coach do not fight, and any opportunity he cannot captivated. This godsend, most of the coach never quite found a lifetime. It's real. Huajun to develop such a plan, is playing with fire. How 40,000 army was surrounded by hundreds of thousands. If the psychological quality of people almost a little, and give directly threatened kneeling, where will play? The Chinese army mainly relied on the enemy's ignorance of itself, as well as its powerful weapons and the quality of its soldiers. That is, the Huajun dare to play this battle tactics. This kind of tactic, when any other army comes to play, is a manifestation of brain pumping, and its coach should not hesitate to pull out and behead his head, and he will never kill him unjustly. It's not Xiang Yu. Don't break the boat, otherwise it will be easy to make jokes. After formulating the tactics, the Chinese army began acting. This is not difficult, because the spies of the Ming army are watching from a distance, and there is no way to get close to them. As long as a few troop carriers are parked in Tanxingzhou, and then people are sent around to find the boatman who repairs the ship, it is easy to create the illusion that the ship has a problem and is stranded. February 4th. After the Chinese army left nearly 20,000 people, the remaining troops continued to move westward, assuming a defiant look. Anyway, his image has always been arrogant. This point can be felt by the Ming army without pretending to be too deliberate. Grand Army landed directly in close proximity to the city of Hankou. The Ming army never mind to mind. The navy of the Ming army is far inferior to that of Dawa, and those navy will also be used to control the Yangtze and ensure the connection between the three towns. If they were sent directly to fight with Dawa's navy, it would certainly cause some losses to the Chinese army, but they would have no support on the river. Unless Wat Tengjiao head is filled, or are unlikely to be a direct contact with their cards used to get up and against the enemy sub. Hanyang, where He Tengjiao's headquarters are located. Originally his headquarters was in Yugeng, but considering the upcoming war, Hanyang would be a little safer. So he moved the headquarters to Hanyang. This time, he received the report of the spies, saying Huajun part of the vessel ran aground failure. Only about 2/3 of the fleet to move forward, and landed at Hankou. Is that so? He Tengjiao heard rejoicing. This is simply a date to help him too. That's true. Some people in the Chinese army are looking for boatmen who repair ships around. The spy said. It should not be wrong. It is said that Dawa's steam engine is very easy to break. It is estimated that this time the machine broke down. I am afraid it will not be so easy to repair it. Wang Jingkai laughed loudly. But why did they not stop moving forward after encountering this kind of change? Jiang Qiang vaguely felt that something was wrong, but couldn't figure out where it was. HMPH. It's not because they have won more battles and become proud and arrogant. If they hadn't been defiant, how could they ignore my 150,000 army? The arrogant soldiers will lose. This time I will teach them a lesson. He Tengjiao Airway. He's still entangled. They have been ignored things. The thought of being despised by Dawa made him extremely unhappy, and his self-esteem felt humiliated. That being the case, I can seize this opportunity. They will be trapped in Hankou, offensive launched simultaneously from all sides. It will be defeated in one fell swoop. To time to see if they dare to look down upon us. When we seized the equipment of their 40,000 army, our strength will not only increase several times. At that time, I am afraid Dawa will have to take the initiative to come to talk to us. Ha ha ha. Wang Jingkai laughed loudly. Among the more than 40,000 people, there were not only more than 20,000 flintlocks, but also the most advanced Yongxing second-year rifle of the 20,000 Chinese army. With this batch of equipment, Dawa really can't underestimate them. The more people say more excited, just like Zuyu saw the iron chain of Cao Cao, even the boat saw as the key to winning. This gave them a great sense of expectation. Many people lack the courage of your convictions. Has the benefits of a fantasy after defeating Huajun that can be achieved begun? Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. I'm the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed. Chapter 576. This is a fake attack? Look again. I need more detailed information. He Tengjiao said. He in the end is one of the main commander. Did not immediately because of the huge temptation, could not help myself. That kind of person was wiped out by everyone as early as the competition for the upper ranks. He Tengjiao can climb 2 rivers. Governor, mingled with a different surname Wang in troubled times, itself proves its capabilities. Many of the previous seemingly embarrassing moves were only because of encountering a more powerful opponent. In the face when other rivals, he is like a lion. Commanded revisited. Ho Tengjiao message does not sit and the like, but the beginning of a series of quasi-preparation. Let the various ministries mobilize the soldiers, ready to rush to Hankou at any time, and then give a thunderous blow to the Chinese army. From his perspective, this series of commands are actually very qualified. Great war, imminent. In Hankou, the war has already begun. The Army wants to act more realistically, so naturally it has to launch an offensive against Hankou. The Chinese army was divided into two parts. One part feinted the city of Hankou, and the other part started to build fortifications around the army. Planes with no insurance and defend. If you don't build some fortifications, it would be quite dangerous to face a crowd of enemies. The Ming army only needs to stretch the front as much as possible, thinning the depth, and making the Chinese army uncomfortable. Respond. The forces will be extremely dispersed. If you don't split your troops, the enemy can easily go to your side and even behind you. Thousands of department team, not too afraid of being around, you can build enough defensive circle. But if a small part of hundreds of thousands after the team was surrounded, to guard against the four directions, then the fire will be greatly weakened. To the weak enemy can easily rush in front of the melee. It is due to this reason, the construction of fortifications becomes very important. With fortifications, fewer troops can be used to block more enemies. The same time, can greatly reduce casualties. With the order to build the fortifications, the Chinese soldiers dropped their packages, took out the engineering shovel, and started working in full swing. Only the Chinese army has the ability to build fortifications in any place and change to another army. There is no such condition at all. The older style army uses favorable terrain. The new army creates favorable terrain. The Chinese army built the parapet rather than digging trenches. Its real digging trenches can, but each defense force weaker than the parapet, rushed in front of the enemy, will be forced into melee combat. And a 1-meter repair chest wall, even if the enemy rushed to the front, they have to climb over the wall. The difficulty has risen considerably. Of course, to repair a thoracic 1-meter high wall, in fact, it is not easy. The Army used a large number of sacks and various wooden stakes, which greatly increased the speed of the construction of the parapet wall. At the same time, there are still some areas, arranged barbed wire. This kind of barbed wire has very sharp barbs, and it feels sour to think about it if you want to go straight through it. There are not many barbed wire fences in Huazhen, and they are mainly used for testing. His arsenal constantly come up with something new. Everything new equipment will not start mass production, but first management theory test, proving ground test, and then after battlefield real test. Pass through a series of tests to demonstrate easy to use, large-scale manufacturing will. Barbed wire is just one of the new equipment tested this time. The other side, Huazhen feint already begun. Hundreds of cannons began to blast at Hankou City. In the eyes of the Chinese army, this shelling intensity was just a feint. But in Hankou defender Zudaki, where he saw such a fierce shelling, he immediately defined this attack as a general attack. Quickly, report to the governor that the enemy has begun a general offensive and is trying to make a quick battle. Our army is fighting hard. Before the Chinese infantry began to approach, he already said that he had suffered a hard fight. The messenger rushed to Hanyang quickly, and after the Chinese army was shelled, the infantry also began to attack. Forced strike cannons, breech guns, flamethrowers, air force bombing, grenade launchers. The Chinese army has a lot of tricks, and no one is serious about attacking the city, such as carrying a ladder or something to climb the city wall. But these things made the Ming army miserable, and there were beatings everywhere. But there was not much counter-attack power. Take as long as a head Huazhen gun breach troops opened fire, shooting high thief. It's actually useless to lie on your stomach. The Chinese army's mortar shells also blew up the soldiers hiding behind the city wall. After finally robbing some refuges such as towers, the Air Force's big bombs were dropped again, exploding the towers, shelters and other places into a mess. The pyro of the army is under Hankou City, just like walking around in their own garden, and they can chat while walking. Wooden City after the door picked up a flamethrower to spray. Those flammable liquids were sprayed on the city gates, and the gas was blazing. At this burning rate, It won't take long before this city gate will be burnt to ashes. Seeing this scene, Zudaki really almost vomited blood and died. To deceive people too much, it is to deceive people too much. Don't hide, just stand up and fight for me to stop them. If you are afraid of fighting, you will kill you without mercy. Zudaki gave a ruthless order. The soldiers of the Ming army scolded their mother while cautiously counterattacking. His counterattack varied. There are bursts of bows and arrows. Mani Uiu to reload the matchlock there. Some flintlock soldiers were also shooting at the mortar soldiers of the Chinese army. The effect is more or less, but he and they suffered the loss ratio. It can be much weaker. The army, let us fight it out to talk to them. Minister Zhao Ben proposed. This Huajun, there are too many remote means of attack, and they were remote at war. It is unwise. The best way is actually to rush over and fight melee. As long as they rush to the Chinese army, those pyro, grenadier, mortar and some soldiers with strange things are actually very weak in their own life-saving capabilities. Of course, the premise must be rushed in front of the opponent. Zudaki understand that if he opened the city gates, Huajun pyro will temporarily retreat and infantry will be up front and won't punch hit Huajun infantry phalanx, that is to court death. This lesson of blood and tears of the King army, the Ming army will naturally not forget. No on how, not so silly leng to the impact of Huajun infantry phalanx. No city wall. The faster we lost, Zudaki said. However, now that there is a city wall, we are also at a big loss. It is better to give it a try. Although it is risky, it is completely worth the fight compared to the possible results. Those pyro and artillery are also treasures in the Chinese army. Killing one of them will make you feel distressed. If you kill all the technical units under the city, the Chinese army's commander will vomit blood. And, as long as I have a surprise, maybe the enemy a chance to react. The dispatching of soldiers also takes time. As long as we rush to them before they complete the dispatching formation, then everything will be fine. Zhao Ben is still persuading that he really can't stand this situation where he can only be beaten. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 577 chapters gas R. Most final. Zudaki agreed to Zhou's request because he was stuck on panic. Any who suffer from this bullying, and my heart cannot know gas. Moreover, his biggest advantage now is the number of soldiers. Even the anti-strike failed, some loss of strength, it does not matter. But if you get an unexpected result, it will be a big surprise. Those special arms are also precious in the Chinese army. Each of the training need to spend huge sums of money. The loss of these special arms is enough to make the Chinese army painful. Moreover, as Zhao Ben said, the dispatch of soldiers takes time. It is impossible for every unit of the Chinese army to be elite and able to respond so quickly. Due to many factors, Zudaki agreed to Zhao Ben's request. Well, when it's time to fight, you still have to fight. Afterwards, Zhao Ben asked people to douse the city gate with water, opened the city gate, and led a 3,000-man vanguard force to rush out. After the renewal of troops as well as 3,000, waiting in the wings. If Zhao Ben Chong goes well, they will rush out to expand the results. If Zhao Chong did not go well, they will want a way off, hold the gates. City door opened. Huajun had, indeed, was a bit unexpected. He who does not want to understand why the Ming army to give up protection walls, take the initiative to rush out to death wish. Not before, they are well trained immediately reflected out. The pyro and artillery retreated in an orderly manner, and the infantry quickly moved forward and blocked them. During the whole process, without the command of regiment-level officers, each battalion, or even each company, saw the situation on the battlefield and immediately responded according to the regulations in the combat manual. The face of this unexpected situation that may arise, they usually are trained on how to respond. This time, only need to follow that training. Action can be carried out step by step in accordance with drill book on the playbook. Jingru Elite, refers to such well-trained to face any unexpected situation forces should have a strong ability. These are all experience gained from a lot of training. And training, but also means that consumption, requires a lot of money. Therefore, the Ming army soldiers on the opposite side had never received such training at all. He had usually most of the time at rest, in order to save energy, reduce appetite, reduce food consumption. Impact of a factor in the outcome of the battle, not quite so simple. The national strength behind it is also a major factor. Even if viewed in the long run, it is the only factor. Huajun's reaction speed surpassed Zhao Ben's expectations. Unfortunately, this time of regret too late, they have been rushed to the half, has only 50 meters from the Huajun. This time, the city cannot turn back now. That really wants to do so, and morale will be directly hit bottom. Moreover, in his quality of their soldiers, then turned around and want to maintain order, probably not. Zhao Ben can only continue to rush, hoping to crush the enemy in front of him at once. After all, there are not many enemies right in front, that is, 400 to 500, and they have an advantage in numbers. Put gun shooting freedom. This team of more than 400 people is still made up of flintlocks. However, it is enough to deal with an army wielding a big knife. The gunfire sounded, and the Ming army fell down a blockbuster. He had continued to punch, but Huajun take advantage of this time, has completed loading. Quasi-prepared, after Voliant, the Huajun officer shouted, they are too familiar with this process. Less than 10 meters from a volley, but it really is to get the Ming army soldier perplexing. He panicked. And this time, more than 400 soldiers of the Free loudly chanting kill, and then step by step take the initiative toward the Ming army. Seeing a dense row of bayonets approaching, a small group of Ming soldiers collapsed first. With him they lead, others follow the collapse. As for Zhao Ben, who could restrain them, he was shot and fell down because of bad luck when he was charging. Child under the bombs, everyone is equal. 3,000 people rushed to the front, and instantly fall apart. Hundreds of people were killed chasing down, could not bear to look to see Zudaki. Ashamed. It's really ashamed. Still in town 3,000 reserve, this time alone to build on, even outside of the friendly lazy to save directly to shut the gates, those who give up. He had worried that off slow, Huajun will take the opportunity to enter the city. Ever since, on such a fierce battlefield, a picture of capturing prisoners appeared, which was quite a violation of peace. The Chinese army in other directions is still attacking the city in an orderly manner, while the Chinese army here is grabbing prisoners laughing and joking. This kind of action is tantamount to slap Zudaki's face with naked humiliation. I may be bad, damn. Zudaki really had liver pain with Qi, but there was nothing to do. He can only expect the Chinese army to wait for the ant to attack the city, and then use the only part of the grenade in his hand to teach the Chinese army a lesson. This is their most promising opportunity to kill a large number of Chinese troops. However, what caused Zudaki to vomit blood was that the Chinese army retreated after much fanfare and stopped attacking. Also lost week-old Kaya's unexperienced ups and downs. I experienced the frustration of people. As a general with a glass heart, being bullied, molested, and humiliated one after another, I am afraid that he would have lost his mind a long time ago. Zudaki no, he was just grinding his teeth in forbearance. Everything bitter stuff he swallow. He was waiting for aid to reach the army, and other reinforcements to complete the encirclement of the enemy, using the absolute strength advantage, its expansion into a comprehensive attack. At that time, it was his turn to bully the Huajun. Thinking of that scene, I still have a little expectation. Tengjiao Zudaki did not let down. The Huajun, after learning of Hankou, launched a general offensive. They decisively ordered the army to attack. Nukeng City Department team out comprehensive, cross the river by boat, around behind Huajun, attack. And he led the headquarters, crossed the Han River, and then launched a full-scale attack from the north of the Chinese army. At that time, Zudaki in the city of Hankou took the initiative to attack from the west of the Chinese army. Three-way large army to form a large pocket. The Huajun to the river to catch. Three-way large army, as long as there is a breakthrough all the way to completion, will be able to rely on superior force of sudden internal Huajun, followed by a variety of isolated and surrounded the same time, to carry out comprehensive hand combat. Once he had completed all the way to really have a breakthrough, for Huajun it is indeed quite dangerous. Also promised it will therefore not be completely defeated, but absolutely have to pay a painful price. After entering hand-to-hand combat, the advantage of the Chinese army will be greatly reduced. If they could reach the Huajun forced to keep back, and retreated to the river. Or it might be even better to force the Chinese army into chaos and collapse. At that time, they can also experience the feeling of capturing captives all over the world. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. I made aircraft carrier in the Ming Dynasty. Fastest update rate. 578 chapters. Decision war began. Han Yang, new king's Ming army had just been dispatched, and the Chinese army received the news. There is a hot air balloon in the sky dedicated to observing the enemy's situation, and the soldiers on it are equipped with the latest flare. The thick smoke after the explosion of this signal bomb is very dark, and the divergence speed is slow, and it is also very distinguishable during the day, and it can be seen clearly from several kilometers away. Upon receipt of the news, the Chinese army also fired this flare immediately. Distance June 5th, a signal inside and outside the turning point, but also immediately launched flares. After passing 4 or 5 rods, the Chinese army in Tanxingzi knew that the enemy had begun in action. He who also immediately prepare, set sail for battlefield support center. 40,000 large army can pin down hundreds of thousands of enemy troops, but want to counterattack. Not easy to achieve greater victories. And it was not the intention of the Chinese army to fall into a confrontation with the Ming army. He had to make stops in Tanxingzi. Troops suddenly appeared in the center of the battlefield, anxious to break the balance of the two sides of the battlefield. The enemy's chest fiercely stab. As long as this army appears on the battlefield, it is equivalent to telling the Ming army that you are in the midst of it and run away, or the whole army will be wiped out. Once the Ming army started to flee, the Chinese army could happily hunt down and expand the results. The Huajun is also quite skilled in this kind of work. If what Teng Jiao smart enough, bold enough, if you continue to fight to death while knowingly, it may be a bit depressing for the Chinese army, but it is not a big deal. With Miguel 20,000 troops, they can out of the army which carried out an anti-circumvention, and then gradually eliminated, then moved to other departments. This is already the worst situation that the Chinese army may encounter. Something indeed, according to Tao Dongqing, who estimates that the Ming army cannot do this. Above the military chaos, following the soldiers to be chaos. The hundreds of thousands of troops that can still fight dead are counted. They are elite. With this kind of elite troops, Teng Jiao had already expanded around. That does not mean Hubei accounted for a year. What Teng Jiao nor much as is, or even active attacks are never too few troops stationed Huajun place. I really don't dare. After trimming, their army is still full of belly, but there is no old, weak, sick and disabled. At least, compared with the Chinese army, it is still a mob. Both sides' large army in the rapid mobilization of the distance across the 3 towns very close. In fact, this schedule is not much time to spend. With what Teng Jiao troops arrived in Hankou, after formal contacts and Huajun, battle started. The Ming army launched an offensive against the Chinese army from 3 directions. Teng Jiao Ministry, the total strength of a total of 4 million, or 3,000 flintlock air gun forces, leaving behind cold steel, and stopped in front of them are the arms of the 32 Division, Li repeated troops, a total number of 12,000. Yongxing 5,000 years rifles, flintlock 5,000, about 2,000 people are other technical arms. Grenadier, pyro, mortar, signal corps, military police, medical corps. The Chinese army has a very large number of arms, and they are so complicated that they dazzled the enemy. There are even dedicated battlefield observers. Is the kind of monsters are down and he had nothing to officers. Their only job is to observe a variety of battlefield situations and records. After the war, these detailed records will be taken out for research and experience. Don't underestimate their role, at least in later generations. They will be there in every battle. With more than 10,000 people in Lilianfan, the front line to be defended looks like 10 miles. Any point is broken, this line of defense will lose its meaning. There is about 1 soldier per meter on average, and it seems that there are not many people. However, wars cannot be counted as such. At least there must be an alternate. Otherwise, the death of 1 soldier would be tantamount to the fall of 1 meter of anti-line. In this case, their line of defense would be over if hundreds of people died. In short, it is impossible for the enemy to spread the attack equally on the entire front, and it is impossible for the Chinese army to spread the defense equally. It's all section by section, with focus. Intensive period of local defense forces, and some anti-online nobody. Then, according to the enemy's attack location, constantly adjust the deployment of troops. The battlefield is changing rapidly and it is very complicated, and it is not clear in a few words. In short, it is not easy for 10,000 people to defend a 10-mile line of defense. What's more, because of the time constraints, some sections of the fortifications they have not built well. This is the case on the battlefield, and it will never be possible to calculate accurately. When encountering this kind of difficulty, the comparison is which force can overcome the difficulty better. Kill. He Tengjiao complete arrangements for a plan of attack, shouted to kill. Then, his ministry team was divided into about 10 parts, were plunging toward the 7 lots, the other 3 corps. His opportunistic stand. It's real. Tengjiao also understand that the troops tried to find points that can undermine the advantages of better Huajun. But he couldn't do that. The quality of his officers was incomparable to that of the Chinese army. Those that corporal even that long, and its military quality is almost zero, tend to be more fierce or brave, be a man or a guy who can be served. Since the code for this level to 100 officers, only slightly know a little bit tactical. Yes, officer quality, they decided not to fight a small scale. Once all of them are dispersed, maybe some squads can turn around and flee, maybe some squads will not be able to keep up, some will rush too fast, and some will not go straight and run to the attacking position of friendly forces. In short, if a person with no command ability goes on the battlefield, he will inevitably lead a troop into chaos. 10 sections, each with about 4,000 people. Through the telescope to see through the enemy's deployment, Huajun here began to rapidly adjust. This adjustment is a self-adjustment of campaign-level units, where the company commander or battalion commander makes a judgment, and then autonomously orders the adjustment of the position of the troops. There is no way. It is totally unrealistic to expect signal soldiers to run around without a telephone. Such frequent transfers are totally unrealistic. Therefore, Li Lianfan directly delegated powers to the people below and let them make adjustments on their own. Li Lianfan has confidence in his subordinates. They are all people who have gone to military academy and have successfully graduated. Also promised to let them develop clever tactics difficult, but some simple mobilized on the battlefield. It is certainly no problem. After all, this is not esoteric knowledge. It is nothing more than to see which position the enemy is focusing on, and quickly move closer to that position. When encountering an enemy, divide the troops, and then divide the troops according to a certain proportion according to the opponent's number. Of course, the details need to be paid attention to, nothing more. Relying on the excellent quality of the basic officers of the Chinese army quickly completed the adjustment, and did not give the Ming army the opportunity to concentrate its superior forces to attack weak positions. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 579 chapters pure die. He Tengjiao looked Huajun adjustments mouth fell open. long time speechless, too frightening. He has never seen an army that can adjust so quickly, nor has he seen an army that does not require orders from higher authorities, and the basic officers below can make bold decisions on their own. He had, do not worry about making the wrong decision, resulting in one's own failure occurs. That this happens, do not bear the responsibility. He Tengjiao puzzled. The Huajun naturally has a set of mechanisms. After the battlefield summary, the officer who made the wrong decision, as long as he can explain the reason, his superiors will evaluate his ability based on the actual situation at the time. Under normal circumstances, the punishment will not be too severe. It is through this mechanism that the grassroots officers of the Chinese army have the opportunity to practice, and their abilities have been improved. This kind of quality, thrown into He Tengjiao's army, is at least the head of 1,000 households, or even the position above general. I thought that the Chinese army were all unknown people, such as Li Shobin, Liu Hansen and others, whose predecessors were only from 100 families. But I didn't expect that their low-level officers were of such a level. He Tengjiao laments. He used to think that even people like Li Shobin in the Chinese army could be the #1 figure in the military, indicating that the talents in this kind of army must be withered, and it is a helpless move. Now he finally realized that he was wrong. There are too many talents in the Chinese army, so it doesn't matter who the coach is. When making decisions, there is a team of staff to work together, and low-level officers control themselves on the specific battlefield. Main handsome addition to eventually take the plate. It seems really no other role in there. In what time Tengjiao Sai, the Ming army has entered Huajun mortar range. Gunfire sounded. Artillery shells began to fall in the Ming army's formation. This time, the quality of the Ming army troops on the highlights out. They did not dare to defuse the army, in order to drop low casualties, because as soon as the diffusion army, then the entire military chain of command is necessary to chaos. The situation will not find soldiers. The soldiers could not find the will. Once a soldier is free from the restraint of an officer, he will immediately flee. Unlike the soldiers of Dawa, there are still several classes inside. Without officers, those private soldiers will be under the jurisdiction of sergeants and other senior soldiers, and there will be no chaos. It can be said that the Chinese army is already a mature modern army. The tightness of its organization is completely unmatched by troops like He Tengjiao. Free fire hit. A commander of the Huajun ordered. What the real would not he ordered after the judge has entered the enemy's own range. Some of the soldiers Huajun has spontaneous start firing. He had the force used was Yongxing 2 years rifle. Hit the far, great power. His early they started firing, so that the Ming army assault complain incessantly. It was nearly 200 meters away from the position of the Huami. This distance would take at least half a minute even if it was running all the way. What's more, he had not bolted. You have to keep the point of physical battle. So, he can only trot. This takes at least 1 minute. And this time, enough for the Huajun to shoot 6 or 7 shots. The concept of 6 or 7 guns meant that when the Ming army rushed in front of the Chinese army, at least more than 2,000 people would be lost. And the Ming army in this direction has a total of only 4,000 people, which is equivalent to a loss of half. If there are people in the Ming army who are good at calculating, I am afraid they will never let the soldiers continue to rush. This can't be rushed. It will be defeated. An army wants to continue fighting when it is lost in half. It thinks too much. It's impossible. Unfortunately, no one in the Ming army was aware of this problem. In other words, they have not tasted the power of post-loading guns. He had directed to continue, but more and more people fall. Slowly, he had also found a problem. However, at this time, the generals of the Ming army began to shout, "Run at full speed. Rush to the enemy and we will win." This kind of command sounds very stupid. Running for 100 meters at full speed and rushing in front of the enemy. At least he had to breathe before he could continue the fight. When in front of the Huajun, will the Huajun give them time to breathe? I am afraid, grenade thing after the bomb directly call the past. However, the generals of the Ming army were also helpless. They had no choice but to do so. This Shihaike troops launched the assault without brain. I am afraid the army will retreat. More and more casualties have made the soldiers below begin to fear. Only by relying on his kind of full charge and an offensive with no retreat, so that the soldiers have no time to think about it, can this panic be suppressed. However, the time that can be suppressed is also extremely limited. Before rushing to the Chinese army, at the edge, some Ming army soldiers with more life-saving skills plus points were already running to the sides. In this way, to avoid the frontal blow of the Chinese army. For individuals like them, this choice is undoubtedly correct, and it can greatly increase the chance of survival. But for the entire charging team, the impact is very bad. He had a positive impact: not want the enemy. Others do not want to die. No one more than anyone else. How much stupid he can work around by other people naturally will not impact the front again. Silly Leng Leng. Then, new problems arose. Those Ming troops who tried to avoid the frontal firepower of the Chinese army immediately appeared without the command of senior officers. However, the Huajun made real-time adjustments and did not give them a chance to take advantage of the loopholes, and they still had to face bullets. So, should we continue to rush, or should we choose to retreat? Of course there are people who continue to choose to rush, but there are also many who choose to retreat. All of a sudden, the entire assault army was in chaos. Some people are rushing forward, some people are taking a detour, and some people are retreating. Just like the vegetable market in the countryside, when they go to the market, it is as chaotic as it is. Ming army was close at hand, and they couldn't rush in front of them in a daze. But when it was about to rush, the army collapsed. Of course, this can't actually blame the soldiers of the Ming army for fear of death. This way of charging without any cover, completely exposing yourself to the guns of the Chinese army, no matter how you charge, it is a wrong decision. The correct way is to use obstacles, crawl forward, or divide into 3-to-3 systems and spread out on the entire front to attack in an all-round way, or retreat to the mountains to play to a strike. In short, Hedon is not working. However, the Ming army either didn't understand the tactics in this area, or was unable to perform such tactics, or for other reasons. In short, this time they did not do it. This shocking force equipped with a new style rifle completely collapsed, and even the hair of the Chinese army was not touched, which was quite embarrassing. In contrast, Red Strike flintlock forces that support the troops, the situation is better than many. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. I'm the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 580 chapters. Barbed wire attack hit Fusiliers Station section of the Ming army too badly, but a lot better than other forces. After all, the accuracy of the flintlock is much worse. After the Ming army had paid nearly 1,000 lives, it finally rushed to the front of the army. However, he had a nightmare cannot end so soon. A modest chest wall let them quite a headache. Some people are dumbfounded by the wire in front of them. What should I do? No one has encountered this stuff. What should I do? Directly, no one dared to try this. Nima, and those bright hooks looked scary. All make me, standing here waiting to die yet? The officer of the Ming army roared. When forced to do this, some soldiers tried. However, as soon as he touched it, he screamed in pain, and even scared other people did not dare to go up. Cut it with a knife, a bunch of pig brains, the Ming army officer said angrily. However, if the barbed wire can be cut off casually, there will be no barbed wire everywhere on the battlefield of later generations. It takes time to cut it off. And he had cut the barbed wire when Huajun cannot knock the seeds. Sit down and watch a movie in the side. He took advantage of the time were unable to break through. They are all in close shoot to kill, so that they almost died laughing. Never been so easy battle. Some of the Ming army also counterattacked, but the long-range attack forces in the Ming army were far fewer than the Chinese army. No matter how counter-strike, all would be disastrous. Throw the corpse up and step on the corpse. The generals of the Ming army were not in a hurry. They were also thinking of ways. There will be a lead to find out. Some soldiers tried to cross over when died on the barbed wire. Barbed wire dead body bent a lot. Suddenly he thought, If this is a little more bodies, is it you can overwhelm this barbed wire, or press out a walking dead, use a corpse? The soldiers of the Ming army felt sad. He had the corpses quite awe, that the bodies should not be exploited at all. It is disrespectful to the body. Of course, soldiers are still more realistic. After all, being unrealistic is hard to save. As a result, some soldiers threw the bodies of their comrades up, and it really worked. After several corpses were pressed up, the barbed wire couldn't bear its weight, and part of it collapsed. And those Ming army soldiers can step on the bodies of their comrades and rush over. If, at the beginning he had thought of this approach, and perhaps this time they really broke through the defense Huajun. However, he previously had slow for far too long. During this time, they were severely hit by the Chinese army. Otherwise, he had the time to find the body. It will not be so easy. Just go around a fishing was one. With such a heavy loss, although they found a way through the barbed wire, they still flinched. Attack hit lots of barbed wire. Ming army suffered a major loss. Attack parapet area about the same. Chest wall will look like 2 meters, 3 meters of. For the soldier, he just jumped up and passed by. But when no one is paying attention, there are still a large number of soldiers on the Chinese side. He had such a climb, Huajun just need to poke at them a bayonet. You can let them order combat. More importantly, this parapet slowed the speed of the Ming army sprint. After the sudden slowdown, a large number of soldiers gathered in the chest before the wall. The Huajun's grenade was also thrown over in time. Suddenly, there was a scream. Chest stuck in the front wall of the Ming army. Then it is also not enter into. We cannot retreat back. This retreat, the price paid by the previous charge, was completely in vain. There is no point in consuming the ammunition of the Chinese army, because the ammunition of the Chinese army is generally very sufficient. Unlike as were the Ming army, although there are some soldiers equipped with grenade, but pitiful. Removing a part fell on the red front people on the street, and the rest of that small group of people also throw the hand grenade Huajun the other side, causing some damage. But the Italian justice is not, they need crossed this wall. In the shock of war, the Ming army so he began tearing down walls at there. Due to temporary Huajun construction of the parapet, the time did not care regardless of whether the firm. In some places, a sandbag was torn off by the Ming army. Pull a few more sandbags, and the wall will collapse more than half. However, the effect of this action is extremely limited and very time-consuming. Waiting for him when they demolished almost, people are almost dead. He suffered the same side of the barbed wire and embarrassed Gan situation. On the whole front, there were indeed people who successfully surpassed the wall. However, if the number of people does not reach a certain scale, it is of little significance. Huajun soon be able to handle over, and so the Ming army finally crossed the nearly 100 people. Can in order to create a more uptime of trouble Huajun make it more than 100 crashes happened again. Those soldiers who had not crossed the wall finally had their psychological defenses collapsed and chose to escape. In the red when the front, they sacrificed troops for nearly 25%, is already enormous casualty rate. In the chest for some time before the wall in the confrontation, although they also caused destruction to Huajun, but the impairment of one's own speed is quite fast. In the fold after loss to 10% of total war damage reached 35%. Under this battle damage, they collapsed, and some people began to flee. Among the 3 people, it means that 1 person died in battle or was seriously injured. Who would dare to stay? If he had been defeated, Huajun said okay, well, fight on. But the problem is that the 2 sides are still confronting each other. This means that a large number of people will continue to die, and they will not necessarily be able to win. Be evil, it is hateful. See the power loss of a basket for carrying soil, Jiao hopping. The army, since that is the weak point of the enemy's position, it would focus on attacking this position to work harder, be able to win the next time. The subordinate persuaded it. Compared to other places, their progress in this position is considered the best. Weak point, you fuck, in which I saw that the weak points can let people crash. They under Jiao shortness of breath, some have lost their senses, directly into the men shout abuse. Of course, you cannot blame him. Love thread out of control. It is the army's progress. It cannot be satisfactory. Fold loss of so many people, but it is a place did not break. He began to wonder whether his master plan was correct. As far as the current situation on his side is concerned, it is undoubtedly a failure. The losses were heavy, but there were no results. However, when evaluating a battle, one cannot only look at the part but the overall situation. He had a disadvantage here, though, but at least thwarting Huajun a lot of strength and energy. If this appears a crucial breakthrough when the other two aspects, one direction, then they win the battle, still belongs to them. Of course, the premises of the other two directions has made progress in key properties. Command, keeping hold, continued small share attack, feint, giving up large-scale offensive. He Teng Jiao ordered the road. There are too many dead people to be so hard on. Otherwise the soldiers will not be able to stand it. Continue to pretend to be a small-scale containment. Now, He Teng Jiao can only count on another direction. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. I'm the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed. 581 Chapter Artillery Seal Lock. To the west, the Huajun's 33 Division, Shishui Department. The configuration of troops is almost the same as that of Li Lianfan. The only difference is that he had this division. There are over 112 pounds cannon door. These cannons are amazingly powerful, much more fierce than the previous 6-pound red cannons, and they can also fire howitzers. However, keep the stone industry here is not to build fortifications. After all, they had previously attacked Hankou in this direction. Responsible for attacking forces in setting stone is Zhao Bing Libai, where we still need more troops. Teng Jiao sum up 55,000. Face of so many enemies, and no fortifications, stone entrepreneurial, but he is not panic, because that is the 100 cannon. The existence of more than 100 cannons allowed them to avoid defending the entire line of defense like Li Lianfan did. Stone keep the industry only need to send people stubbornly keep these guns. Artillery positions can be saved. Enjoyed the rest of the blank. With the range of 5 or 6 miles of these cannons, the entire front can be covered. To give Zudaki 100 courage, he did not dare to ignore these cannons of the Chinese army, and passed by the side of the gap, and then went to attack Li Lianfan's back. When I passed this section of the road, I was baptized by the artillery of the Chinese army. It was really that there were not enough soldiers to die. The lethality of these cannons on the plain battlefield is several times stronger than that of the siege. After all, these shells rely on 4-shot shrapnel to kill the enemy. Without bunkers like city walls, these shrapnel can fully kill the enemy. Zudaki had no choice but to eliminate this artillery unit of the Chinese army. Only through here can he cooperate with He Teng Jiao, and keep the stone industry is very aware of this. As soon as he discovered that the enemy had taken the bait according to the predetermined plan and started a full counterattack, he arranged for the artillery to retreat some distance, and then the infantry garrisoned tightly around him, putting on a posture of death protection. He had no parapet of protection, but they are dense enough, compared to the dispersion of the Series Lee defense to intensive several times. And the denser the formation duel, the more beneficial it is to the Chinese army. Therefore, the face of overwhelming from the Ming army, stone entrepreneurship is not panic, and even some cannot wait. With intake of weapons to bully opponents feel pretty good. Zudaki's soldiers were divided into 3 groups. They were said to be 3 groups. In fact, the interval between each group was about 1 mile. Road red front strike, both sides around about Huajun flank attack, to form 3 sides attack situation. To play a superior force as much as possible. Strive to attack as many Chinese soldiers as possible at the same time. Divided into 3 groups. The Chinese army's artillery can stare at one unit to bomb it, and it can also reduce the pressure of a single unit being bombed. If there is only a frontal road, the bombardment of artillery can make them vomit blood. No major concocted about each other's artillery. Cannon facing assault, that was quite a disadvantage. Chonga Gofeng, Zudaki Ministry will persuade said, I am. They should not be arranged in Hanyang guns shipped over it, not to lose a cannon. His cannon was originally used to prevent Yuob's navy has run, cut off the Yangtze River. And this time, they have started a total battle, then blocked the river will become not so important. He had never defeated Huajian inevitable rout. If he had lost the battle, but also unable to go to blockade the river, this inability stationed Yuan Sanzhen. In short, this decisive battle in Hankou can already determine everything, and naturally it is necessary to put all the strength into it. I'm afraid it's too late in time. In addition, both sides have been attacked. There is no way he stood watching and other dry cannon know it. Huajian have the leisure to support other troops. Said so. But in the end Zudaki sent some people to transport the cannon. He was also not sure how long this decisive battle would take, and whether he would use cannons later. A small part of the team went to transport artillery, leaving a large force is the beginning of the offensive. 3 branch teams, the wings should be faster, slower middle of, in order to be able to keep pace attack a little later. As the enemy began to act, the Chinese army's cannons also sounded decisively. Their 12 Catty cannons have a range theory on it has been reached 5 or 6 years. The actual effective range is about 2 to 3 miles. Even 2 army across the still very far, but it has been enough to get the guns. The sound of the artillery sounded, but few shots did not hit, and the shells fell in the empty space where there was no Ming army. Tens of thousands of people seem to be a lot, but they don't seem to be much when they are scattered on this battlefield. Many places are still blank, and there is no Ming army. The Ming army was not happy because they could all see the observation balloon of the Chinese army in the distance. On the observation balloon, the soldiers of the Chinese army determined the impact point of the shells, and then relayed information to the people below, adjusting the shelling parameters of the shells. After a few cannons were adjusted, the shells of the Chinese army began to fall into the phalanx of the Ming army. Next is the nightmare of the Ming army. From now until they are close to the Chinese army, they will be slaughtered by artillery shells. And he had no recourse but to move forward with patience. Moreover, even if the cannon shells fell on their periphery, they are not allowed to run up, still able to walk at normal speed. After all, the road is still very long, so if you start running now, you will have to die of exhaustion first. Not allowed to accelerate. The psychology of this pair of soldiers is simply a torture. Watching the shells fall in their own square, the soldiers will instinctively want to run. Boom! Another pieces of pomegranate shells landed square inches. The Ming army blasted its emitted shrapnel. At least there are hundreds of pieces. A large amount of shrapnel was shot on Ming soldiers, and those shot to the head were basically directly reimbursed. Not before, or are most of the incident on the trunk and extremities. Those who have been shot are generally unable to move forward. Even if it was shot in the arm, under such severe pain, there was no way to move on to fight. It is better to go back and clean the wound for treatment. Maybe it can be saved. The wounded were left behind, and the uninjured moved on. Disperse. Matrix, widen the front and back distance, and ensure 5 positions. In order to reduce the loss, the general of the Ming army issued an order. Open the front and back distance, so that the formation becomes evacuated. Not over this formation, but also greatly slowed down the forward speed of the team, both advantages and disadvantages. The Chinese army's more than 100 guns attacked the three-way army at the same time, and on average, each army could only be assigned more than 30 guns. This number is nothing compared to the huge number of Ming troops. So, even if his cannon can hit from time to time, but did not advance out of the military influence, continues to move forward. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 582 Chapter How to do that? Compared to Viagra artillery threat, the Ming army, but it is still more afraid of Dowa Air Force. In the city wall, Yuob Air Force airdrop, but also more difficult to achieve success. But in the plains belt, it may directly be blind throw. Unless it is a completely untrained recruit, it is impossible to be inaccurate. The Third Army and the Fourth Army are not equipped with many air forces. There is only one Air Force battalion, with a total of more than 40 hydrogen balloons and hot air balloons, which can be used to throw bombs, and there are only about 30. When the Ming army approached, Dao's air force rose into the air and entered the battlefield. See those empty army, Ming soldiers hot to tears. After all, they had seen the power of that kind of aerial bomb before in the city. Kind of like a house very big tower, a bomb that will blow up. This kind of bomb is thrown into the pile. The effect can be imagined. Heavenly soldiers. Dao's heavenly soldiers are here. Bottom soldier layer. The legs have been trembling. Calm. There are only a few balloons in total. I'm afraid of being a hairy. How could it be so coincidental that it would blow us up and move on? A Ming army officer scolded. Although he was afraid in his heart, he had no choice but to pretend to be calm. Although I said that, when the hot air balloon floated over them, and the huge shadows reflected on the soldiers panicked. Then, a black spot fell. Note has been depending on the Air Force soldiers to see black spots, with an estimated drop position. Then, some of the sensor feel maybe the wave hit the soldiers, quickly cast the legs to run away, causing the formation of confusion. The officers of the gas straight-psing. Something indeed. The Ming army soldiers. This estimate is completely inaccurate. He had never learned free fall, do not know the inertia, so they intuitively think, shell's vertical drop. But in fact, under the influence of inertia and gravity, the trajectory of the projectile falling is actually a curve. Therefore, a very embarrassing scene appeared in the Ming army. The ones who should run didn't ran, the ones who shouldn't ran away. Some polls for the hapless soldiers had not yet run thing. But why think he is wise ran backward? The results of the placement of a bomb just went to the center. Collapse. Aviation bomb explosion sound. And artillery slightly different. Not to it does not matter, it is important that the different power. Aviation bomb the power of amazing placement of place. Within a radius of 10 meters, no one can stand up, even in the bombing of anti-bomb outside the range. But as long as too close, it will be a shockwave lift off their feet. Bang bang bang. The continuous sound of explosions brought great deterrence to the soldiers who were still advancing. He who cannot do anything, cannot stop praying. God forbid, do not fry yourself. Fortunately, Dao's air force is not large. If again a few empty barracks, it is estimated will be like last time Beatag, like, enough to simply rely on the air force. The infantry do not need to do anything. In artillery and air under the double ravaged army, the Ming army completed a difficult journey. The Ming army in 3 directions, less than 200 meters away from the Huami, could almost start a charge. This was originally a thing to be happy about, but now the Ming army can't be happy at all. Because after being ravaged, they have suffered heavy losses. Average each way, from the code are sacrificed about 2,000 people, has been more than 10%, is a very serious battle damage. Normally, he had run away at this time are almost about to collapse. After all, they are a motley crew. The main reason why he hasn't collapsed now is because he didn't expect to die so much. Gordon he realized that one's own death so many times, people have run it for some bombed away. But the fateful thing is that this is not over at all. The next 200 meters, he who touches the Air Force no longer be bombed, but still to be shelled, also was shot. Sub-bomb murder of momentum, far less than shells. But it is more lethal than artillery, because, for many people it's a gun. Stone keep the industry in the hands of the artillery and Air Force together. It looks like more than 1,000 people. There are nearly tens of thousands of infantry soldiers with guns in their hands. The generals of the Ming army were actually worried about whether their subordinates could survive this section of the road and complete the charge. Many people are sad concept. They found themselves still underestimated UOB's fire. It's horrible. Bao is no return head arrows. When they found the fire UOB force went far more than their estimates, but also late. This time, however, it is impossible to backtrack retreat. That kind of have to endure another meal artillery bombing, and you cannot bring any casualties. Huajun really want to do. I fled to the soldiers. Apart from anything else, I am afraid will be quitting en masse. No soldier will delight joy that cannot fight back, simply to fight blown meal on the way home. Of course, as long as they continue to fight, they will find that in fact, there is nothing wrong with going back after the bombing. At least, it's better than continuing to charge. Trot Red Front. The Ming army issued a latest order. Although the order was given to trot, the speed of the soldiers of the Ming army was obviously faster than that of the trot. He were all afraid. I cannot wait to rush in front of the enemy. It seems that this will be safe. Hey, the stamina of these bastards is really good. Seeing the enemy far away, they started to run. Some soldiers of the Chinese army were still in the mood to make fun of them, because as they know, this began to run away, unless they are elite troops, or else will work. With the scrawny appearance of a soldier of the Ming army, he really couldn't see how much physical strength he could contain. When he had just ran in front of us, are tired, beat and then found, run away, simply sat on the ground can only be surrendered. Another soldier made a bold prediction. While talking, they started shooting while shooting. The Ming army ran fast ahead, but at a relatively small price. It entered within 50 meters of the army. However, at this time, some soldiers had already felt obvious fatigue. Although, you can continue to run the remaining 50 meters, but when you rush in front of the enemy, your legs are sore. At that time, you still have to face the enemy. How can you fight this? How to spell? This is a question that always runs through the generals of the Ming army. From the beginning to the present, Zudaki has been thinking about how to fight. But thinking of now, all the decisions he made had no effect in the face of the superior equipment of the Chinese army. How to fight next is always a headache for Zudaki. There was not so much time on the battlefield for him to think and study. Those frontline soldiers did not have good tactics to command, and once again fell into a situation of being beaten. That's really not going in, nor is it going to retreat. If there were no officers to supervise the battle, I'm afraid someone would really sit down and surrender. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. I'm the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 583 chapters. People down at how to fight. This question was actually left to Tao Dongqing, and he couldn't answer it. If he had to give an answer, there would be no fight. Installed after the equipment has reached the gap on behalf of the poor, he would not be able to fight the battle. Rely on subtle tactics. How could it be so easy? Installed equipment more advanced, the more available tactics. Unless there is too much difference in the command level of the generals on both sides, there is nothing to do. In this battle, the Ming army will lose. Moreover, they can't blame their officers for being useless if they are defeated, because as even they are not in the design, single-minded defenders, cannot defensible, nothing more than to create more damage to the Chinese army. But now, the Ming army wanted to kill more and the army couldn't do it. When they rushed to the front, Huajun has been heavy casualties and demoralized. Plus there is no reasonable allocation of physical strength. He had been exhausted at this time. Faced to wait at Plaza Huajun, who that little bit poor impact, simply cannot shake the Huajun military array. If he had not thought of all those slain, might be able to take life to fill out a breakthrough. But he, who were all flesh and blood, will be afraid of life. Under such heavy casualties, they collapsed again. And it was not a single direction collapse, almost a collective collapse of 3 lines of defense. The Ming army in the west began to rout, and they were also defeated. The aid from New King army, they defeated faster. When he had arranged the battle, Morning Glory military assault has not yet halfway through their rear. There have been a large She Huajun. That was Dao's ambush. Liu Ren instant between to understand, but also late. Most probably have put his troops rushed to the front of them, and the remaining 2 to about 6,000 people. How to resist the rush of 20,000 people? Live Huajun. The charge of the Huajun was much easier than that of the Ming Jun. Liu Tyran had thousands of flintlock troops, and he was thrown into the attack. The rest, eyes wide open looking at Huajun approaching, but not many effective means of consumption. This kind of charge is countless times easier than the Ming army's difficult charge. What made Liu Tiren vomit blood even more was that Huajun only rushed to 100 meters, and then they stopped rushing. Relied first into the arms directly be consumed distance, forcing Liu Ren anti-assault. At that moment, Liu Tiren really wanted to vomit blood. In his entire life, he had never fought such an aggrieved battle. Main move charge it, would be disastrous. Do not rush the front of it, it will continue to be consumed. A field battle with the Huajun was indeed the stupidest decision in my life. Even if there is a military advantage, this must not be done. Unfortunately, his senses have been late. Not too long, Liu Ren that an army suffered a disaster. The soldier in charge of the charge in front could not rush through, and was preparing to retreat and escape. Turn around, good fellow. Rear worse than the front. The back of the soldier has been killed after chasing Huajun ambush in. From time to time some people throw away their arms and surrender. As Lord Liu Ren, not long ago saw a trace, do not know escaped, or died in the chaos among. No, these are not important. After the collapse of the military, meaning the posterior has been broken, the front could not be rushed, and the enemy was approaching in the back. No way, they could only run away to the sides. Moreover, the left and right sides of the gap to them is very small, and is still shrinking them. The commander in charge of leading the charge took a look at it. This was a run of wool, and he simply ordered the whole army to throw away its weapons and surrender collectively. No one anti-right, I have long wanted to do, waiting for him to address it. The disadvantage is that he gave the order in a timely manner. If it is slower, it is estimated that someone will kill him, and then everyone will surrender. When he said that he was going to surrender, everyone immediately threw away their weapons, and he was almost crying when he moved in order. Chong Feng of time, if there is such a good discipline, they will not be beaten so badly. The surrender of tens of thousands of people was quite spectacular. In order to receive these prisoners and control them, the Chinese army had spent a lot of energy, and they were unable to encircle Zudaki and He Tengjiao in time. And this time, Tengjiao and Zudaki have been Ren Liu's notice. They learned that he fell into the trap. The remaining 20,000 people of the army did not run aground at all. They had already appeared in Hankou at this time and defeated Liu Tiren. It is expected that it will arrive soon. Liu Tiren fled, and before he fled, he informed He Tengjiao and Zudaki to escape quickly, and the troops couldn't save it after a little slow. After learning the news, Zudaki really vomited blood this time, and the whole person fell to the ground. All of a sudden, it seemed that he was many years old. No matter how miserable they were before, and no matter how embarrassing they were, at least they were still playing according to the plan, and there was an illusion that the initiative was in their hands. However, after learning about the plan, Zudaki realized that he had been tricked. From beginning to end, he was playing over and over himself like a cat caught a mouse like. From the beginning to the end of the play, not only in one's own weapons and equipment lost equipment aspects, even in terms of courage, tactics is completely crushed. This time, Zudaki if only to understand why Huajun would Tengjiao dismissive, because, for one's own which hundreds of thousands of troops, is really not the UOB stuff, like how to draw the line, how to draw the line. It is not Dower who is wrong, but that he has overestimated his ability. He had felt before, with hundreds of thousands of hands of the army, even beat them, can drag a few months, killing thousands of people Huajun. However, the reality is that they have not even survived for 3 days. Throw line to get rid of the military time, just count the fighting time, there is no fear that day. The army soon ordered to withdraw it. The subordinate reminded, how can you evacuate? You have escaped past day of day, or the 15th year. Go and descend. Don't let the soldiers die in vain. Zudaki said tiredly. But, it's nothing. People who don't want to surrender can escape by themselves. Don't embarrass each other, so get together and stay away. Zudaki said. In the army, there are still some people who are loyal to He Tengjiao. However, Zudaki had no hope for He Tengjiao. The strength gap is too big, not the same level. Tai Hua beat them, just as easily as regular army bully civilians. The more you resist, the more you die. Zudia inspired words. Some people who were loyal to Zudaki and some who wanted to surrender ordered the soldiers to surrender. There are still a few generals, but they want to take people away, and want to follow He Tengjiao to live the days of Emperor Tu, King of the Mountain. However, when he tried to call his men to leave when the responder is very few. Many people do not want war, not to mention Zudaki have made a case to surrender. They are all the more reason to surrender. Most end, following only a few of these people to leave. The remaining tens of thousands of people surrendered one after another, leaving the Chinese army busy. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 584 chapters recovered 3 towns. He Tengjiao after receiving the message count, although there is no vomiting blood fell to the ground, but did not go much better than Zudaki. From order to beat Huajun Main, dominate Hubei and Hunan provinces, into the meter annihilated. This gap is too big, one in the sky and the other underground. Too soon, before and after intervals of not passing day, this dream he has not dominate fun doing it. The average person simply cannot bear such a blow. He Tengjiao some stronger than the average person, the face of this blow, he also made a deal with at least, bring a small part of the loyalists began to flee. He didn't dare to take everyone, because the more people he took, the slower he moved and the easier it was to be caught up. He only brought a handful of elites. The other troops were no longer needed, and he couldn't save him if he wanted to. He Tengjiao who fled with the rest of the troops naturally give up the resistance, either fled or surrendered. In the entire Hankou battlefield, the main theme has become the capture of prisoners. This process lasted all day. By the last statistic, good fellow, he had caught 100,000 prisoners. He Tengjiao for this battle, all the troops are put into this piece of battlefield. More than 15 million people in the battle, nearly 40,000 died in the battle, and about 10,000 others fled and were missing. The rest were captured by the Chinese army as prisoners. Thousands of public, no side sight. Tao Dongqing's headaches are enough for Tao Dongqing just how to relocate these 100,000 people. These 100,000 people will get sick and die dozens of people because of poor health for every day they sleep in the wild. Get these people into the city, and be afraid of any trouble. In desperation, Tao Dongchengdu gave up the pursuit of remnants of Tengjiao, but left the army, responsible for watching over 100,000 prisoners, waiting for the civil service to accept the deal. Some of these 100,000 people will be sent to mines for mining, and some will be sent to the Ministry of Communications, which will be dispatched by the Ministry of Communications, mainly to repair official roads and railways. The winner is the king and the loser. It is difficult for these defeated soldiers to get a good end. After all, Dowa now has no shortage of soldiers. For to do before, they also enter into opportunities Huajun, but now has gone. In order to give these people a piece of hope, Dowa also promised that as long as he worked in the mine for 3 years, he would be released and be free. But cannot boil over the past 3 years, they can only see their own good luck. No theory is to mining or to build roads. Its labor intensity is quite large. It would be a tragedy if there was any disease in the body, or someone who was previously injured. And large China authorities, nor so much energy to get them screened. He later Tengjiao defeat, Hanyang directly put to abandon, the defenders simply do not think about things. This morale when, simply cannot keep. He took the remnants of soldiers, as well as a lot of gold and silver jewelry, along the Yangtze River south, preparing to flee to Changsha. Hubei to the plate. He has not had large army lost, do not restrain. Even retreating to Changsha is just a stopgap measure. When the Huajun came after him, he might not be able to find a way to deal with the Huajun. So, fleeing on the road, where Tengjiao later began to wander road. After much deliberation, most eventually he will only think of a way to Gizu and Yunnan retreated. Using the complex terrain of the mountains, continue to work hard for Zhu Yulang to fight against Dowa. No way, only with Zhu Yulang, he can still get a little respect and a little value. He also wanted to surrender to Dower. The key is that Dower would not give a chance. A few days later, the Huami defeated He Tengjiao's 150,000 army with a count of 60,000, beheading countless, and taking 100,000 prisoners. The incident spread to Sichuan and Chengdu. This case when Sichuan and Sichuan regional space-time situation has changed greatly. In the original time and space, as early as last year, Jiang Xian's Hong had been fighting and dealing with the King army. Then, in order to feed the army, he carried out an over-the-bottom sweep against the people of Sichuan. What is super bottom line? It is to uncover the rest of the people, will at least be able to leave enough rations barely feed the people. Only when these people continue to live can they continue to grow grain to pay taxes and provide continuous taxation. However, Jiang Xian's Hong needed too much military rations. Even if he robbed all the people's food, he would not be able to feed so many troops. So, he had to uncover the people, that there is no bottom line. As to the place, all steal. As for the life and death of the people afterwards, he can't take care of that much for the time being. Without maintaining so many troops, he will soon be defeated by the King army. How can people who can't even care about the future have the mind to think about the future? Therefore, he firmly implemented the elliptical policy, and this will inevitably arouse the resistance of the people. Anyway, for the people, the resistance is dead. Do not resist is dead. Absolutely no area do not. And the people resist, but also to bring great rule Chang Xiansheng difficulty. Ever since, he simply killed all those who resisted. Don't kill, those people continue to resist. In fact, killing is nothing more than doing it yourself. There was no killing before, but stealing all the food is also an indirect killing. Due to tremendous pressure to resist the king, Chang Xiansheng to dry out so very many tragic things, lead to a lot Sichuan population decline. After the king army invaded Sichuan again after slaughter again, and so forth under ravaged Sichuan's population becomes a 10 does not exist. On average, no 1 out of 10 people will survive. There is no exaggeration. Not before, now in Sichuan, but it is no such tragedy. Because as in the year before the king was encountered tremendous pressure from Wu Chengqing, so they do not have the energy to play in Sichuan. The Jiangnan area is much more important than Sichuan. As a result, Jiang Xian's Hong spent more than a year and a half peaceful days in Sichuan. North King army not to fight him, do not hit him. Tengjiao east, south of the Ming dynasty had no desire to fight him. He would feel like being forgotten as reduction in Sichuan, ease of development. Without war, consumption will naturally be greatly reduced. For long-term development, Jiang Xian's Hong didn't have the brains to kill the people all at once. Therefore, in the past year and a half, although the people of Sichuan have lived fortunately, they have survived. After enjoying peace for more than a year, they even lived slightly better than some people in the north. As for Jiang Xian's Hong himself, because he didn't fight against the king army, he didn't hit the arrow either. He is still alive and kicking now. The Dark Sea regime was established in Sichuan, the 5 army governor's office was established, 6 departments were set up, and officials were recruited. It looked like a small central imperial court. If he can hold Sichuan, he can be compared to Liu Bi separatist regime. Not before, with the defeat Tengjiao part. He must next direct contacts Huajun troops. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 585 Chapter Atlantic towards the church dispute meeting. He Tengjiao news of the defeat reached on Chodo Onishi regime. More than 30 Chodo ministers are all shocked. He had all guessed Tengjiao would be defeated, but did not expect Tengjiao would be defeated so badly. 150,000 to 60,000, this is a huge number advantage. Although the weapon is a bit weak, it can't be done like this. One's own dead hurt tens of thousands, captured nearly 100,000. Do not say, the key is for them to destruction. Digital Huajun is quite spicy eyes. Yes, spies have not been detailed and accurate figures. But it is estimated that Tengjiao in this war, a total of no immediate concern 2,000 huajun. This, if 150,000 pigs rush to 60,000 people, the trampling damage that can be caused should be more than 2,000. This majestic is really too strong, it can't be beaten. Minister on Chodo are talking about, one by one all look focal concern. No way. Dawa brought them too much oppression. Is it because He Tengjiao is too weak or the Huajun is too strong? Jiang Xian's Hong issued a soul torture. No matter how labeled like this, very outrageous. There should be a reason. He Tengjiao has also played with us. Although they are not our opponents, they are basically at the level of 4 or 6 points. And listen to say that this year he created a lot of flintlock, has greatly increased the strength of certainty. In this case, this kind of record is still played. Although there are reasons for tactical mistakes, the strength of the Chinese army is beyond doubt. Li Dingo said Jiang Xian's Hong's godson. This is troublesome. If Dawa comes over, we might be hard to resist. Sun Qiang sighed. If He Tengjiao could perform better, they would at least have the courage to fight again. But he had the strength of 5,050. Tengjiao suffered a crushing defeat in the face of such Huajun, so that they suddenly see the true strength of Yuob. This kind of strength makes them desperate. He who could not think of anything very effective way, can resist Huajun. Otherwise, I take the initiative to the whereabouts of Yuob. Please drop revoke Anishi this title, but only to a King Szechuan. Szechuan continue guarding. Prime Minister Zhuo Wang Zalin said that he was not worried about Jiang Xian's Hong being angry at all. After all, he knew that there were a lot of people in the courtroom who thought the same as his own. For such a powerful Dawa, confrontation is a dead end. Wang Zalin's words really made Jiang Xian's Hong very upset. His desire for power is very heavy. In the past, when his strength was quite weak in Wuhan, he called Wang Zili, established Darxi, and learned from others to set up 100 officials, recruit scholars, and pursue that set of formalism. His eyesight was a little short-sighted. He had never thought that doing so would not be conducive to contending for hegemony, but he was eager to experience the feeling of being an emperor. After being defeated and forced to enter Szechuan, he couldn't wait to start this one. He doesn't care about his strength. In short, he wants to engage in the central court, and he wants to live the addiction of being an emperor. In order to satisfy his addiction to being an emperor, he has never been tempted to face the King army's recruitment and surrender, holding on to the determination that he would rather drag the entire Szechuan funeral and fight to the end. He wants to be an emperor, even a small emperor in a place, but as long as he is an emperor, he is happy. And surrendering to Dawa, then it is definitely impossible to be an emperor again. Without this bright title, even if he could continue to be the emperor of the earth in Szechuan and actually control Szechuan, he would not be happy. Addicted to form the main meaning he cannot extricate themselves. Therefore, he did not consider Wang Zalin's surrender proposal at all. Not hit to have to shoot, hit dead so far. Anyway, I want him to abdicate, but there is no door. Someone who knew Jiang Xian's Hong immediately rebutted Wang Zalin's suggestion, putting on an appearance of being loyal to Jiang Xian's Hong, which made Jiang Xian's Hong very happy and Wang Zalin very disgusting. With such a huge gap in front of us, can we ignore it like this? Would rather die in battle than be a real power lord. Wang Zalin couldn't understand. Submission to Dawa can actually be considered. After all, Dawa is a Han court and not a Manchu. What's more, Dawa is now thriving, and the people live and work in peace and contentment. Wu Chenqing is a main male, in the military and political affairs have outstanding talent. It is also the blessing of the people to give the world to him to govern. The Prime Minister on the right, Yan Sai, also agreed with submission. In fact, there is no better way than submission. In the court hall, most of the civil servants surrendered, but the generals did not express their views. The attitude of the civil servants is actually useless. Due to this Anishi fundamentally not a normal, healthy regime, all the powers are in fact in the hands of the military, including taxes. Civil officials have no right to speak, and they were established purely for Jiang Xian's Hong to satisfy formalism. Although he would often go to court, he seldom really adopted the opinions of civil servants. Therefore, No matter how excited these civil servants were, it would be useless for the generals not to express their stance. The military commanders were all direct troops who followed Jiang Xianzhong in the past, and everything looked at Jiang Xianzhong's head. What Jiang Xianzhong said, they did so. Even if some people are afraid of Dao in their hearts, they want to surrender. But as long as Jiang Xianzhong did not speak, they would not dare to express this attitude. Otherwise, they will definitely die before Dao arrives. Diehua, although strong, but many enemies. And their main enemy is south of the Ming dynasty, as well as all over the north of the Qing dynasty. When they finish resolve those places again beaters. Do not you want to know what month? So, I have no need to hurry to discuss this issue at the moment. It is better to increase taxes and build a strong army. When the army is strong, it will take the initiative, and we can decide whether to fight in the future. Jiang Xianzhong interrupted the controversy among the officials and directly expressed his attitude, that is, not to surrender. Seeing his attitude, Wang Zalin and Yan Zai and other civil servants were quite speechless. For self-interest, we will start to harm the people again. Now the Sichuan people have been made miserable by the taxes, plus taxes. I am afraid we must arouse the people changed. What's more terrible is that even if some taxes are increased, the army created will not be able to compete with Dao's army. He who now often see Yuob Day newspaper, from the Big Hua Daily News, but they clearly know, Yuob now an annual steel output has reached 50,000 tons. And he who does Anishi, 50 tons are not. The gap is so outrageous. Just this, how to fight. This is still the simplest and most intuitive gap. If the test into account various technical aspects of the gap, it could not look more. Even if they were given 50,000 tons of steel now, they would not be able to make a breach, or even a flintlock, which was worse than He Tengjiao. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 586 Chapter Residue out of chaos. He Tengjiao defeat. The news reached Kunming. Scared Zhu Yulang, they want to move the capital. He wants to move the capital to Dali. This kind of thinking almost didn't anger the 100 officials in the court. Wu Haming distance between Kunming, which is all well over 2,500 miles, that is the whole undefended. The enemy came every few months. Cloud Giza Plateau and the kind of place where you want the enemy to have to first climb tired to death. At this distance, they couldn't understand what Zhu Yulang was afraid of. Well said, bad to say. Finally Quinzu Zhu Yulang, not to. How to do next? The ministers on the Chodo is a headache. He who touches like Anishi regime did not discuss with the drop did not fall. They just need to discuss how to resist. Represents Ming regular system of them, are not likely to surrender. Things in fact, if you can, Zhu Yulang was pretty dour want to surrender. Not for the other, as long as the rich keep their lives and expensive, and so what power, Zhu Yulang not particularly care about. In his view, the previous king overlords, days off than it is now doing to the emperor comfortable. However, he is not able to mind the words out. Otherwise it will be following criticism of officials. To put it bluntly, in fact, he is now being coerced and has become a puppet of the officials seeking personal gain. Although, on the surface, the courtiers would still regard him as the monarch, and would provide rich clothes and jade food. However, it also drove him to a dead end. And a large against, how good end. These bastard courtiers, who have fought in the future, can be prosperous, rich and powerful. If you can't beat it, you can surrender to Dao and continue to enjoy prosperity. And he does. So after playing not been captured, and that is a dead end. Thinking of this, Zhu Yulang felt a sorrow. The emperor really didn't do it. All aching. Is there a way to deal with it? Zhu Yulang asked symbolically. As for the answer, you don't need to ask. This question stunned everyone. Many people directly exposed discouraging mold like, apparently the future is not promising. Even He Tengjiao, who had an army of more than 100,000, was easily defeated. What could they do? You can continue to encourage King Jingzhou and let him continue to resist in Hunan. At the same time, we will use the terrain of Gizu to lay out a second line of defense in Gizu and build some natural dangers to block the Chinese army. Jiang Zhizing's great-grandson Jiang Tongcheng suggested. His method sounds like a way to continue to linger, which can slow down the speed of the Chinese army. However, that's all to say that this method can bring Ming back to life, but there is no drama at all. Then Jiang Yiqing will be the governor of Guiyang and be solely responsible for the second line of defense in Gizu. Zhu Yulang gave the position of a governor very casually. Anyway, in the official position of Ming, the title has become extremely worthless. Just carry a person out of official duty and the title can be scary. However, this kind of official position and title is to entertain themselves within them. Big people listened to the other side of China, chuckled. He Tengjiao Jingzhou still king of it. He sent messengers Dawa, and there are not many people who ignores. No one took him seriously. The princes. Just when Zhu Yulang decided to let Jiang Tongcheng go to Gizu, an emergency military situation was reported. Lu Guangzhou of the Chinese army, with 20,000 troops, set off from Guangzhou, is marching towards Wuzhou, Guangxi, and is about to arrive in Zhoking. This news made Zhu Yulang panic again, and proposed the idea of moving the capital. After all, Zhoking is much closer to Kunming, only 2,000 miles. At least, contest hand closer. Not only Zhu Yulang panicked, other ministers also panicked. He is currently their Ming pocketbook. You can count on Zhoking and Wuzhou place. As far as Yunnan is concerned, there is really not much oil and water. If Zhoking Wuzhou throw, the day after will be the ever more impoverished. More importantly, once Wuzhou is lost, Guangxi's store is wide open, and the entire Guangxi is in danger. If Guangxi is lost again, even Yunnan will become dangerous. In short, compared to the Chinese army, which is still far away in Wuhan, Lu Guangzhou's army poses a much greater threat to them. Moreover, Wuhan there are still Tengjiao able to play a dozen, contain at Huajun. In Guangxi, they don't have any famous players. Throughout the DPRK, talents withered. Jiang Tongcheng may have some ability, but he has just been appointed to Gizu. There is another capable person, Xu. However, Baiguan was not at ease with Xu. After all, this guy's hometown is Chengxiu. He belongs to Jiangnan, and he is well connected in Jiangnan. Die Huaqian, writes, was his teacher. This relationship makes others worry that Qi will rebel. After all, they rebelled and took refuge in Dawa, and basically they didn't get any benefits. In the future, they may have to start from scratch and lose any power. However, Xu is different. He can rely on the credit of submission, Qianius operation, and the support of interest groups in the Jiangnan region, so that he can still be in the Dawa officialdom in the future. Therefore, when Zhu Yulang expressed his hope that Xu would go to Wuzhou to preside over the war, other officials opposed it. Don't worry about being too few and not being even. At this time, there are sufferings for everyone to bear together, but no one can go to the scenery alone. At this time, they still haven't forgotten the infighting. Of course, he is worried about not unreasonable. He type plow, indeed real ready to surrender the Yuob, world grounds, and other official members of the same speculation. Of course, there is another reason that Xi really looks down on Zhu Yulang's pussies. You must move the capital at any time, and at all times. You must move the capital again, and do nothing all day long, just thinking about moving the capital. With such a crowd, there is no future. It is better to plunge into Dawa's embrace as soon as possible. Moreover, Dawa is also a Han regime, and there is no moral burden for surrendering. Now in the Jiangnan area, in the eyes of the people, Dawa is the orthodox Han dynasty court. Ming sacrificed the long corner. It is the eyes of the people refused to accept the court's rebel thief. HMPH, you don't want me to go to Wuzhou, but you choose a suitable person to come out. Do you dare to guarantee that Wuzhou will not be lost? I dare, Xi coldly snorted. Want to surrender? Certainly have to go to the front line, have a chance. Therefore, he needs to win the post of governor of Wuzhou and the power to supervise the war in Wuzhou. When other people listened to X's remarks, it was difficult to refute them. Off-key is not who has the confidence to go to the front and fight it Huajun, to stay safe in the rear, to the front line guns without A's, I do not know how to die. Public King do not have to fight, and since Kwai King determined to resist the enemy, then go by the Kwai King. Zhu Yulang said. He not only timid, political olfactory sense is poor and did not know that he appointed and very little risk. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 587 chapters administrative changes. Nanjing, Wu Qingqing looked at Wuhan frontline battlefield report. I feel very satisfied. 2,000 of battle damage. Destroy the enemy 150,000 large army, this is definitely a very great victories. Subsequently, the battle report was put aside by him. He found that governing the world is much more difficult than fighting the world. Trying to conquer the boxing head hard on it than the other, the face of the enemy, do not need kindness. If the other party refuses to accept it, he will fight the opponent. If the opponent refuses to accept the death, then kill the opponent. Simple and rude, very easy. But to govern the world, many crude methods are useless. There are many problems in the court, which need to be resolved. For example, party disputes, and the interest group of the Donglin party. The influence of the Donglin party is too great, and it must be broken up. Otherwise, the more time it takes, the more difficult it will be to deal with this group. Before the world is not flat, Wu Qingqing do not want internal unrest. So the question has been put on hold. And now, it's almost time to start research and processing. This is not an easy task. It does not mean that it can be solved by killing all the Donglin party officials in the court. If this were the case, then there would be no difficulty in governing the world. Anyway, he has the power of the army and can kill any disobedient minister. Even if it is cruel enough, all the civil servants can be killed. At most, that the court stop running government agencies turn a period of time. Not necessarily it will be chaos. But the reality is that if you kill a disobedient minister, you must be replaced by a disobedient person. Kill all the ministers, and it is impossible for all the ministers to be obedient. Unless all ministers are puppets, as long as they have self-awareness and thought, it is impossible to truly obey the emperor. He had to do something. Consider their own interests are the priority, followed by Yuob interests. And this kind of official can actually be regarded as a good official. Worse, some of the official staff will take into account their own interests, completely ignoring the interests of Yuob. Or worse, some of the official staff a little bit for their own interests, will be able to sell the core interests of Yuob. For example, selling steam engines to Westerners for tens of thousands of dollars. Killing will not solve the problem. The Donglin party to kill, put this group of people, will be the Southern Gentry collective funding, corruption. The Jiangnan Gentry group all killed, a new batch of vested interests, will gradually evolve into a new interest group. This is an unsolvable dead end. Wu Qingqing did not expect to be able to solve it. He just wanted to take some measures as much as possible to reduce the group's harm to Dower. For example, the Jiangnan Gentry group internal differentiation, this large group into several small groups. After the split, he had the power will be scattered, and imperial power in the confrontation, the naturally more powerless. To differentiate it is not easy. You need to boil the frog in warm water, step by step. First, Wu's first step is to Qingqing started to adjust administrative regions. At present, Nunzili is too powerful, including Jiangsu, Shanghai, and most parts of southern Anhui. We shall divide it, such as the Wu, Tongling, Xuanqing, and Huichas are these places allocated to increase the strength of Anhui, weaken the strength of the South Zili. This division of administrative regions is helpful for dividing the Jiangnan group. For those places assigned to Anhui, the interests of Anhui will be given priority in the future. There will be disputes over interests with the Jiangnan group in Nunzili, and they will no longer be in agreement. To give the simplest example, Wu Qingqing wants to support the development of a province, reduce or exempt businessmen in the province, or help them build industrial zones. the original set of Jiangnan group, are certainly worked together to get this fight to the South Zili places. However, after the Wu Tongling area was transferred to Anhui, the wealthy merchants of Wu, who originally belonged to the Jiangnan group, would inevitably antagonize the Jiangnan group and win this place to Anhui, because as such, it is most in line with their interests. In this way, we divided the southern set of groups. The so-called southern group them together not for some kind of faith, we will unite and fight the emperor, but because as they have a common interest demands, we will unite. Once he is no common interest demands between them, and even had a conflict of interest. So, he will soon be able from kinship, become enemies of life and death. This is also one of the reasons why the administrative regions should be divided to balance the strengths of all parties and prevent one party from becoming bigger. Set the southern part of Anhui forces group allocated to the best. Anyway, the original party declared very weak, increasing the part of the strength and weakness emperor also compete. The south has played a weakened set of group strength, of great significance. In addition to assigning Yu, Xuanxing and other places to Anhui, Wu Qingqing also stripped Songjiang Mansion and Nanjing City from Nanzili, make it a government directly under the central government, which is the so-called Tao. In this way, it further weakened the strength of Jiangnan group. This kind of weakening, in the short term 1 or 2 years, will certainly not see obvious changes. However, over time, along with Nanzili and Anhui Province, Songjiang Road, and Nanjing Road each year are fighting for tax incentives or other interests. Original kinship of interests set group can no longer of one mind, will become 34. If you don't fight, it's all thank goodness. Over time, this interest group will be split invisibly, and the power of the Donglin party with Nanzili and the surrounding areas as its core will be greatly weakened. The advantage of this technique is that it is gentle and hard to be noticed. Although it will take longer, the effect is much better than forcibly splitting the Jiangnan group. In addition to the current South Zili be divided into Anhui, Jiangsu and Songjiang Road, there are other administrative areas in some places, but also needs to change. For example, the current Huguang area is too large and the geographical location is good, so it can be developed in the future. Not split it, and later a large set of groups. Therefore, the current of Hubei and Hunan will have to split into Hubei and Hunan. Wu Qingqing to be lazy, directly copy the administrative division of future generations. You can't be lazy. He has countless things to deal with every day. How can he have time to study the specific divisions of each city in detail? Anyway, the administrative area of later generations will be like that. And there must be an inherent logical reason. It is the result of many people's research, and it can be used directly. It is absolutely impossible to go wrong. Like Heavy Chongqing, Sichuan and other after Wu Qingqing win, but also want to be listed as Chongqing Road, Sichuan and so on. 2. Except for the Jiangnan area that needs to make some major adjustments, other places do not need much change. Zaihuan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 588 chapters differentiation. Wu Qingqing has not been consulted in any cabinet minister, decreed directly to the cabinet, required the adjustment of administrative regions. In addition, Wu Qingqing come up with a general plan, handed over the task of the cabinet ministers, nothing more than allow them to refine the fine-tuning it. The new administrative region will be the province until the jurisdiction of road, house, state, county. There are 3 levels in total. Among them, the provincial road and is an administrative level, the government, state prefecture level cities is the second administrative region. The county is 3 levels below the county in the future, but also to refine the township. Provincial and central channel are state jurisdiction, and the state is directly under the province. For example, Nanjing Prefecture is within the jurisdiction of Shaoguan Prefecture, but because Nanjing is slightly more important than other counties, it is promoted to prefecture. So, the state is subject to wide Nanjing Territory Eastern Province. Shaoguan some of the things the government can stop. However, The counties below Shaoguan Mansion are completely obedient to Shaoguan Mansion. These divisions that seem to have little meaning on the surface, in fact, will have a great impact in the future administration. As to why Wu Chengqing suddenly changed the administrative region, this cabinet minister, even hundreds of officials, had to make some guesses. Some people can't guess, some people are thoughtful. After the new administrative division, South Zili to become to history, replaced by Anhui, Jiangsu, Nanjing Road and Songjiang Road. This change is still quite large. After such a change, what profound impact will it have? This has to be thought-provoking. Some of the similarities of people, back has been cold. For example, Qian Qiani realized that the Jiangnan interest group would be divided into four by dividing Nanzili into four. This is clearly a dissatisfaction with Jiangnan group, a means of differentiation. However, Jiangnan group has not been able to deal with this method. This is not a big deal. People from the Donglin party can't find a reason to refute it. Wu Chengqing to land reform or currency reform. Supervisors can also clamor, said Wu Chengqing. Usurpations, compete with the people, were attacked and criticized. However, Wu Chengqing to change administrative region. The supervisors who cannot find the reason for the attack. We can't directly say that reforms like yours will divide our group, so we resolutely refuse to agree. If you really want to say that, other parties and parties will really have to laugh out loud. If the Donglin party put the Jiangnan gentry and powerful group on the table, clamoring to unite and disagree with the division, doesn't it mean that they are intent on rebellion? In short, if they want to fight, they must also find suitable reasons, and excuses cannot be found. It will only eyes watching Wu Chengqing open eyes of a reform. Regarding Wu Chengqing's move, Qian Qiani called the insider out in his heart. This is the top emperor's mind. Against an interest group, its eradication is the most stupid way to differentiate it within the department. Conducted melee, the emperor then stand up and do the referee. That is the wisest. At that time, the group that was united and could fight against the imperial power will become several small groups fighting each other. These small groups can't fight each other, and if they want to get benefits, they can only rely on the care of the referee, and can only do things for the referee with their heart and please the referee. Even more frightening is that, after a few small split-set group Wu Chengqing know that this is a means, but there is no way to change Wu Chengqing. Some means that they cannot unite, for example, continued to favor a certain place, a few people elsewhere. It is inevitable, not doubt, that local people have to wear the same pair of pants and the emperor. Even if you don't doubt it, it's impossible to see the other person taking advantage every day and not to be jealous. Qian Qiani didn't understand that Wu Chengqing was born in a wild road, and had not been educated in the emperor's scheming. Why did he become more and more slick when he played with the scheming of power? This is really bad news. There is no hope of winning against such an emperor. Qian Qiani wants to retire early. Now that he retires, he retreats bravely and can get a good death. How the Donglin party would fight with the emperor in the future is none of his business. However, when he wanted to return, he was reluctant to bear the power in his hands. Right, still book, but many people dream of this position. For this position, some people even dare to do things that lose their heads, and they will take even greater risks. As for him, sitting steadily in this position but voluntarily retire, isn't that a brain disease? He sits in this position now, and everyone sees him respectfully. Once retired, then others will only show respect to him. Can't bring benefits to others, who cares what achievements he has made? Society is such a reality. The adjustment of administrative regions did not cause much influence among the people, and the people did not pay attention at all. What Anhui, Jiangsu Soviet people, not the Chinese, are big, you can tell the difference. The businessman, but it is short-sighted. I cannot see the deep distant effect. After all, now Wu Chengqing has not immediately given support to a certain province. The only one who cares about this administrative change is the officials of Dowa. After Nanzili was split up like this, many more official posts from the second and third grades were directly created. Anhui Chief Envoy, Songjiang Road Chief Envoy, and Hui provincial envoy. The high-ranking officials of the third grade belong to the high levels of Dao. Only when you become a high-ranking official of the third grade can you be regarded as the real top role and important person of Dao. Those who desire to enhance the status, nature is beginning grow move, find ways to seek the office. More out of official duty it was profitable, so sure someone will weaken this power among power decline. This time, it was Wu Chengqing himself who was dispersed the most power. Before South Zili Governor Wu Chengqing did not set up, has been in part-time, some important matters to deal with it is by Liu Dao, less formal, and now formally divided the New Deal area, Wu Chengqing to take the place of decentralized governance authority. At least, and Hui, Jiangsu writes Soviet Union, Songjiang wrote 3 places to the courtiers of governance to the hands, and then he will serve a maximum of Nanjing Road governor. Put right, for Wu Chengqing is not a big deal. Anyway, he is also suspected of weekdays in the public too much traffic. This decentralization will also allow him to reduce the trivial matters that need to be dealt with in the future, and he can pay more time to pay attention to the progress of science and technology, and accelerate the development of science and technology. The same time, reducing the chores later. He has more time to enjoy life. For example, studying new tricks with concubines, or find a few women to refer to lead their postmodern dance to advanced concepts, taught to them in advance. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 590 chapters rejected into the territory. Even Wu Chengqing consecutive slack for a few days. Large Huadigo run nor be affected. A mature authority has a stable operation mode, and everyone performs their duties. The emperor's absence from work for a few days is really not a big deal. A lot of things, Wu after Chengqing make a decision. It all depends on the rest of the staff of the men. For example, Dao's ocean-going fleet, after going out to sea, relied entirely on the fleet commander Bao Xunan to command the people and proceeded with their missions as planned. After experiencing many dangers at sea and drifting for more than 7 months, they crossed the Strait of Gibraltar at the end of February of the 3rd year of Yongxing and went straight to the city of Gibraltar on the Iberian Peninsula in Europe. Buzilio is the guardian of the traffic throat, the Mediterranean and the Atlantic, extremely important strategic position. The same time, is also a cargo distribution center in the Mediterranean, similar to the role of Shanghai, the most prosperous business. This place, because of its excellent location, almost all countries want it. Currently Buzilio temporarily belong to Spain, but then because of the Spanish Succession War, the British will take the opportunity to occupation. Then, the United Kingdom and Spain due to tear this place forcing 300 years, until the moment of crossing the Wu Chengqing, said ownership of this place is not clear. The actual control is in the hands of Britain. To put it bluntly, the West and Britain both refused to give up. But Spain did not dare to fight, so it could only yell and declare its sovereignty over this place from time to time. A fleet of hundreds of large ships of more than 500 tons, which is so eye-catching, was discovered by the Spanish, Portuguese, and Moroccans when they crossed the Strait of Gibraltar. Then, the Spanish fleet sailed out of Gibraltar and intercepted Bao Xunan and others. No country dare to put any such fleet close to its own city. After all, there must be cannons on today's ocean-going ships. These hundreds of big ships fired together, and within half an hour, they could blast Gibraltar into a mess. The Spaniards did not dare to let Bao Xunan approach, led the entire fleet, rushed to the front of the Dao fleet, and asked them to stop. You see, that chimney mold of what big pillars that? Of the Spanish soldiers looked at Europe pointing fleet. This time Dao steamboat did not start using a steam engine, but to promote the use of sail. It's just to save coal. He who goes to sea with limited coal, and along the way, where they can supplement coal minimal, they had to save the point of use. Most of the time, those steam engines are decorations. Of course, in some off-key, these steam engines but also played a huge role, such as driving pirates. Even if he were the huge convoy, but there is also a pirate audacious, trying to take advantage of the speed and flexibility of the vessel, to play a dozen autumn. Ordinary merchant ships suffered a lot when they encountered these pirate ships, but when the steam engine in the Dower fleet was turned on, coupled with the speed of the sails, the pirates who were not long-eyed were beaten up. Of the dozen or so pirate ships, 2 were sunk by the Chinese army, and the pirates on several other ships were also killed and wounded countless. The scared pirates fled hundreds of nautical miles without looking back. Since then, those survivors have laid down a rule: seeing the yellow-bottomed and green dragon flag fleet, must not be approached. I don't know. Is it a cannon? Another soldier guess measuring channel. Have you ever seen a cannon with its muzzle pointing perpendicular to the sky? This type of cannon fires a shot, and in the end the shell hits your own, right? Maybe the muzzle can be lowered during the fight. Have you ever seen such a big caliber cannon? I think it's a chimney, which is used to make cooking easier. Spain see soldiers talking about, just like pumpkins seen as novelty toys, all kinds of difficulty, and their guesses are very outrageous. Both sides to stop doing schematic flag of language. Spaniards dare attack. After all, they haven't figured out who the other party is, and it's really not suitable for Hansen. Today, Spain has been that instead of the previous overlord of the sea. Fortis, the Spanish fleet captain, sent a small boat to the majestic fleet to negotiate. In some lead under the guide, they came to the main ship Zhujiang number. Naturally, there is a translator who is proficient in Spanish on the main ship. Do not turn translated. They dare not rush out to sea. In addition to Spain turned translate their fleet in almost all languages of Western Europe have translation. Of course, it is mainly French, English, and Spanish, followed by a few people who understand Portuguese and German. It's real. Between these languages, more or less have some things in common. If the ratio to be compared, then, just like Cantonese and Mandarin about the same. It's definitely not a good thing to want to communicate smoothly with each other, but with a little bit of body language like fingering, Spanish and French communication is actually not a big problem. I have a big Huadigo East caravan trade to come to your country. In this way you stopped us. Because what is the reason? Taihua translation side. Real-time translation with Baoshunan words. It is too difficult to express the meaning completely accurately. For example, the tone, context, and the emotions in the utterance are basically untranslatable. However, the basic meaning is understood by those Spaniards. It turned out to be here to do business, and this is what they expected. They haven't offended any country recently, and there can be no unprovoked war. It's just that the size of the merchant fleet is too big, which makes them feel more shocked. For those who come to do business, Spaniards are naturally welcome. But he who is asking, dour merchant when entering the port, we need to retract the cannon muzzle cabin, shall not be exposed. So they suddenly launched an attack, and brought panic to the people on shore. After all, no matter who it is impossible to calm down when being pointed at by rows of black muzzles. Baoshunan can accept this request. However, Baoshunan could not agree to the next request anyway. Spanish requirements, allowing only promise merchant ships docked. But Dower's 9 warships can only stay in the Mediterranean Sea, and then rely on small boats for supply, and also to speak muzzle-retracted cabin, and receive real-time monitoring of their Spanish navy. This actually makes sense. Any country cannot be casually allowed many others to enter the home port of the ship. What's more, the 9 main battleships were stopped at once. If these warships suddenly attacked, the people on the shore would definitely not have time to react. After being bombarded, the reputation of Gibraltar was lost. Zaihuan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 591 Chapter Persimmon Pick Soft Pinch. Zaihuan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 592 Chapters Gun Hit Suitor. Zaihuan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. I'm the fastest in the Ming Dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 593 chapters. Do not retreat. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. I'm the fastest in the Ming Dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 594 chapter. Unable to eat. The two sides continued on the radio. Watching the distant Spain have played chicken skin pimple. This majestic is a ruthless person, can't provoke. Many Spanish soldiers have a slight admiration for the UOB Navy. After all these years, there are not many fleets that dare to fight with coastal defense artillery. If a warship is sunk by bombing, it would be so distressing. However, what made them even more jaw-dropping was that in this pair of shots, it was the Portuguese who could not hold it first. He later sacrificed their artillery in odd years, one after another collapse. Just kidding. How to fight this battle? As soon as the shells come, there is no means of defense at all, and you can only wait for death. They seldom fought hard battles, simply couldn't bear this casualty rate, and quickly fled. Palicino resistance stopped, because he was distressed. Those are professional gunners, not cheap infantry. Every time he dies, he hurts. Previous gun battle, artillery killed speeds far lower than this time. This time, Parik really wanted to cry without tears. Quickly, everyone withdraw to Lingbao, waiting for support. Parik continued to order Ceuta, a small port city far from the mainland of Portugal, but the Portuguese can occupy it, leaving Morocco, Spain and other countries helpless. It must have its own uniqueness and cannot be easily captured. With the fleet and sure defense guns failing, Parij and the others retreated to Lingbao. This kind of Lingbao is purely a military fortress, and its defensive power is comparable to that of a majestic city. Even, in some respects, it is slightly better. Fort Ling city wall is not straight side, but a plurality of projections. Can attack the enemy at the time. They did not attack the corners. A wall of this shape is actually more conducive to defense. Of course, technical art and the cost should be higher. Its city thickness of the wall is quite amazing. You want to pour a large shelling, not realistic. They are more piercing gun before the emergence of large E-caliber artillery shells, and the only way is to rely on human life to consume. It is because of its powerful defense capability, which is currently popular. Fort Ling is choice when building the Western European countries to establish a presence overseas. There is a Fort Ling, adding sufficient enough guns and ammunition, plus 1 or 2,000 troops, it is almost no solution. Even if there are tens of thousands of natives, there is nothing to do with this kind of Lingbao. When Huajun came ashore, Bao Shunan looked at Na Lingbao and his scalp was tingling. He was transferred to the navy by the chief of staff of the army, and his experience in attacking cities and conquering cities is quite rich. He didn't even need to try that kind of Lingbao. Just by looking at it, he knew that it was a military fortress, and it was not easy to play, and quite difficult to play. He had not dare cross any of life to consume. After all, they are now one alone. Without any backup, one of its soldiers will be missing if they die. He had to fight. The primary consideration is not to destroy the enemy, but to save himself. What should I do now? Bao Shunan has a headache. The enemy in this Lingbao, letting it go is definitely not good. If you don't take this Lingbao, you will not be at ease when you sleep at night, and you must always guard against their sneak attacks. Bao Shunan was uncomfortable, and Barak in Lingbao was even more uncomfortable. This time, the faces of their Portuguese were completely ashamed. It is a shame that a military fortress was defeated so easily and successfully landed by the enemy. This time, no matter what the outcome is after the war, his position as governor will definitely not be preserved. Everyone is talking. What should we do next? Strong attack is definitely not possible. Our soldiers can't afford to die. Bao Shunan set the tone first, not attacking, not storm, it can only outsmart, and the crowd opened move the brain. However, the face of this Fort Ling knew things, asking them to find a way in without knowing. This is a bit difficult one. In desperation, Bao Shunan could only look at Elios, hoping that the European pass could provide some ideas. In their ability now, probably playing no less than this link fort previously Dutch sees Malacca Portuguese stronghold. In order to break that all, only 2,000 people stationed at the castle, 3,000 people died not to shake. In the end, they still relied on the siege for half a year, and the Portuguese inside ran out of food and other materials, which forced them to surrender helplessly. AI Slightly Adams also very helpless. In the current, Fortling really is a big hedgehog, unable to eat. I built proposed, or to negotiate based. We cannot afford to lose. Portuguese and certainly do not want to bear the loss. Maybe we can negotiate with them. Their ships and artillery are back to them, then this exchange suit to place. Adams AI Slightly built proposed road and a large whale like life and death. We must insist that all unified differences that Western Europe people are very fond of negotiations. Due to massing their countries are relatively small, so if the fight to the bitter end, it is easy to destroy the country is genocide. Either they are not able to withstand the loss of such a play. After a turmoil in Dower, tens of millions of people died, still alive and kicking. In Western European countries, if a few million people die, the country will be completely wiped out. Therefore, in many cases, Western European countries clearly hate each other to death, but they also have to sit at the negotiating table. Moreover, the fight to win the party, often willing to negotiate, just leave, because to continue to play, they cannot afford their losses. On the other hand, this is an unspoken rule that everyone agrees to. Everyone abides by it, and can surrender if they fail to fight in the future. For a long time, this has formed their tradition. Throughout the history of war in Europe, this is almost always the case. Often a country loses a battle and then surrenders. Then the victory over the country will see less, and will not rush to exterminate them. After a while, the defeated country will be able to regain its vitality, and maybe it will be able to beat the original victorious country. And then the victorious country will surrender cleanly. The most typical is that of Germany and France endured two cross each other wars for hundreds of years. The number of mutual surrender to each other are difficult to count. France even won a stigma because no army can occupy Paris before France surrenders. Means that, as long as the former French the opportunity to make a defeated battle line will be very crisp surrender. Did not give the enemy to attack Paris. To wartime France as well as 1 to 2 million frontline troops, they dare directly behind the surrender. This kind of thing is absolutely impossible in Dower. But in Western Europe, this is very common. More from the spectrum is a party after the surrender, and the other also often friendly. It is due to various factors as it's so like unity, like Western Europe negotiations. As long as we talk to, a place where tens of thousands of people could become as a nation. In Bao Shunan's opinion, he took the initiative to attack Portugal unreasonably. At this time, Portugal may hate him to death, and will definitely cry out to fight to the end and never stop dying. But Elias, who is familiar with Western Europe, said that as long as he is willing to talk and can negotiate a plan that both sides can accept, the Portuguese will not take the previous battles to heart. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 595 chapter talks broke down. Bao Shunan was dumbfounded at Ellis' introduction and analysis, but this is good news for him, because as he cannot afford to lose, can reach a truce, then, not to mention those who gave the enemy ships and artillery, even slightly lose money, he can accept. Long, can be enough to give him suitor. He says all is well. Bao Shunan sent an emissary, and Parik was also received politely, although, Palichi facing the messenger Huajun was one of the meaning of words of control complaints, almost to spittle sprayed into each other's face, but did not say always take each other off. Elias was also one of the envoys of the Chinese army. He ignored Berichi's various anger and said, Your Excellency, you must have seen the great strength of Dower, and what you see is just the tip of my majestic iceberg. Dower still has several fleets of the size of Master Bao, and, with time we can create more than a dozen branches. My great China Empire has a population of 100 million, 70 times that of Portugal. Of course, Such a powerful Dao is not an unreasonable country. We are a nation of etiquette, and we respect and persuade people with reason and morals. This time, you are really rude. On the territory of Morocco, prevent us from free trade between Dao and Morocco. We can only punish you for your rude behavior. In order to respect your human rights, the commander of our fleet sent me here to discuss solutions with you. What's your name? Your accent is clearly the accent of Lisbon. I slightly hear Adam's operations in Lisbon, Portugal. Peculiar accent. One of my big where'd I go, Parley Kim about to explode. I grew up in Lisbon. But so what? In Lisbon I have no land and no property. Apart from the right to pay taxes, I have not enjoyed any rights in Lisbon. Ellis vomited. No matter which country it is, there will be people at the bottom who are dissatisfied with the country. He who does not patriotic, but really want to complete the definition of bad guys, in fact, more or less fair, is somewhat lacking. In this era, many people don't expect the country to love themselves, as long as they don't exploit themselves. But most of the people at the bottom have extravagant hopes. For Elios, Dao never exploited himself, saved himself, and gave himself a job, much better than his own country. Then I will just say that you are declaring war on our country by launching an aggressive offensive against our Portuguese kingdom. Now unless your king makes a public written apology and war compensation, we will retaliate to the end. Parrish roared loudly. The Han Chinese messenger, who didn't understand the Portuguese, saw his appearance, and thought that the negotiation had broken down. However, Elios did not panic at all. The more pretentious the opponent was, the greater the psychological pressure, the easier it was to win. On the contrary, if the opposite party is calm and has no desires, then that is the real trouble. That means, on the side do not care negotiations to succeed. Elios hurriedly refuted. First of all, Ceuta originally belonged to Morocco, not Portugal's inherent territory. We want to trade freely with Morocco and did not invade Portugal. Secondly, because as you first try to stop our freedom of trade, we are forced to fight back. Dear Emperor, apology, you forget it. Anyway, that you cannot read the text. As for compensation, as long as you give Ceuta to us, this is all easy to discuss. In the previous words, Parak was even farting. The key is that in the latter paragraph, he got useful information. Dear Hua willing to compensate, this is good news. Tai Hua want to occupy Ceuta, this is bad news. Ceuta is still very important to Portugal. If you are want to Ceuta, it is the question. Although you can to attack, I'd like to see what you have means I can take it. Ling fought. Parrish snorted coldly. Negotiation came to an end, and Parrish was tough. Ellis analyzed to Baoshunan that Parak estimated that he was waiting for local rescue. Because to have local rescue, so Parlichi will have emboldened so tough. So, Adam's AI slightly construction meetings, as long as Ling fought bracketing can be. Then defeat the Portuguese fleet that came to rescue at sea, then Parak can do nothing. At that time, even if Parak is unwilling to surrender, Portugal may take the initiative to give up Ceuta. Of course, the premise is that Dao's navy can beat the Portuguese navy. Baoshunan adopted this plan decisively. After all, their combat capability on the sea is much higher than that on land. Sea battle, it is advantageous for them. Compared to attacking this hedgehog like Ling Bao, he would rather go to sea battle with the enemy. After determining the countermeasures, the Huajun became busy. First, the merchant sailors and servants are organized to build fortifications against Mitsubishi and fort enemy anti-flutter, and other sea army went against Portugal. When the fleet on the sea, they can only rely on their own. The business people on land. Businessmen, large number of sailors, men, people can organize themselves to deal with the enemy. A full 3,000. Artillery guns and weapons are also more abundant. The only problem is that this is a mob. It looks scary, but if there is a fight, maybe a shell falls among them, killing a few people, and the people around will run away in fright. This is by no means unfounded worry, but something that is very likely to happen. Face of this situation, Baoshunan no way he could in just a day or two of these people trained elite. The only way is probably to promise a reward after the war begins. Not over, organize them actually just in case. Parley cheated 2,000 people, the face of this Huajun 3,000 militia, they dare rushed out. It was all unknown. After all, these 3,000 militias are a matter of a mob, and it is not easy to see from the surface. Basilio Chuo, who learned Spanish fleet turned out to be easy job attack on Ceuta, is also very shocked. Why are these Portuguese people so useless? If I knew I could win it so easily, I would have shot it earlier. Sri Lanka complained of the Buddha, a sense of feel with a 100 million missed the same heartache, as if he were a kind of new artillery, very powerful. Unfortunately too far away, that the cannon specifically what it was like, we did not see. The soldier in charge of the observation said. Interesting, it seems that Dowa has a well-deserved reputation. We can sit around and watch the show, watching them fight, and then collect Dowa's intelligence, especially the kind of cannon you mentioned. If the new weapons have installed equipment that I cannot revive the glory of the Spanish Navy. Buddha C. longed, Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 596 chapters take war. A field of large-scale naval battle, not to say that play hit. Although Portugal is very close to Ceuta, the Portuguese royal family has also been arguing for 2 days before finally determined to fight Dowa. He had sent a navy an third of the entire country, the other an third of all the colonies overseas, as well as an third of the capital reserved for the final. If it is sent out all at once, in case something happens, such as a sneak attack from behind Spain, then the navy of their entire kingdom will be completely destroyed. If that happens, then we should consider negotiating incorporated Banzai Yup, and this kind of thing is very likely to happen. Spain wants to annex them all the time. Prior to this, Portugal had been annexed many times. Basically, as soon as Portugal weakened, Spain beat them up, and then everyone came to the negotiating table and announced their annexation. Spain and other things out of something, he or Portugal themselves to blame. There is some strength development, they may not birds of Spain, declared independence. Nothing wrong, this is very European. An third of the fleet is quite a lot. There are 30 main battleships of 500 tons, and there are nearly 30 other auxiliary ships. 60 ships against the 9 ships of the Chinese army, occupying an absolute advantage in number. This is also one of the important reasons why the Portuguese dared to fight decisively. He had the Dutch and the Chinese were to reach the Western European countries. This country on the Chinese land is relatively understanding of what Dowa is, a monster, not to be trifled. If it were not for the confidence that they could definitely win this battle, they would not easily choose to offend Dowa. Today, the Portuguese royal family is thinking about winning this war, and then grabbing that batch of goods and making a fortune in the war. With a big China that shipment and ship only he who Portugal will be able to rise again. 60 warships, led by the commander of the navy, Mencius, set out from Lisbon and headed straight for the Mediterranean. The majestic navy has left the Strait of Gibraltar and is waiting on the Atlantic Ocean. He did not want war, and the Portuguese, a small place in the Strait of Gibraltar, the speed advantage is not convenient. Huajun maneuver to search for the aircraft. Do not want to cross the Mediterranean in the war, fearing attacks on their Portuguese will give up and instead go directly to attack Ceuta. Although Ceuta had a lot of coastal defense guns, all of them were sailors hired by merchants. He who will certainly fire, but casualties affordability will play a big question mark. If he were to be defeated, the Portuguese reboarded Ceuta. Ceuta above that big Chinese will basically decapitated. This is something Baoshunan will never allow to happen. Thought to want to, he most final battle is still going to put on the Atlantic Ocean, taking advantage of the speed, grasp the initiative in war. Relying on speed, he can walk a fine line about freedom of choice at war comfortable position. And this, if used well, can also greatly weaken the Portuguese quantitative advantage. The Spaniards, the British, and even the French, who had long received the news, sent ships to watch the battle. This professional spectator ship is not equipped with any artillery and has no attack power. All the weight is reduced in order to increase the speed, so that it is not easy to be killed by the two warring parties. After all, the two people who are fighting certainly don't like being watched like monkeys, and they don't want to reveal some of their secrets. They are more willing to join together, to see a play in front of people to kill. After the spectators put on this special speedboat, the two sides in the battle are helpless, unable to catch up, and can't get rid of them, and they can only acquiesce, not go to attack strike, and those rogues like entangled. It is easy to delay the event. On the Atlantic Ocean, Dowa and the Portuguese Navy met. Turn the rudder to the left 30 degrees. The Chinese army made a change in direction. After turning 30 degrees to the left, their gunwale could be roughly aligned with the bow of the Portuguese navy, so that they could shoot out as many shells as possible while suffering the least shelling. With sea tactics, it is the language. They seize the T-word head. The Portuguese will naturally not let this happen. They are also turning the rudder to the left, trying to maintain a parallel state with the UOB Navy. Parallel state under the state, a large number of their fleets, an advantage. As seize T-word head, they think, but they are worried about their own to seize the T-word after. UOB naval war will not directly escape. At that time, chasing is also a hassle. He had still not know enough about Dowa, thinking that the same businessmen on Ceuta and their country, are some outlaws. So, he who does not go against the idea of Ceuta, fear of loss is too large. Both parties want to solve the problem on the sea, but it saves trouble. Without conspiracy and tricks, they just do it directly. Both sides are adjusting their headings, and while adjusting, the distance between the two sides is also approaching. At this time, the speed advantage of the Huajuan was revealed. Against the faster he have turned faster. Although the Portuguese tried to avoid falling into the T suffix, but at about the time of entering the range, and they became a naval UOB about 60 degrees left and right angle. ES artillery, warships fired to target Dowa, only less than on a sixth, and UOB at least half of the artillery can fire. However, the Portuguese were not completely incapable. They used the method of dividing forces, and another fleet rushed towards the Dowa navy from another angle. In this way, as long as the adjustment is good, at least some of the ships can maintain parallel with Dowa's navy, and even maintain the T-head for Dowa's fleet. Of course, this is their vision. And the UOB Navy will also have a corresponding countermeasure. Sea war is to seize the favorable position and shelling each other, very monotonous. Before entering the firing range, they played the game by adjusting the course and speed in this way. And in the process of this game, the most dazzling thing is the steam engine of Dowa. Without additional power, everyone's speed is about the same. It is impossible for Dowa to take advantage of the beginning of the T-word. However, due to UOB has accelerated the steam engine, so we do this. This is actually very scary. Portugal now has a large number of ships, and this battle can still be fought. If the numbers of the two parties are similar, and one of them has an absolute advantage in speed, the picture is almost one-sided. The slower party will undoubtedly lose. Speed, sea battle in a very critical part. Many people are studying how to speed up the ship, but unfortunately there is no progress. And now, UOB steam engine, the Navy Observer countries of Western Europe was shocked. Zaihuan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 598 chapters tacit introduction. Both sides are interested in speed battle quick decision. That scene is drywood fierce fire, a little on fuel. The two sides quickly approached. The Chinese army still maintained a slightly dominant angle, and the Portuguese could also accept it. Immediately afterwards, there was another boring artillery battle. Most of the battles after hand-to-hand combat are in this mode. Jumping to help fight has been eliminated decades ago. As for the other what the fire ship attack hit, the Portuguese also prepared. But looking at the speed of the Dowa navy, they gave up those fireboat attacks. Due to their vessels cannot catch fire. Port in the bomb water. quickly blocked. The Yangtze was very unlucky. The ship's side was shot continuously, the ship's side broke, and the hull began to flood. Basically, being beaten like this is hopeless. The water resistance of the current ship is still very poor. Unlike the later warships, they can continue to fight as if they have received thousands of tons of water. The sinking of the Yangtze is already a matter of time. What the people on board have to do is to delay the process as much as possible. Before sinking, fire as many shots as possible. As the order was given, some of the sailors holding repair to the cabin underfill material, and then nailed a new board at the notch, brush on waterproof tung oil. However, this can only play a delaying role. Under the pressure of seawater, this wound will certainly not last long. The seawater will penetrate first, and then continue to damage the wound, and finally a large amount of seawater will flood in. Yangtze continued to fight back while remedying the situation. All artillery fire on board. Some bad angles artillery gun also simply put the bomb hit out. Anyway, if you don't go out as early as possible, nothing will be saved if the ship sinks. Now, although they are basically lonely, they can scare the enemy. Maybe, one or two will get lucky. After all, the angle is not enough. In theory, both sides are moving with each other. It is not surprising that something happens. The Chinese army was fully fired, and the Portuguese fleet suffered instantly. Today, from the past, a large number of artillery shells fell on their ship. The explosion of shrapnel filled with the entire peace deck and fort. Many familiar practice gunner is a pot of stew. The next cannon cannot find people to use. Some soldiers who could not bear the pressure simply jumped into the sea, or hid in the cabin and shivered. At first, the Portuguese also just adjust and dower. But few after the round, the Portuguese ship came the sound of artillery thinning a little. Those soldiers were either killed or went into hiding. This can be quite terrible, which means that they are getting weaker and weaker, and the damage to dower will be less and less. After noticing this situation, Menges frowned. This naval battle was more difficult to fight than imagined. The Huajun is not only faster than them, but in terms of the practicality of the shells, Dowers is also slightly better. If you continue to fight like this, if you want to annihilate the opponent, I am afraid that your own fleet will also be scrapped. Although the ship didn't sink, the sailors and artillery on the ship were all technical talents. They could not be used by just grabbing a farmer. It took a long time to train. These people are dead, and it will take a long time for their fleet to recover. Not a last resort. Menges really didn't want to die together. With a tribute to do battle, only applies to the case of only one opponent. And now, the Portuguese always have to worry about being Spanish or British. Therefore, they need to reserve a part of their power to deter opponents at any time. The Boshan and even less hope, and if they are all dead, more serious consequences. Therefore, in the case of the two sides do not really want to fight, the two sides began a now tacit separation. The Chinese army and the Portuguese interceptor fleet passed by and shot each other. Then, the Chinese army fled away, and the Portuguese fleet did not pursue it, tacitly acquiescing to the tie. To rub shoulders and had that for a while, the Portuguese side hundreds of people died, nearly 1,000 people injured, with some casualties in the shelling before they reached the sea. Battle casualties in total more than 302,000. This number is very afraid, more than any naval battle of the Portuguese. Previous sea battleship was sunk, although many, but very few people generally die. Those who can save the ship sank into. But this time, their ship was saved, but the people suffered heavy casualties. On the Huajun side, the loss was quite large. Both the Yangtze and Zhenjiang suffered heavy losses and were forced to give up after leaving the battlefield. The influx of a large number of sea boats cabin, the whole ship has not adhered to the coast. In desperation, the ship staff can only abandon ship. Most of the people on board were rescued, but everything on board was gone. 2 battleships were lost, and more than 100 people were killed or injured. The Chinese army suffered heavy losses. Of course, Portugal is much worse in comparison. After this battle, they didn't want to use force to solve this problem anymore. They really couldn't afford it. See, the big Juan Grape Yaren died down. The match of the British and Spanish are really sorry, but added that they hope the two sides fight to the bitter end. With this result, both Dowa and Portugal still have combat power. The difficulty for them to pick up the bargain is greatly increased, and the price to be paid is too great, so they have to consider carefully. Gone. It can be considered to collect a lot of intelligence report, not in vain. Then we should pay attention to tight time, and I hope those guys Parliament cannot procrastination, early intervention, to seek benefits. After reading a good play, and William Johnson, who began to return. This naval battle has benefited them a lot. At least, knowing the two new weapons and equipment, the steam engine and the howitzer, can accelerate the progress of the research if there is a direction. The Portuguese sea after the military returned to the royal family also quickly explained the situation. We hope by way of negotiations to resolve the dispute this time. Continue to fight, and the end will be even worse. Although the King of Portugal was depressed, he had no choice but to endure it when he should swallow. Had it not been for patience, he would have been annexed by Spain long ago. In order to maintain independence, he gave Spain a lot of benefits. On the one hand, to maintain a certain anti-strike capability let scruples Spain, on the other hand appropriate none other, so just leave Spain, and this is their way of life in this small country. Therefore, proper coordination for the King of Portugal, it has long been accustomed to. It's shameful, and it's already over. Portugal and Bauschunen conducted the second round of negotiations. This time, the person in charge has become a senior official and a member of the royal family in Portugal. The Palichi has been dismissed repatriate, no matter how wronged he was. In short, he did not handle the matter properly, which led to a war with Dowa. This was his fault. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 599 chapters Huapusuta Treaty. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 600 chapter China policy. The mysterious eastern country, Dowa, they snatched Ceuta from Portugal. This is a hot event in Europe, and many countries are paying attention. The influx of a large number of Dowa goods into the European market caused another wave of Dowa fever. Wear a dress made of silk, put a few exquisite porcelain at home, or wear a fine watch on your wrist. All these have become a matter of great face. Diehua manufacturing, for a time became a fashion trend. Body for the upper class people, who did not point at home or Yuob manufacturing. It is a symbol of decline. If you don't talk about a few topics related to Dowa, you will be ignorant. In the past, there were goods made by Dowa in Western Europe, but the quantity was small, and it was even rarer to spread across the entire continent. A lot of people, level simply do not see the goods from Yuob time. But this time, Dowa brought the goods from the merchant ships at once, and these goods were sold in Spain, France and Italy. Therefore, nobles in these areas can obtain these goods relatively easily. For a time, in the upper class, you can see the nobles using Dowa everywhere. When this Yuob manufacturing became a fever, more Western European businessmen began to prepare to go to sea, on the road, and prepare to go to Dowa to pan for gold. This is a reaction among the people and nobles in Western Europe, and the power holders of Western European countries have begun to face the country of Dowa squarely at this time. In Spain, King Carlos I called many ministers to discuss strategies for China. This in Spain when, at sea is already setting sun, became a second rate. And on land, only the last stubbornness is left. Historically, they would have a big fight with France this year, and then they would lose the battle, lose their land hegemony, and go downhill from then on. This time, Carlos been aware of the contradictions in France. Therefore, he urgently needs a way to increase his strength. The appearance of the great Chinese gave him a glimmer of hope. As the Buddha Adams said, as long by Yuob steam warships, they will be able to restore the strength of the sea, and the French were also able to take some advantages. As long as France is defeated and they are invincible on land, they can develop the navy wholeheartedly and regain their glory. This is the scene described by Fotis, and Carlos appreciates it. Fortis, I officially named you the Earl of Spain. I hope you will represent me in Dowa and establish good diplomatic relations with Dowa. The most important thing is that you must buy a steam battleship. After everyone's deliberation, Carlos officially issued the order. Please rest assured, the king, I will fulfill my mission and complete the mission. Sri Lanka Buddha's emotional high spirit. There is no title on starting up a level, and if after the successful completion of the task, it is also not rise to the Marquis. Marquis has almost been that he was born not very good person limit. The Duke wants to be sealed. Birth is the most critical. At the same time, London, United Kingdom. I have to increase the understanding of Dowa. They will be our biggest enemy of the future, not one. It is said that there are 100 million people in their country. What is this concept? This is more than 10 times our country. More importantly, his navy is more advanced than us. Gentlemen, is the navy more advanced than we are? William, improve the sound tone. As is an island for the British Navy that is very attention. As long as the Sea Army is strong enough, they will never have to worry about home security. Also, you want to world hegemony? Sea Army is also crucial. After Britain defeated Spain, the whole country agreed that only their navy was the best in the world. But now, they have seen the advanced performance of the Dowa Navy warship. This has to be paid attention to. Impossible, there can be no more advanced navy in this world. Moreover, no country has so many warships. You said if they are so powerful, why, in America, in India all see their shadows. A large number of treasures have been controlled by us. Some people didn't believe William's words, thinking he was alarmist. That's because for few years of civil war in their country, and now civil war is almost finished. They sent caravans to Europe as testimony that they have begun targeting overseas. Soon, overseas territories will encounter threats and challenges. If you continue to indulge in the achievements you have made before, you will definitely regret it in the future. Johnson chose to stand on William's side. After some discussion, the majority of ministers agreed that Dowa should be valued. After all, Dowa's territory and population make them feel a great threat. Moreover, Dowa's steam battleship also shows that the Dowa Navy has surpassed them in some respects. Establish a common knowledge. The next step is to discuss solutions. In this regard, Johnson and Williams had a disagreement. William hopes to take down Ceuta with the Thunder, and then get the secret of the steam engine. However, Johnson advocates the use of slightly more moderate methods, such as buying, corrupting Baoshunan, or going to the Dowa local to buy, or going to the sinking place of the Yangtze and Zhenjiang. In short, you cannot easily conflict with Dowa, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. Johnson, you are stupid to do this. You shouldn't really believe that Baoshunan's words. You naively think that you can buy this kind of warship when you go to Dowa. I can tell you very responsibly, dreaming. Dutch businessmen have long tried to buy such machines in Dowa, but they were rejected. I tried everything I could to get a steam engine. I only got some Dowa books and some small parts of the steam engine. William's news was better, and he learned about Dowa better from the merchants who had returned before. Unwilling in the past does not mean unwilling in the future. William, you need to understand what kind of opponent you are provoking. If they are determined to retaliate against us, our overseas territories will never be peaceful, especially India may also be lost. Indeed, there will be local prestige threat. As for the Navy, let alone say that in the future, our fleets overseas must be on trepidation. Johnson's reasons are also very good. Compared with the war potential, they are inferior to Dowa. Moreover, he had enemies but also more than a Dowa. Once all the energy put to large bloom body, then France, Spain, the countries will take the opportunity to rise. These countries are even more threatening to them than Dowa because of their close proximity. After some argument, they finally decided to try it in a peaceful way first, and then consider force if it doesn't work. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming, the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed.